This is Sky News Live in Westminster as the UK votes to leave the European Union. It was a result decided by around 1 million votes, Leave edging victory with around 52% of the vote. Well, it led to huge celebrations for their supporters, with Nigel Farage calling it a win for real people. And the repercussions have been immediate, with the value of the pound collapsing to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985. And it's being hailed as a new dawn in Westminster, with huge implications for both the Conservative Party and Labour.
And I'm in Downing Street, where David Cameron's expected to make a statement in the next couple of hours calling for stability and unity, but there are big questions about his future at number 10.
I'm live in the city, where the FTSE 100 is expected to fall by up to 8%, wiping billions of pounds from the value of the UK's biggest 100 companies.
I'm live in Edinburgh, where the result could mean a second vote for independence as Scotland votes for Remain.
And here at the National Counting Centre in Manchester, we're awaiting the official result. We'll bring it to you live.
Good morning, this is a Sky News special live from Westminster, as after 43 years the UK has voted to leave the European Union. History has been made and is being made as I speak, following a victory which has revealed a nation truly divided. And this is the result of the referendum as it stands, with a few results still to come in. 16.5 million people and a bit more have voted to leave. That's 52%. And 15.5 million have voted to remain. That is 48%. Let's just take you to the winning moment. This is the point at which we have deemed that the outside, the leave side, have reached the winning post, amassed enough votes. It's simply about the total number of votes you get. Have amassed enough votes, 16,700,000 and more, amassed enough votes to formally be declared the victors in this referendum campaign. The UK has officially voted to leave the European Union. The point of no return has been passed. Let's talk to our political editor, Faisal Islam. And Faisal, this is a result that is rocking the political firmament.
Yes, the people have spoken, and David Cameron is listening. We expect a statement from him within a couple of hours, and I understand it will be a message for stability and unity, the first priority after markets had priced in a victory for Remain is stability in the markets and in the economy. We expect to hear from other agencies on that. We will hear about what's happened to sterling, what's expected to happen in the stock markets, but that is just today. We'll come on to what might happen to him and the Conservative Party and the Labour Party, but frankly and astoundingly, that is not the main news. The relationships within the United Kingdom and of the United Kingdom to the European Union, all up for grabs. Already we're hearing suggestions from Northern Ireland about another referendum about its border. We're hearing from Scotland about the possibility, given that Scotland has voted to remain and England and Wales have voted to leave, about this being precisely the type of circumstance where they would call for another independence referendum in Scotland too. And then there are the implications for the Conservative Party and the Labour Party too. Can David Cameron go on? He received a letter from 84 Leave Tory MPs saying that he could. I understand that a red line for important Leavers is that David Cameron does not do what he said he was going to do, which is go to Brussels to the European Summit next week and activate the leaving protocol of the Lisbon Lisbon Treaty, Article 50, which puts a 2-year limit on leaving negotiations. The Leave MPs do not want him to do that. We should get, I hope we'll get, some clarity on that from Mr Cameron. But so many things have been thrown up in the air by this extraordinary vote, unexpected even 6 hours ago, by all the parties involved and all the pollsters. But it's there now, it's been delivered. The consequences for leaving the EU within the United Kingdom, for the markets, for politics, extraordinary. Britain only just coming to terms with this decision made last night, an historic decision to leave the European Union.
Exactly, and just to underline that that point has officially been reached. The Leave side has officially passed the number of votes it needs to ensure that the UK will leave the European Union. Well, Ed Conway has been monitoring how the votes are being distributed throughout the evening and will talk us through where this vote was won and lost. He's at the Sky News Centre. Ed.
That's right, Dermot, and you were mentioning this. Basically, the winning line has now been crossed. This, we have calculated, is the stage at which it becomes impossible for Remain to catch up. So Leave has won, and they have passed this winning line with 16.8 million votes across the UK. We knew this was going to be a rollercoaster experience, but no one on either side knew which way it was actually going to end up. Let's have a look at the story of just who was voting where and how this story actually evolved. These are all 382 of the voting areas across the UK, divided. It's actually kind of sorted by alphabetical order, and blue is out and yellow is in, and you can see a lot more blue than yellow. But there was actually kind of an expectation there would be quite a lot of blue here, and that's because this is ordered by alphabetically. Let's order it by size so you can see the biggest over on this side in terms of the number of voters and the smallest over there. And the expectation from Remain was they always thought they wouldn't do so well over here in the smaller kind of English voting areas, but they would do better over towards the bigger areas where you have bigger voting populations. They thought they'd do well here. But just have a look, it's more of a patchwork, isn't it? You've got a lot more blue there than they expected. That's part of the story here. They didn't necessarily win in the big areas as much as they wanted to. And as well as that, they didn't get the turnout that they expected to. Have a look at this. This shows you just England, so England alone, and it shows you the vote, and you can see England did vote very thoroughly to leave. But keep an eye on this. Turnout, 72.9%. That is very high turnout. Anything above 70% is the highest level of nationwide turnout that we've seen since 1997. That's England. They voted to leave. Have a look at Wales, which also voted to leave. Again, a big proportion for leaving, but the turnout again, 71.6. Now, what about the areas which are expected to be quite positive for staying inside the EU? What about London? London voted very strongly to stay in, but look, turnout below 70%, 69.6. People weren't turning out as much to vote to Remain. Same thing for Scotland. A lot of hopes for Scotland. They had 85% turnout in their independence referendum, and yet turnout for this was only 67.2. And finally, Northern Ireland. Again, people hoped in the Remain camp that that's where they would clinch some of their votes, but again, people didn't turn out to vote. They didn't turn out to vote for Remain, but they did turn out to vote to leave the EU.
All right, Ed, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's cross to the National Count Centre in Manchester, where the overall result will be finally declared. Jane Secker is there, and of course the Leave side triumphant, Jane.
They are triumphant. I'm joined by Gisela Stewart now, one of the people who headed up the Leave campaign. Triumphant, but not triumphalist, I've noticed.
No, not at all. Because today it really was about 33 million people going to the ballot paper and reflecting on our 40-year history with the European Union, and they decided to leave. And it's actually not a night about the politicians, it's a night about the people having made a decision, and we now have the responsibility to behave and conduct ourselves in the best interest of the nation.
What happens now?
I think both the Prime Minister and the Cabinet have to sit down and start the process of implementing that decision, which I think should be some informal negotiations to begin with. Then you consider whether you start the legal process. But the main thing is, today, nothing has changed in terms of our relationship with the European Union, but we have started a process. And I think it requires a calm responsibility, and we as politicians have to take the lead.
How does that process work, though? David Cameron obviously arguing to remain. Are you confident that he will be able to manage these negotiations in the way that the Vote Leave camp would want him to?
Well, Vote Leave was a cross-party organisation, and I think part of these negotiations will also have to be cross-party to look ahead. But
so do you think you should be involved in the negotiations?
At this stage, I'm just doing this one now. Think about the rest. But the leaders of all the political parties, I do think also have to reflect that they campaigned for Remain, and the people said leave. They kind of took control, and the party political leaders have to reflect on whether they really have got making the right judgments of their relationship with the people we're meant to represent.
Okay, Lisa Stewart, thanks very much. I'll let you go. You've got to get in a train back to London to start those meetings in earnest. Thank you very much. Back to you, Dermot.
Jane, thanks very much. We'll be back with you, of course, for that official result to be declared when it comes. But let's talk now with Michael Thrasher, our election analyst at the Sky News Centre. And Michael, so it turns out that London, Scotland and Northern Ireland voted yes, and everywhere else was no.
Yes, and that really was the story of the night and the problem for the Remain campaign. Very early on, the Leave side opened up quite a sizable lead as kind of strong anti-EU areas voted. And it was really Remain's job to try and catch up the gap that had opened, but it never really got there. So what was happening was that areas that were voting to leave were voting leave in much larger numbers than we had anticipated, and therefore what had to happen when the Remain positive areas like Scotland and London came in is that they would have to do that much better. As we saw with Ed's demonstration on the wall there, Scotland and London just didn't turn out to vote in the same kind of quantities as elsewhere, and that really is the nub of the problem. Remain couldn't get its vote out.
But what happened, Michael, to the theory that overall a high turnout, and there was a relatively high turnout, that a high turnout would favour Remain?
Well, I suspect that when we start to look at the results in far more detail, one of the key measures of the night will be the extent to which in strong Labour areas the Labour vote didn't it certainly turned out, but it didn't support the party line. So the Corbyn leadership was saying, you know, we as a party are voting to Remain, but many of Labour voters, I suspect, simply went in the opposite direction.
OK, well, much more analysis to do there. Michael, we'll leave you to that and be back with you very soon. Let's check in on the scene in Downing Street. Of course, all eyes there on the man who called the referendum, many now questioning his reasoning for doing that. David Cameron behind those doors, and everyone waiting to hear what he will say about, of course, the future of the UK and its relationship with the European Union. Of course, it's still got to have one, and how that will be negotiated, and of course the future of the man himself in that position as Prime Minister and leader of the Conservative Party. Well, somebody who might have a bearing on that part of it is, of course, as we cross not too far away from that scene to North London, is the home of the leading Leave campaigner, not Kay Burley, of course, Boris Johnson. Kay Burley's outside the home there. We want to hear from the man himself, don't we, Kay?
We most certainly do. A very good morning to you. Well, Dermot. Who would have thought it? Even in the wee small hours, we weren't really sure that it was actually going to go Leave's way, but it has. As a result, Boris Johnson has been up for most of the night, catching up on those votes as they came in, those declarations, constituency after constituency after constituency, and then it became very clear that he was going to be leading the Vote Leave campaign into leaving the European Union. have been up a long time. So what we're expecting is that Boris Johnson will be leaving this House in about 2 hours' time, something like that. Certainly not before we've heard from the Prime Minister. Potentially the Prime Minister will be speaking about that stability ahead of the markets opening, because those markets will be incredibly jittery, as Ed was saying. So we'll hear from the Prime Minister probably at Downing Street, and then after that we'll see Boris Johnson leave the House here, and he will be heading to the Vote Leave headquarters on the banks of the River Thames. He's going there to speak to his supporters. They'd actually cancelled their party last night because they were so sure that they weren't going to win. Apparently, anecdotally, Boris was on the tube and someone had said, hi Boris, how do you think you're going to get on? And he said, we've lost. Well, they haven't. They've won. And it's a period now of instability here in the United Kingdom. It's up to Boris and perhaps the Prime Minister to try to steady the ship. Everybody will want to know what Boris Johnson has to say today. As I said, he's likely to leave in a couple of hours' time, heading to Vote Leave. Where will he be going after that? Perhaps Downing Street. Unlikely, but we'll be asking him when he leaves this front door. Number 20, will he be swapping it for number 10? Stay tuned, Owen.
All right, we'll find out. Well, we'll be talking about the instability that this vote has caused in a moment or two. That's very visible on the financial markets. But for those of you just joining us, just waking up to this news, let's confirm it for you. The UK has officially voted to leave, to exit from the European Union after 43 years. Here are the full results for you as the UK has voted out. In percentage terms, nearly 52% of the voting population went for that option to remain, 48.2%. The total number of votes, nearly 17 million to leave the European Union. And this was all about total votes, and just under 16 million, 15.8 million preferring to remain inside. And in terms of the distribution of those votes, you can see on the left-hand side there, yellow representing in London, which small geographically, but delivered a huge number of votes, but not enough to see the Remain side win. London there and Northern Ireland and Scotland coloured yellow, those areas voting to remain in, and many other parts voting to leave the United Kingdom. And you can see the bits that aren't coloured in telling you that there are still a few results to be declared, but the outside, the leave side, have reached that point of no return. They've already amassed enough votes to guarantee that they have a majority for that option, and it therefore is official that the UK has voted to leave the European Union. Well, as I was mentioning there, as we were talking with Kay Burley outside Boris Johnson's house, this decision has already had an effect on the markets, as some of those on the Remain side predicted an immediate effect in terms of the value of the pound, particularly against the dollar. Stock markets around the world also reacting. Let's check in on all those reactions with Ed Conway and talk us through what's happening and when it started to happen, Ed.
Yeah, well, it's been an extraordinary night when it comes, obviously, to the political decision and the vote result, but also the reaction from markets has been unlike anything, personally, that I've seen, and indeed anything that we've seen in the currency markets throughout modern UK history. That's not hyperbole in this case. This is what is happening at the moment. You can see actually on the top left of your screen, you can see the pound against the euro and against the dollar. We're just keeping that on there so you can keep updated with that. When the FTSE, the markets open, we'll get you those figures as well. But for the time being, what we have here is the biggest intraday fall, so throughout the period of a day, fall in sterling since it became a floating rate currency in the 1970s. Extraordinary, bigger than on Black Wednesday, actually about twice as big in terms of the scale of the fall. This is how many cents the pound has fallen against the dollar, 14.73. At one stage, over the course of the morning, it was up at about $1.50, and now it is down at $1.34. Normally, about 1 percentage point, maybe a few cents, is considered a big move when it comes to the pound. But there has been nothing on this scale in any recent economic history, even in the financial crisis, even Black Wednesday in 1992. It underlines the fact that traders were not expecting anything like this, and that we're likely to see yet more instability over the course of trading today and in the coming days. And we may well see whether the Bank of England could potentially intervene. We may hear from Mark Carney. We may hear from other central bankers around the world, because this is unprecedented and it's going to cause ructions and tremors throughout the financial world.
OK, Ed, well, on that issue of central bankers and our own central banker, as Ed was mentioning there, Mark Carney, Governor of the Bank of England, we're hearing from John McDonnell, the Shadow Chancellor, is saying that the bank and the Governor must take some steps to try to stabilise markets. Well, on that theme, let's talk to Sky's Ian King, who's in the city for us. And Ian, might there be an irony in all this, in that Mark Carney, a man traduced by many on the Leave side, is now the one they'll look to do something to stabilise the situation?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Dermot. I mean, the expectation is that we will get some sort of statement from Mark Carney. He's just over the road behind me here. I'm right at the back of the Bank of England at Monex Europe in the heart of the City of London. The expectation is, as you say, Mark Carney will make some kind of comment. They'll be wanting to do anything they can to reassure the markets. We'll almost certainly, I imagine, get some kind of intervention. And interestingly enough, on the interest rate swaps market, the market is already pricing in an expectation of no interest rate rises for the foreseeable future. If anything, we could even see an interest rate cut today. It's very, very possible. On the equity markets, we're also expecting absolute carnage. That's if they even open. We're trying to get some kind of guidance from the London Stock Exchange as to whether the market will trade as normal. We've already seen indications of how some leading UK blue chips may trade, though, over in Asia, where we've seen big falls in the likes of HSBC and Standard Chartered. HSBC fallen by some 11% in Hong Kong and Standard Chartered by 13%. And on that note, we can bring in Katie Stallard, who is live at Fidelity International in Hong Kong. Katie, what's the picture like over there?
Yeah, it's been a very volatile morning. The Hang Seng, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, currently down just under 5%. In Japan, the Nikkei also down more than 8% currently. I want to show you how this is playing out on traders' screens around the world. So this is what this looks like here in Hong Kong. You can see the massive fall-off of sterling against the dollar, currently down 9.9%. Over here, this is how this news is filtering around trading floors here, so you can see the headlines dropping over the course of the day. We've seen gradually this change into Brexit expected, Brexit confirmed, and you can see the market consequences. Over here, one stock you mentioned just there, Standard Chartered, is being hit particularly hard, so very steep fall off. It's currently trading down just over 12% on the day, but really steep losses here. I want to just show you one more graph to put this onto a little bit more of perspective. So back over here on the currency, I mean, if you look at that, what we're seeing and what people here are telling us is that a lot of the steep fall has come from the increase beforehand. So because Remain was becoming anticipated, sterling was gaining prior to this. So about perhaps a third of the fall that we've seen can perhaps be attributed to the rise that we had seen previously, but still extremely steep falls, very volatile day. People here watching the markets very, very closely, and still some way to go here.
Thanks, Katie. Well, joining me here in London is Ranko Beric. She's Chief Market Strategist and Market Analyst for Monex Europe. Ranko, clearly a horrendous evening for sterling. We bottomed out at around $1.32. Is your expectation that we could go even lower?
Yeah, it's been a long night for currency markets. I think we are seeing sterling just come off the lows that we saw a couple of hours ago when it became clear that the Leave camp had won the referendum. And I think now we're looking to the open of the rest of the UK market, specifically equities and gilts, to see just how low sterling can go. But I certainly would think it's early to assume that we won't see further losses.
What's really interesting, though, is that we're seeing sell-offs in all sorts of currency pairs. So, for example, sterling has come off very, very sharply against the Japanese yen. Why would that be?
So I think the Japanese yen is really one of the last standing safe havens, and that's the worst possible scenario for the Bank of Japan, which is really looking at an economy that's flirting increasingly with worsening deflation, and they've now got a currency that's strengthening on an unchecked basis. So we've had comments this morning from Japanese policymakers hinting that intervention may have already occurred. They certainly haven't outright denied it, and they've said that certainly they've hinted that we could see further intervention to weaken the yen.
All right, thanks, Ranko. Well, there you have it, Dermot. This is clearly a very, very volatile situation. This is not just a UK story. As Ranko was saying there, this is going to affect markets all over the world. We're going to see a big sell-off in equities. We expect that statement from Mark Carney at some point this morning. As we say here in the city, it's a tin hats on day.
Yeah, OK. Thanks very much indeed, Ian. Reaction coming in from different sections of our European partners. The German Foreign Minister saying it's a sad day for Europe and for the United Kingdom. France's far-right National Front, though, saying that this is the knock-on effect that many in the European Union fear, says that European Union is increasingly anti-democratic and brutal. That coming from the National Front, Marine Le Pen's National Front in France. Let's concentrate, though, more on different aspects of the vote here in the United Kingdom. And, of course, Scotland was highly important during the course of this referendum. Here is the result. It voted by a large majority there, of course. Scotland voted overall to stay in the European Union by 62% to 38%. But as I keep telling you, it's the bulk votes that counted. The percentage is not the real issue here. So 1.6 million people in Scotland voting to stay in the European Union and just over 1 million voting to leave. Some of the Labour Party, though, saying that the SNP, who, of course, overall in charge in Scotland, dominate politics there. Some in Labour saying that perhaps they didn't do enough to make that in vote, that Remain vote, even bigger. And that part of the story that Scotland, London and Northern Ireland, who did vote to remain in the European Union, didn't do enough for the Remain side to get it over the line. Well, let's go to Bute House, the official residence of the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. Colin Brazier is there for us, and of course be very interesting to hear, Colin, when she speaks, what her view is now on Scotland's position within the EU.
Yeah, we really are waiting on those words, Dermot. I mean, we're often accused of journalistic hyperbole on various stories, but for once it's really difficult to find the words that fit the occasion. An absolute political earthquake, this in Westminster, in the city as we've just been hearing, and here too in Edinburgh as well. The tweets have already started. We'll come on to the official response shortly, but the tweet from Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister, who we think is currently inside Bute House behind me, she's tweeted about an hour and a half ago as the results were crystallising and the direction of travel was becoming self-evident. She said every Scottish council has now declared it is a clean sweep, she said, for Remain. All 32 councils voting for Remain. Turnout significant, Dermot, 67%, 85% was the turnout for the Scottish referendum back in September of 2014. So numbers in terms of turnout, somebody's vote didn't turn out in Scotland yesterday. This is a typical response from J.K. Rowling, the novelist, who said Scotland will seek independence. Now Cameron's legacy will be breaking up two unions, neither needed to happen. Now, what is Nicola Sturgeon going to do today? She's been talking to her advisor. She's taking her time to compose her thoughts. She's going to listen to what David Cameron's got to say in Downing Street, and then she'll come out, we think, onto the steps of Bute House and deliver a statement. We may get the opportunity to talk to her thereafter. What calculations will she make? Well, she'll look back on the Holyrood Manifesto of last year, and it said that under certain circumstances, and we presume that involved a Brexit, then perhaps there could be the reasoning, the rationale for a second independence referendum. We'll see. Dermot.
OK, Colin, thank you very much indeed. I want to talk now with Adam Bolton, who, of course, was helming our coverage throughout the evening when the polls closed. Adam, and just take us back. I mean, so much has obviously happened between then and now, but at that point, Remain were looking pretty chipper. Nigel Farage seemed to concede and unconcede and concede again at some point. Just talk us through that.
Yes, that's right. I mean, at 10 o'clock when the polls closed, there were a couple of opinion polls giving it to Remain by the sort of margin that actually Leave have won by. Nigel Farage did say that he thought Remain had edged it and was suggesting that the government had somehow cheated on voter registration to do it. And then, as it became clear that there was a differential in the voting, that basically, as Colin was saying, in Scotland, the areas that were strong for Remain were strong, but there wasn't as big a turnout or as bigger margin as there was in the areas which were strong for leaving the EU. I mean, most of Britain's major cities, London, Glasgow, Liverpool, have voted to Remain, but most of the other parts of the UK have voted to Leave by larger margins. So this is a shock result. And after a campaign where we've been arguing about, you know, what are the implications for the NHS, what we're now seeing are the immediate implications of the decision. Obviously, what's happening on the markets, but also now these bigger diplomatic questions beginning to be asked about what's going to happen to Scotland, which is voted to remain in, what's going to happen to Northern Ireland, which now logically, if you're going to control your borders, will have to have a hard border, and what sort of relationship Britain is going to have with the European partners from whom it's now seeking divorce.
But just talk me through some of the human factor there, Adam. I mean, you've got to see the whites of their eyes. I mean, this just how big a cataclysm this is for the Remain side. I mean, this was led by the government. Of course, we're waiting to hear, crucially, from Mr Cameron. But as you were interviewing them, as the dawning realisation that, first of all, they might lose, and then that they had lost, just how did that pan out?
Well, of course, the first two people who confirmed it on Sky News that it was going to happen were David Davis, who wanted out, and Vince Cable, who, of course, lost his seat. And it's shock, and that's why we haven't heard from either sides at the very top yet, because they really are digesting this and they don't know what happens next.
OK, Adam, thank you very much indeed. Well, people are waking up all the time to the news that the UK has voted to leave the European Union. That point has been officially reached. It was reached about 20 minutes ago. So let's bring you the overall result of referendum 2016. The United Kingdom has voted to leave the European Union in terms of percentages by 51.8% to 48.2%. 17 million votes just over to leave the European Union and 15.8 million to remain. Turnout there, a high turnout compared to most recent elections of 72%, 32 million people voting in all in terms of how it panned out regionally. On the left of your screen there, you can see we've coloured in the parts of the UK that voted to remain yellow, so that is Scotland, Northern Ireland and London in effect. Several other areas still formally to declare. The overall declaration is still to be made. That will come from the overall National Counting Centre in Manchester. But the number of votes, as we are saying there, it has already passed the point at which it was required to declare that the UK has voted to leave the European Union. So how did the night pan out and what does the future hold? Well, nobody knows for sure what the future does hold, but here's our senior political correspondent, Jason Farrell. I should tell you there's flash photography in his report.
The United Kingdom has decided, and against all expectations and predictions of pollsters and bookies, the UK is leaving the EU. By 4 a.m, a jubilant Nigel Farage was calling it.
Ladies and gentlemen, dare to dream that the dawn is breaking on an independent, United Kingdom. I hope this victory brings down this failed project and leads us to a Europe of sovereign nation states trading together, being friends together, cooperating together, and let's get rid of the flag, the anthem, Brussels and all that has gone wrong.
The night had started with his camp thinking they were going to lose.
Well, this has been a night of fluctuations as the results have come in and the currencies have reacted. Nigel Farage initially conceded and then unconceded. But what is clear is that there is a massive divide in the country, with some areas desperate to leave, others desperate to remain in.
What do you think this means for David Cameron?
Curtains.
Do you think it's over for him?
Yes, absolutely.
You think he'll resign today?
I jolly well hope so. I mean, look, OK, he could have adopted a prime ministerial approach to this and risen above the fray. Instead, he chose to be right in the middle of it.
It had started well for Remain with the first votes from Gibraltar, which was 96% in. Across the UK, there was a 72% turnout. Sunderland always leads the race to count up the votes. And as they were being totted up, a YouGov poll suggested a 52% lead to Remain. But then came the result here.
The total number of votes cast in favour of leave was 82,000.
It was a surprise. As England counts began to consistently shift to out, Scotland voted emphatically to stay in. In 2014, Glasgow wanted to break away from the UK, but they voted to remain in the EU by a margin of 2-1. Out of Wales's 22 councils, only 17 backed Brexit. As one MP pointed out, traditional Labour voters were becoming a key factor.
It's the Labour vote that's decided this referendum, and overwhelmingly the Labour vote that's done it in huge unprecedented numbers. And there's a mandate there, and that mandate is to sort out free movement in the European Union. That's non-negotiable.
As the results came in, the pound went on a rollercoaster ride. Traders expecting a Remain vote had betted on the pound on Thursday, but overnight it began an unprecedented fall by nearly 10% against the dollar. At the Remain party, it wasn't looking much like a party. And what now for the Conservative Party and its leader? More than 80 Eurosceptic MPs have signed a letter saying that David Cameron should remain as Prime Minister. But as the sun rises over Westminster, Mr Cameron is preparing to make a speech he never wanted to make. He'd rolled the dice and won in Scotland. He's rolled the dice again and lost on the EU. His legacy, it seems, will be the Prime Minister who reluctantly took the UK out of the EU. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
OK, news is coming in all the time, and of course it's having international ramifications, not least of which on the markets, but of course politically, as we've been telling you, the United States, you remember during President Obama's visit to the United Kingdom, strongly endorsing the campaign to remain. We are hearing that from the White House, from sources there, that President Obama has been briefed on the situation, i.e. told of the result, and that he will be speaking with David Cameron shortly. Well, let's concentrate on Mr Cameron and go to Downing Street. Our political editor, Faisal Islam, is there, and all eyes on him. We want to hear from him, of course, Faisal, don't we, about his own future and about the UK's future relationship with the European Union.
Quite so, Dermot. We will be hearing from him in the next hour or so. My understanding is that David Cameron will call for stability and the need for the country to come together. Many people will obviously be looking for any indication that he might go early, having had this rejection of his argument to stay in the European Union, an argument he made very strongly on economic and security grounds. I mean, remember, he made the argument to stay in the European Union on the basis of economic and national security, and the country has now rejected that. People are talking about political earthquakes. I mean, earthquake does not even begin to capture this. It's off the Richter scale. It's a combination of, I don't know, super volcano exploding and tsunami at the same time. There are a series of consequences, some of which have not a great deal to do with the EU, like the internal coherence of the United Kingdom with Scotland and Northern Ireland, diplomacy with the European Union, the consequences for this for other types of people's movement across, you talked about President Obama there. I'm pretty sure Hillary Clinton will be watching this in this campaign and thinking, those people who thought Donald Trump had no chance will look at this campaign and think, well, nothing is off the cards right now. But today we are waiting for the response of David Cameron. His first job will be to calm the markets. We have seen extraordinary moves in sterling overnight, rivaling now Black Wednesday. We're anticipating stock markets going down towards type of crash territory. So that is the very first priority. The next priority is how to enact this mandate. David Cameron told people, including Sky News, that he would likely go to Brussels for the already planned European summit next week and activate the protocol to leave the European Union, so-called Article 50. Leading Brexiteer Tory MPs do not want him to do that. Will we get some sort of indication or clarity about that in the next hour or so when we hear from the Prime Minister? I have to say, astonishing though it is, even if Mr Cameron decided that he had to leave, that wouldn't be the biggest story today because so much else flows off this shock decision.
OK, Faisal, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's continue to unpick this result and how the votes were distributed. And, of course, in the West Midlands, there were a huge number of votes up for grab. And, of course, many warnings, particularly from major industries, about the effects of leaving the European Union, the effects on exports and investments, focusing on the car industry and many other industries there as well. Well, Anna Botting is in Birmingham for us. And in spite of those pleadings by many in industry and so many other sources, the West Midlands didn't overall deliver for Remain.
Absolutely big thumbs down for the European Union from the West Midlands. We've just had the West Midlands regional totals. Out of the 30 counting areas, just one voted for Remain. That was in Warwick. The regional totals, just short of 3 million people cast their vote. Remain got 1,207,000. Leave got 1,755,000. That's a majority here of about 548,000, thereby delivering pretty much half of the votes which won it for the Leave camp. A big result. Birmingham, 707,000 potential voters. It came down to about 3,800 here in favour again of Leave. But you mentioned those warnings about the car industry. Great deal of concern there about automotive and aerospace, some of the big industries of the West Midlands, delivering big results to the UK Exchequer as well in terms of exports. 115,000 people employed. Jaguar Land Rover, a great success story, for example. 80% of its production is exported from the UK. Will the fall in the pound, help exports? Will tariffs be put on the car industry and other exporters? These are all big questions that feed into the seismic shock that Faisal was talking about, Dermot.
Absolutely. Anna, thank you very much indeed for taking us through that, and Anna mentioning the pound there and other dimensions related to that in terms of the market reaction. We're just hearing from the Financial Times newspaper. It's reporting that Standard & Poor, which is one of the most important credit rating agencies, ratings agencies in the world, Standard & Poor saying that Britain could lose its current AAA rating, and that would have an effect on the markets in terms of Britain's ability to borrow on international markets. A man who knows lots more about that kind of thing is, of course, our business presenter, Ian King. And so how much of a blow would this be if the UK is downgraded in terms of its rating?
Well, I think it would be a blow. As you say, this would directly lift the UK's borrowing costs, the borrowing costs of the UK government. As it is, I think we can forget any kind of hope that George Osborne will hit his borrowing targets for this year. He was looking to reduce the deficit to £55.5 billion this year. The first couple of months of the current financial year, the government's borrowing has already overshot where it should have been to hit that target. I think there'll be an awful lot of speculation that he may now have to tear up those targets. And as you say, if S&P have downgraded the UK, then potentially our borrowing costs rise. I mean, there has to be an expectation following this vote that the UK will go into recession, and clearly that will have a major impact on the government's revenues, and of course that will mean further borrowing. So in terms of what it means for sterling as well, it will also mean another hammering. I mean, someone just said to me here that sterling's just burnt to the ground overnight.
My goodness me. OK, Ian, thank you very much indeed. Much more from you later as that situation develops, as we continue to unpick the result. Now, one feature of the way the votes were distributed and where they came in during the course of the evening was that the Leave side piled up votes in the so-called Labour heartlands, these areas, the North East, the North West, these areas that deliver large amounts of votes for Labour during general elections. Now, of course, it was the official position of the Labour leadership that they should support Remain, and it seems that hundreds of thousands of Labour supporters didn't heed that advice from Jeremy Corbyn and others. I just want to take you through with Ed Conway just how that aspect of the vote panned out. Ed's at the big screen for us there at Sky Centre. So, Ed, talk us through it.
Yeah, that's right, Dermot. You can see, actually, on this map behind me, those divisions writ large, because have a look at the shape and the complexion of the UK and the results that came through from this referendum. This is our heat map, which shows you the extent to which different areas were in favour of either leaving or staying in the EU. And the more orange and the yellow they are, the more in favour of staying they were. The more blue they are, the more in favour of leaving. And just look at this swathe of blue across, actually not just England. England was always expected to be kind of a strong heartland for leave, but particularly kind of northeastern England, but also Wales, that turned out to be very much in favour of leaving. And whereas Scotland and Northern Ireland, which I was explaining just a moment earlier, just didn't have the turnout to get people to go and vote. Whereas look at the northeast. In the northeast, you had pretty high turnout, 69.3% turnout, and even higher elsewhere throughout the heartlands of the Leave camp.
OK, Ed, thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm joined now by Suzanne Evans, a Vote Leave board member, of course, formerly a member of UKIP, maybe rejoining, who knows. But Suzanne, in terms of what Ed was telling us there about, you know, the number of Labour voters, it appeared, voted for the Leave option, in spite of their leadership telling them otherwise. Of course, that applies to the Conservative Party as well, doesn't it? I mean, do you think what we've seen now is a real disconnect in British politics?
I think we've been seeing that for quite some time, and certainly the campaigning that I was doing was focusing very much on those Labour heartlands, because that's where we realised the Leave vote was actually the strongest. And it was quite funny. One of the wonderful things I've enjoyed about this campaign is working on a cross-party basis, and to work with Conservatives in Labour areas who were getting a fantastic welcome on the doorstep, which of course was very unusual for them, was something quite remarkable to see. There's clearly a disconnect. I think the Labour Party, or the majority of the Labour Party anyway, has lost its connection with the working people, which it claimed to be its forte.
OK, I mean, there's so much analysis on that, there's so much, but I mean, how quickly do you want to see Britain out?
I don't think anyone needs to rush. It would be a mistake to rush. There has been talk about David Cameron triggering Article 50
this is the
and
formal
setting the
process,
formal process out immediately. I would suggest caution on that. You don't buy a house and sign the contracts immediately you walk through the door and decide to buy it. You know, you have your informal negotiations and then you move to formal negotiations.
Still a free movement of peoples then, presumably there'd be a huge rush. Do you think there should be an almost immediate break on that?
Perhaps something that we need to look at, perhaps amending the European Communities Act that we signed as part of our joining the European Union in 1972. We signed it, we actually joined in 73. There could certainly be an amendment to that put forward in Parliament very quickly, and I think that's something that would need to be looked at. But it's for David Cameron now to decide how he is going to handle this. I hope he will step up to the plate, acknowledge that a lot of the campaign that he ran was Project Fear. He needs to start talking up our country and our economy. He spent the last months talking it down, which has inevitably, I think, caused some of the volatility that we're seeing in the markets, which in my view is completely unnecessary.
Well, you think he's caused it? I mean, the fact is that Project Fear, in part, it seems, was right, particularly when it comes to that warning about the pound crashing, that our economic analysts are telling us they've never seen the like of it.
Exactly, and I think that's absolutely right. But look at the background against which that has happened. We have had this constant talking down of the world's fifth largest global economy. Cameron could have played this so differently. He could have said, and Osborne could have said, we will respect the will of the British people. We are in control. That's our job, to keep the economy on track. And they didn't. They deliberately talked the markets down and down and down. And now he has a job to do, I think, to stress, in effect, the Brexit approach, which is very positive to look about our future economic power.
So now you need Mark Carney. You're just telling off Mark Carney for making some of these warnings. Now you need him and the Bank of England's resources to support the
pound. Doesn't necessarily have to be Mark Carney, of course. But I think, you know, that the economic argument that Vote Leave always made is that we had a very positive future outside of the European Union, one that is a new era of global trade and cooperation, as well as freedom and democracy. And ultimately, the economy will turn, and it will be better for Britain in the long run. OK, good to talk to you, Suzanne Evans. Thank you very much indeed. Much more to discuss. Hopefully that will happen later on during the course of this extraordinary day. Just hearing from Ireland and the Prime Minister of Ireland, the Taoiseach, as they call there, the Prime Minister, Enda Kenny, saying that there's going to be an emergency meeting of ministers in Ireland to absorb this. Of course,
The UK far and away Ireland's biggest export market. There is free movement of people, a free travel area between Ireland and the UK, and we are told that that will continue to exist whether the UK remains within the European Union or not. But the repercussions for Ireland significant, in Enda Kenny holding an emergency meeting there to discuss that. And one of the issues that will be on their plate is, of course, the relationship with Northern Ireland, which as part of the UK is now set to leave the European Union, and it's the only land border that the UK has with any EU member, that border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. So that one of the questions and many other questions about those relationships. Let's go over to Belfast, and Sky's Anna Jones is there. But overall, of course, Anna, Northern Ireland was one of the few nations and regions to vote to remain.
That's right, Northern Ireland voted to remain by a fairly comfortable majority, 56% to 44%. But by the time the result came through, Dermot, at about 5 o'clock in the morning, the only cheers that you could hear in this hall there were actually from the Leave camp. And within minutes of that result coming out, Sinn Féin was already suggesting that because Northern Ireland had voted to remain, but the rest of the UK had voted to leave, people here should be allowed to give their opinion, allowed to vote on whether or not they wanted to leave the UK and reunite with the Republic of Ireland. And there are, as you implied there, huge implications from this result, given the fact that Northern Ireland has this land border with an EU country, with the Republic of Ireland. And throughout the campaign, the Leave side maintained that it wasn't going to be necessary to put in any kind of border checks along that 300-mile border. But the Remain camp would say, well, without those checks, how can you ensure that the border doesn't become a soft back door to EU migrants? And then there's also the question of trade as well. 40% of Northern Ireland's exports go to the Republic of Ireland. And so any kind of disruption to that trade would have huge implications for the province here. The Leave camp all along have said that a deal would be struck very quickly. There would be no repercussions. But there are a lot of questions here. It's a very big result for Northern Ireland to absorb.
Anna, thank you very much indeed. Anna Jones there for us in Belfast. Got the Foreign Secretary here with me now, Philip Hammond, of course, campaigned for the Remain side. You must be shell-shocked.
Well, obviously a bit surprised and disappointed. But look, the campaign is over. The challenge now is governing the country, bringing the country back together and dealing with the situation that we face, making sure that we stabilise things in the short term, and in the medium term we get the very best possible solution for Britain. We've always said that in calling this referendum we would heed the decision of the British people. They've spoken clearly, and our job now is to get on with delivering on that decision and protecting the economy, doing all the things we can to get the best possible outcome for Britain.
But do you think, I mean, those warnings, they were called Project Fear, those warnings that the Remain side, particularly about the economic and financial effects, we are seeing them writ large this very morning, particularly when we see the pound, and financial analysts telling us they've never seen the like of it. The pound is taking a hammering, and you did predict that.
Yeah, I mean, there are two separate things. The markets are very volatile this morning because the markets called it wrong, so volatility is to be expected. The question is where it settles over the next few days, and I think most people predict that the pound will settle at a lower level, and that obviously is an important economic fact that will affect our economy. But look, we have to live with these things.
But I mean, on that, again, before the vote came, George Osborne told us if this happened, he would have to deliver a so-called punishment budget because the overall economy would shrink, that he'd need more money, and we'd have to pay for it. Do you think he should deliver that budget?
No, he didn't say he would deliver a punishment budget. What he did was make the factually correct observation that if the economy gets smaller, the government will receive less tax. And that will leave it with three choices.
So are we going to see an emergency budget?
That will leave it with three choices: cut spending, raise taxes, or increase borrowing. Now, I don't think we should make decisions about how to manage the situation until we know exactly where things settle, until the dust has settled. But clearly, we can't just ignore the economic facts. We have to respond to them, and I think the clear message.
So there could be an emergency budget. There could be a summer budget.
I think that's speculation. We will have to look at the situation, see where the markets settle, see what the immediate impact on the economy is, and decide how best to proceed. But the campaigning is over. This is now about doing what needs to be done in the best interest of Britain. But I do think we have to recognise the reality, and we're seeing it in the market reaction this morning, that we don't control everything. We've got the markets out there who will deliver their verdict. We've got our EU neighbours, as I now will have to call them. Their reaction will also affect how we can move forward.
And what about the Prime Minister? Have you spoken to him this morning?
I haven't spoken to him personally, no.
Do you think he should stay on?
He's been very clear that he will remain Prime Minister. He will carry out the instructions of the British people. The government goes on. We've got a broad agenda that we were elected on in 2015. We have to deliver on that agenda. It will be more difficult in some areas now. For example, the fiscal consolidation will clearly be more difficult if the economy is growing more slowly. But we've got a clear commitment to do that, and he's been clear that he wants to carry on and do it.
Also got a shot there of Boris Johnson's house. Well, he's delivered victory for his side, he and others within your party. He can't be ignored now, can he, in terms of a very senior job?
Well, I don't think Boris was ever going to be ignored. The Prime Minister said many times Boris is a big
what about the top job?
Asset in the party. Well, I mean, Boris has been clear where his longer-term ambitions lie, and the Prime Minister's been clear that he will not lead the party into the next election. But he's also been clear that whatever the outcome of this referendum, he will continue as Prime Minister, the government will continue.
Just and, the Downing Street cat's out of the bag there at number 10, if we're looking for
well, whenever there's a great
points.
Occasion, the cat is always on the step or on the red carpet or whatever's
well, it certainly is that. I mean, but you mentioned the Prime Minister's future. Do you think this accelerates this, and we need now to see a timetable for the country? We need to see a timetable of just how much longer the Prime Minister's going to stay.
No, I think what the country needs now is a sense of continuity and stability. And actually, I've heard exit campaigners over the last hour saying precisely that. We need just to be calm now. We need to stabilise. We need to look at how we move forward in the way that best protects the interests of all the British people.
Just some more pictures. I wonder if you'd react to this. Of course, you were campaigning together. We've got some pictures of Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour leader, leaving his house this morning. Not very much to say. Of course, it's the wrong result for him. Officially, he was campaigning on your side. Are you disappointed? Do you feel that Labour didn't really get behind this campaign?
Well, look, we'll have to do some political analysis, but I think, one thing that's already obvious is that although the Labour Party clearly supported the Remain campaign, looking at the results coming in from Labour heartland areas of the country, that did not reflect the mood among core Labour voters, and that's one of the challenges that the political establishment will have to respond to.
And can I just ask you about your worries about Scotland and independence there? Is it going to be eventually a place you're going to have to visit as a foreign secretary and have an embassy there? Roundabout way of saying, do you think they'll go for independence again?
Well, I mean, clearly this result will, for some people, reopen that question. I think, the big argument in the Scottish referendum, the Scottish independence referendum, was always about the economy and Scotland's economy. Clearly, the UK economy is now going to face some very big challenges. It seems to me that we are better off facing those challenges together.
Foreign Secretary, thank you very much indeed. Very good to see you. Philip Hammond there from the Remain side talking us through some of the implications of that result. We'll go off air and gather our breath and leave you with that breathtaking result. After 43 years, the UK has voted to leave, to end its membership of the European Union. The overall numbers are in where nearly 16 million people voted to remain in. Over 17 million said they wanted to leave the European Union. That's 48% against nearly 52%. Much more coming up. This is Sky News live in Westminster as the UK votes to leave the European Union. It was a result decided by more than 1 million votes. Leave edging victory with around 52%. Well, it led to huge celebrations for their supporters, with Nigel Farage calling it a win for real people.
Let June the 23rd go down in our history as our Independence Day!
Well, the financial effect has been immediate, with the value of the pound collapsing to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985. And it's being hailed as a new dawn in Westminster, with huge implications for both the Conservative Party and Labour.
And I'm in Downing Street, where the Prime Minister will address the nation within the hour, calling for the country to come together and the need for stability. But there are big questions about his future at number 10.
And we're outside Boris Johnson's house in North London. Could he be about to mount a challenge for leadership of the Conservative Party?
I'm live in the City of London, where the FTSE 100 is expected to fall by at least 8%, wiping £140 billion from the value of Britain's leading companies.
I'm live in Edinburgh, where the result could mean a second independence vote as Scotland as a whole votes to remain.
And I'm here at the National Count Centre in Manchester, where we're awaiting the official result. Only one area still to declare. We'll bring it to you live.
A very good morning. This is a Sky News special live in Westminster, as after 43 years the UK has voted to leave the European Union. History has been made and is being made following a victory which has revealed a nation divided. We've just had a statement from the Bank of England saying that it is undertaking extensive contingency planning and is working closely with HM Treasury, other domestic authorities and overseas central banks. The statement from the Bank of England adds that it will take all necessary steps, it says, to meet its responsibilities for monetary and financial stability. This is, of course, after the big hit that the pound has taken overnight. We'll have more on that in a moment. But let's take you through the final results, which the bank and others are reacted to. And the formal figures, just over 7 million people voted to leave. That equates to 52% of those who voted. Just over 16 million voted to remain, on 48% there, so just over 1 million votes in it. So with the story now of an unprecedented night and campaign, here's our senior political correspondent Jason Farrell, and Jason's report does contain flash photography.
The United Kingdom has decided, and against all expectations and predictions of pollsters and bookies, the UK is leaving the EU. By 4 a.m, a jubilant Nigel Farage was calling it.
Ladies and gentlemen, dare to dream that the dawn is breaking on an independent, united kingdom. I hope this victory brings down this failed project and leads us to a Europe of sovereign nation states trading together, being friends together, cooperating together, and let's get rid of the flag, the anthem, Brussels and all that has gone wrong.
The night had started with his camp thinking they were going to lose.
Well, this has been a night of fluctuations as the results have come in and the currencies have reacted. Nigel Farage initially conceded and then unconceded. But what is clear is that there is a massive divide in the country, with some areas desperate to leave, others desperate to remain in.
What do you think this means for David Cameron?
Curtains.
Do you think it's over for him?
Yes, absolutely.
You think he'll resign today?
I jolly well hope so. I mean, look, OK, he could have adopted a prime ministerial approach to this and risen above the fray. Instead, he chose to be right in the middle of it.
It had started well for Remain, with the first votes from Gibraltar, which was 96% in. Across the UK, there was a 72% turnout. Sunderland always leads the race to count up the votes. And as they were being totted up, a YouGov poll suggested a 52% lead to Remain. But then came the result here.
The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 82,000.
It was a surprise. As England counts began to consistently shift to out, Scotland voted emphatically to stay in. In 2014, Glasgow wanted to break away from the UK, but they voted to remain in the EU by a margin of 2-1. Out of Wales's 22 councils, only 17 backed Brexit. As one MP pointed out, traditional Labour voters were becoming a key factor.
It's the Labour vote that's decided this referendum, and overwhelmingly the Labour vote that's done it in huge unprecedented numbers. And there's a mandate there, and that mandate is to sort out free movement in the European Union. That's non-negotiable.
As the results came in, the pound went on a rollercoaster ride. Traders expecting a Remain vote had betted on the pound on Thursday, but overnight it began an unprecedented fall by nearly 10% against the dollar. At the Remain party, it wasn't looking much like a party. And what now for the Conservative Party and its leader?
We have given this country a referendum. It was our manifesto pledge. It was a specific pledge of the Prime Minister. No, I think it's an issue that's been festering for some time and that had to be dealt with. The British public wanted to have a say.
More than 80 Eurosceptic MPs have signed a letter saying that David Cameron should remain as Prime Minister. But as the sun rises over Westminster, Mr Cameron is preparing to make a speech he never wanted to make. He'd rolled the dice and won in Scotland. He's rolled the dice again and lost on the EU. His legacy, it seems, will be the Prime Minister who reluctantly took the UK out of the EU. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, let's just underline that result for you, and it is a result. All the votes are in. Every area has been counted, and the UK has voted officially to leave the European Union by, in terms of percentages, by, in effect, 52% to 48%, over 17 million votes to 16 million. Well, let's talk about what's going on the markets and other things with our economics editor, Ed Conway. He's at the Sky Centre there. And first of all, everyone focused on that chart behind you there, the pound against the dollar.
Well, quite. I mean, it's an extraordinary chart. It's an extraordinary number because we rarely, in fact, we never have seen quite such a big fall in the pound over the course of this morning. It has actually recovered a little bit in the last few moments, but this has been pretty much unprecedented. In fact, in the modern era, we haven't seen anything like this before. We have just had the first form of intervention from the Bank of England. It's just a statement that they've released just in the past few minutes. Worth me just reading this out because we're likely to hear quite a bit from them. The Bank of England is monitoring developments closely. It's undertaking extensive contingency planning and is working closely with HM Treasury and other domestic authorities and overseas central banks. The Bank of England will take all necessary steps to meet its responsibilities for monetary and financial stability. It's that last bit that is crucial. The last time we saw statements like that on a frequent basis was during the financial crisis, when the Bank of England stepped in repeatedly, providing liquidity for banks, so giving them extra cash in order to kind of keep going, and potentially also intervening in other ways. I expect we're going to hear more from the bank a little bit later on, potentially from the governor, Mark Carney. And many people think they could have to do some of those similar things that they did back in the financial crisis. Some people think they may even have to do something with interest rates, maybe even cutting them. We shall have to see. But right now, they realise that they're presiding over something that no Bank of England governor has had to do in recent memory, and they're likely to take some serious action on it, Dermot.
All right, Ed, waiting for statements from so many people who said there. Mark Carney, of course, the Prime Minister as well. But I just want to show you the shot, the scene behind me here, our studios, our Sky News studios here on Abingdon Green. It's just outside the Houses of Parliament, just across the road. And you may see there some triumphant Vote Leave campaigners waving their miniature union flags up and down, getting appreciative toots from some of the cab drivers, some of the lorry drivers, holding up front pages there that are going past as people are making their way into work, going about their business as they absorb this news. I'm just looking up and down there. You see them waving those union flags and getting the waves back then from some of the commuters there. But I'm just looking up and down there. I don't think we see Nigel Farage as a man wearing a very Farage-esque hat there, but I don't think it is him. We are, of course, expecting to hear from Nigel Farage fairly soon. Of course, he made a rather triumphant speech during the course of the evening as it dawned upon him that it was going his way. Well, as I say, obviously all eyes now not too very far down the road on Downing Street and the reaction of the Prime Minister. He called the referendum, he lost the referendum, he campaigned very hard during the course of the referendum. Well, what's he going to do now? Is he going to negotiate this deal, all these deals that have to be done with the European Union and so many others of the UK's trading partners? Let's go live to Downing Street. Our political editor, Faisal Islam, is there. And first of all, when might we hear from Mr Cameron?
Expect to hear from the Prime Minister within the next hour or so. I hear that he will be giving a message to the nation, trying to reassure around stability and financial stability, but also trying to bring the country together. A country divided almost exactly down the middle. We have now had the final result, 17.4 million votes for Leave, 16.1 million votes for Remain. That's 51.9% versus 48.1%, which shows you a story of two different Britons. But it's not just about what happened last night. There are now divides within the United Kingdom that will have constitutional significance for years to come. We start with Scotland, where Scotland voted to remain very clearly, whereas England and Wales voted to leave. Exactly the type of circumstance that Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP have said could prompt another referendum. Already, political parties in Ireland are wondering about the border and what happens now that there is a land border between the EU and the United Kingdom, or there will be. That's just complications for the future. We've already had seismic activity, more than a political earthquake, a tsunami and a supervolcano exploding in front of us. This is what David Cameron has to decide. Is he going to invoke Article 50 and start this negotiation next week, as he planned, as he said during the past few weeks?
OK, Faisal, thank you very much indeed. A lot going on there, a lot going on here. I'm joined now by Gus O'Donnell, former Cabinet Secretary, and, of course, Alex Salmond, former leader of the SNP, Foreign Affairs spokesman for them. Now, I want to start with you, and a very good morning to you. I want to start with you, Alex Salmond. And have you got any advice for the Prime Minister on what to do after losing a referendum?
Resign. I mean, he's got no credibility left. He could hobble on for a few weeks, maybe even a few months, you know, as long as Michael Gove and Boris Johnson gave him, but I mean that's hardly a. It's not the right thing to do. Incidentally, you know, when you've been rejected on something so fundamental, then your credibility as a Prime Minister has gone. You're in no position to negotiate or start the negotiations for a Brexit. You know, you could continue in a caretaker capacity until the Conservatives have an opportunity to elect a new leader.
You also must be exhausted. I mean, was that your case after the Scottish independence referendum? Your heart's just not in it anymore.
Well, it's not that. I mean, you've got to consider, look, if it's something absolutely fundamental, I mean, you know, people, Prime Ministers, First Ministers can have reversals in policy, of course they can, but not if you go to a national referendum and stake your reputation on it. No, David Cameron has lost, and he has to acknowledge that, and we all have to move on, including him.
OK, just to let people know, it's a fast-moving situation. We're hearing from Downing Street that the Prime Minister will be making a statement around about 8 a.m, perhaps just after they're telling us. We're also expecting the result to be formally announced. The National Counting Centre, where everything is collated and checked, is in Manchester, and we will be hearing from there. We'll be going there live to bring you that formal result. But it's already confirmed that the UK has voted to leave by more than 1 million votes, voted to leave the European Union. And let me bring in Gus O'Donnell on that. I mean, where does this leave us? constitutionally, in terms of the hundreds of thousands of pieces of legislation there must be that have tied us into the European Union?
Yes, so we need to start the process of implementing the will of the British people, which is to leave. So that means the Prime Minister needs to think about when he triggers Article 50. Now,
what would your advice be? This Article 50, then it's 2 years and we're out. What would your advice be on that?
My advice would be very strongly, don't rush into that, because once you start that clock going for 2 years, that process is a very difficult process for the country that's leaving. It's not designed to be easy for the leaving country. So I would say we need to have the negotiating team in place. We need to have the negotiating strategy there and then get on with it. And so that takes a while, and we need the people in place. And as you said, the Prime Minister is going to make a statement, so let's see.
But what's your sense? I mean, Gus O'Donnell first. I mean, could we be heading for a second referendum on this? I mean, could the EU now come back with something that sweetens the deal the Prime Minister got, and everyone goes, maybe that will do?
I don't think so. I think they will say, we've had a referendum, that's it. If that's what the British people want to do, then let's start negotiating with them about how we have some sort of relationship with the UK, which is not them being a member.
And I must ask you about that, Alex Salmond, because, of course, do you think Scotland wants to spend any time outside the European Union? If Article 50 is triggered, Scotland could be taken out of the European Union in spite of voting yes in 2 years.
Definitely not. And I mean, I think you'll find over the next few days that the one politician in these islands who's fought these things through will be Nicola Sturgeon. She'll be the one who expresses clear leadership and a clear sense of direction, which is what people need at this moment. And she's got the right to do so, of course. She had a mandate from last month in the Scottish election, an overwhelming mandate. And now, of course, that 62% of the Scottish people have backed her position on Remain. Every single Scottish local authority backed Remain.
But just be explicit, once this is absorbed by the Scottish people, Nicola Sturgeon and you have always said that for a second independence referendum you have to be sure that the Scottish people want it. Once they absorb this result and look at the prospect of being outside the European Union within 2 years, do you think that will for another referendum will build within that timescale?
Yes, I do, and I think it would have to be in that timescale, because the logic, of course, to this would be that Scotland would remain, that Scotland wouldn't have any time outside the European Union, the rest of the UK would leave, and then to effect that, you would have to have the referendum within that timescale.
Alex Salmond, Gus O'Donnell, for the time being, thank you both very much indeed. I want to take you now to another of the key players in all this. On the Remain side, key player, of course, Jeremy Corbyn. They're the Labour leader, and it turns out when we analyse the votes that hundreds of thousands, it must be hundreds of thousands at least, of Labour supporters in those Labour supporting areas voted to leave the European Union. Now, of course, Mr Corbyn was accused during the course of the campaign of being rather half-hearted in his campaigning. Of course, the leadership, the Labour Party's official position was to remain inside the European Union. Well, Tamara Cohen is there for us. I think I'm told that she is there. There you are, Tamara. We didn't hear much then from Jeremy Corbyn, but are the recriminations already starting on the Labour side?
They certainly are. Jeremy Corbyn and his wife Laura just left their home in the last half hour or so. I asked him what his reaction was. Is this a disaster? What does it mean for his leadership? He didn't answer any of those questions. I believe he's on his way to see you all in Westminster. But certainly there's already anger at a statement put out by Jeremy Corbyn's office, by his close advisors, saying that Labour is best placed to reunite the country, and Labour showed it is closer to the centre of gravity of British politics. They seem to be making a virtue of the fact that Jeremy Corbyn was a bit of a lukewarm campaigner. He said at one point in the last few weeks that he would only give the EU 7 out of 10. He was not a lover of Brussels. Already, a Labour source has just told me in the last few minutes that they think this statement is delusional. I've had another text from a Labour MP saying Corbyn is finished, because the Labour Party is not divided on Europe. They were almost entirely united on wanting to stay in. Their leader, who they felt was perhaps not at one with them, embraced the cause. He said he wanted Britain to remain. And there are real questions for him now, as well as David Cameron, as to what this means.
OK, Tamara, thank you very much indeed. So clearly the tectonic plates of politics moving quite substantially and affecting all parties. Let's just check in on some of the situations we're monitoring for you. We'll dip in and out of them as and when things occur. Of course, number 1, number 10 Downing Street, and we have heard from Downing Street sources there saying that it will make a statement at 8 a.m. Also, you can see written on that strap we put across the screen for you there, the Bank of England says it will take all necessary steps for monetary and financial stability. We are expecting to hear also from Mark Carney, the governor of that bank, about what he's doing to deal with some of the financial fallout. But a statement from the Prime Minister expected round about 8 o'clock. Of course, all that will be live for you on Sky News. Other big players in this campaign, well, in the campaign that is now over. This is the scene not so very far away from me on Abingdon Green, just opposite, as you can see, the Houses of Parliament. Vote Leave supporters there, and also going now live to Manchester for the formal declaration.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Local totals from all 382 voting areas have now been certified and announced, and I have therefore been able to certify the result of the referendum on the UK's membership of the European Union. As Chief Counting Officer for the referendum on the UK's membership of the European Union, held on the 23rd of June 2016, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 33,577,342. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 16,141,241. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 17,410,742. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: no official mark, 232. Both answers voted for, 9,084. Writing or...
Well, there's a formal declaration from the counting centre in Manchester for you, and the reaction then transmitting itself all the way down here to London. And you may see in the middle of that throng, there he is in his smart blue suit, UKIP leader Nigel Farage amongst some of his supporters. Quite a scene, and quite an evening for him and those supporters. Started off at 10 o'clock when the polls closed, and there were some unofficial exit polls, some whispers from the financial markets in particular that Remain were going to shade it, that the thinking was that Remain might take it by about the margin that's turned out now that it would be the opposite of that it would be 52% Remain. Mr Farage was a bit down at heart. He's going to speak. Let's see if we can hear him now.
You ready? Too bad, was it? Good. We can do this. Good morning, everybody. The sun has risen on an independent, united kingdom. And just look at it. Even the weather's improved. It's been a hell of a long journey, this. I first got involved in Eurosceptic politics 25 years ago. And the first election I contested, I managed to beat the late, great, screaming Lord Sutch by 164 votes, so I didn't come last. And now there are 17 million people that voted for Brexit. It's a victory for ordinary people, decent people. It's a victory against the big merchant banks, against the big businesses, and against big politics. And I'm proud of everybody that had the courage, in the face of all the threats, everything they were told, they had the guts to stand up and do the right thing. The election was won, in my view, in the Midlands and the North, and I think it was the old Labour vote that came to us, and we, particularly as a party, campaigned as hard as we could in those areas. There is still a massive disconnect between Westminster, SW1 and real communities. And the one image I will remember throughout the rest of my life was a woman in Bolton grabbing my hands with tears in her eyes, saying, why doesn't David Cameron, why doesn't the government come and see what they've done to my community, what they've done to the prospects for my kids? People here
don't understand. They're too wealthy. They don't get what open door mass immigration as a result of EU membership has done to people's wages, to people's availability of getting GP appointments or their kids into local schools. This was the issue ultimately that won this election. So I'm thrilled that we've done this. I believe the other big effect of this election is not what's happened in Britain, but what will happen in the rest of Europe. I mean, in the rest of the EU, Eurosceptic parties never talked about leaving the EU, now they are. An opinion poll in the Netherlands said that a majority there now want to leave. So we may well be close, perhaps, to Nexit. And similarly in Denmark, a majority there are in favour of leaving, so we could be quite close to Dexit. And I'm told the same may apply to Sweden and perhaps Austria and perhaps even Italy too. The EU's failing, the EU's dying. I hope we've knocked the first brick out of the wall. I hope this is the first step towards a Europe of sovereign nation states, trading together, neighbours together, friends together, but without flags, anthems, or useless old unelected presidents. So what happens now? What happens next? Well, 17 million people have said we must leave the European Union. We now need a Brexit government. A government that gets on with the job. A government that begins the renegotiation of our trade relationship. A government that will be mindful that already many of the German car manufacturing unions have said, let's get on and do a deal. Let's go on buying, selling motor cars and wine and cheese with each other. But a government also that at the same time uses the opportunity of Brexit. And the opportunity is we're now freed to start making our own trade deals and associations with the rest of the world. We've left behind, with this result, we've left behind a failing political union. We've given ourselves the chance to rejoin the world in a 21st century global economy. So we need, as I say, a Brexit government. We need the negotiations to start as soon as humanly possible. We need to start thinking globally about our future. And the other thing I think that needs to happen is that June the 23rd needs to become a national bank holiday, and we will call it Independence Day.
Do you ready to join a Brexit government? Do you want to join a Brexit government? Go on, Crick. Go on, Cricky. Do you want to join a Brexit government?
We're just listening in there to Nigel Farage there, triumphant Nigel Farage, right outside the Houses of Parliament and seizing the baton of this Brexit vote immediately in the absence of hearing from other of the major figures within the Leave campaign, the overall campaign. It's been Nigel Farage who's been making the early running and setting out how he sees the future panning out. Well, let's start backwards. First of all, he thinks that, as you heard there at the end to a loud cheer, that June the 23rd should be termed Independence Day and deemed a bank holiday forevermore. I think he's been interviewed, so we'll listen more, because he's been asked about whether he wants a role in a Brexit government.
Yeah. Jason.
These are... Can't hear. You may have seen our very own Jason Farrell there struggling manfully to get a microphone towards him. But, of course, he's very much in demand at the moment.
In my view, regardless whether we've had a Brexit or not. And look, all this project fear, it was based on the idea that we can't buy and sell goods and services from each other unless we're in political union. Nowhere else in the world do people keep up that pretense.
Will you stop celebrating now and try and join the effort to bring the country back together, Mr.
He's trying to go that way. Let's come through.
I'll tell you this, a lot of those people who voted Remain did not do so with any strong conviction or anything. They did so because they were scared into doing it. And I think, very shortly, you will find an even bigger majority supporting what's happening.
Would you like to join a Brexit government?
I just want to make sure we get out of the European Union, get back to being self-governing, normal.
So it's time for you to rejoin the Tory party, isn't it? Now that you've achieved what you wanted, you and Carswell rejoin the Tory party.
Well, I mean, remember that UKIP's appeal is way beyond Conservatives. Who knows? We could become the new Labour Party.
Well, some interesting asides almost there by Nigel Farage. Just that last one there, given how that vote panned out, it was quite clear that hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who traditionally or have voted for Labour in the past voted for the Leave option. And Nigel Farage there saying, who knows, we could become the next Labour Party. There's no doubt, I mean, as this referendum campaign has exposed, there are major fractures, particularly within the Labour Party and within the Conservative Party. Mr Farage, something else of what he said there is that he believes that this could start the breakup of the entire European Union. A bit more of it.
They should be very optimistic about their jobs.
People are going to be worried about their jobs.
Well, as the camera shot starts to break up, as Mr Farage moves on, yeah, he was talking about breaking up the European Union altogether, that this, he deems, the UK exiting the European Union would be just a brick out of the wall, and he wants to see the whole situation ending up with a number of sovereign nation states within the European Union. He believes that the Netherlands could be next. He termed that Nexit. He says Denmark, perhaps. After that, that would be Dexit. He said Sweden... yeah, might follow them, but he didn't give that a term with an exit on the S. Let's talk to Faisal Islam, our political editor here. And Faisal, one thing about Mr Farage's appearances after enduring this result is he's making the headway on the Brexit side. We've heard nothing from the likes of Messrs Gove and Johnson.
Well, that's because, well, Michael Gove is a cabinet minister, and the cabinet has got, frankly, we'd call it serious financial issues to deal with right now in returning financial stability to a falling sterling and a falling stock market, if stock markets open in half an hour's time. On Nigel Farage, we should take a step back. It is a moment of immense triumph for him personally. He may well go down as the most important politician in Britain for the last 30 years because he has doggedly tried to get this referendum when it was far from fashionable. I remember at the height of the Eurozone crisis 5 years ago covering the origins of what has led to this moment, and Nigel Farage was a lone figure trying to get interviewed by TV journalists that didn't care about him. That was just 5 years ago. And now his manoeuvrings within British politics eventually led to David Cameron having to guarantee this referendum. David Cameron did not mean for this result, and he's part of the reason why this result has now been received. So a moment of triumph there for him. But he's talking now about the need for a Brexit government. So a change of personnel at number 10, many more cabinet ministers who supported Brexit in the cabinet, and a negotiating team probably led by the likes of Michael Gove and Boris Johnson too.
All right, Faisal, thank you very much indeed. That's on Nigel Farage. As I say, we've been seeing plenty of him during the course of the evening and this morning, but not too very much, nothing at all in actual fact, of the man who lives beside that house with number 20 on it in North London, Boris Johnson, leading light of the Leave campaign. Kay Burley's out there, and have you given the door another knock, Kay?
Yeah,
Think she may be trying that, or maybe she's gone round the side entrance or something. But as I was discussing with Faisal, Boris Johnson and Michael Gove, the leading lights on the Conservative side. Of course, Mr Cameron allowing senior figures, allowing cabinet ministers to campaign whichever way they liked, saying that collective responsibility was suspended. Presumably that period is over now. They are going to reform one government, and no doubt we can speculate about this, that's for sure, that there have been quite a few discussions taking place between Michael Gove, Boris Johnson and those leading the Remain side within the Conservative Party, and all now waiting to hear that statement from Mr Cameron. He's not only got to pull together his own party, of course, and show the unity that the party of government requires to continue with. It's got to just over 4 more years to run in government. Of course, Mr Cameron will be gone by the end of those 4 years, and we want to know more about that. But, of course, then this renegotiation, this negotiation of the exit from the European Union and the way the votes fell within the UK, incredibly disturbing for all politicians who inhabit those august buildings there on the banks of the River Thames in London, because what it showed is there does exist a bubble around Westminster, indeed around the capital, the metropolis as a whole. It voted overwhelmingly to remain within the European Union. So did Scotland, so did Northern Ireland, but just about everywhere else did not. And these are real issues for any government of any hue. We have a nation more or less split down the middle, as you can see in terms of the number of votes there. Over 33 million people voted, but the majority of them, by about 1 million, voted to leave the European Union. Well, what about the other 16 million people and those that think like them? Surely a nation divided. And, of course, one of the men who may have to help and will help that healing process, some see him as the darling of the Leave campaign. Let's try again and go to Boris Johnson's house. And Kay Burley's trying to get in touch with him. Have you found him yet, Kay?
Hopefully you can hear me this time, Dermot. Very good morning to you. Far from Independence Day holiday, Boris's team told us that they just wanted an Independence Day lie-in. Apparently he was up for most of the night monitoring those results as they came in. Didn't look too good for them, did it, at the beginning of the evening? And they did apparently think that they had lost it. Anecdotally, Boris was stopped on the tube, asked someone which way they'd voted. They said Remain. He said, well, we've lost anyway, so it doesn't matter. But that was not the case, and it soon became apparent around about 4 o'clock this morning in the wee small hours that, in fact, Boris, Michael Gove, Nigel Farage and the like, Gisela Stewart, had done it, and that Britain would be leaving the European Union. So what's going to happen with Boris now? We all know that he's got his sights not on number 20, but on number 10 Downing Street. That's not going to happen today. Well, at least we don't think it is. We are expecting the Prime Minister to make a statement at number 10 at around about 8 o'clock in about half an hour's time. Boris's team has told us that he will not come out before that. As soon as the Prime Minister has made a statement, then he will be leaving. Now, I just want to show you, I don't know if Dave can get past me, and show you the throng of people that are here to wait to hear from Mr Johnson. There were just a couple of us here this morning, but as you can see, an awful lot of photographers and other media have now arrived to hear from Boris when he stands on those steps in the non-too-distant future. So that is likely to be around about, oh, can you still see me, about 9 o'clock or thereabouts. And then he's heading to his Vote Leave headquarters. Now, Vote Leave was so sure that they hadn't won, Dermot, that they cancelled their party last night. There was originally going to be a party on the banks of the River Thames. That was cancelled. So instead, Nigel Farage had his party, and the Vote Remain, who were very confident until about 4 o'clock this morning, had their party as well, either sides of the riverbank. All of those people that should have gone to that party are now gathering at the Vote Leave headquarters. Boris will be heading from here down to there to address them. What will he be doing after that? Well, we've asked what his plans are. Then they're being, I have to say, a little bit cagey. But most certainly, whatever happens in the next few days, Boris Johnson will no longer be without a cabinet position, I'm anticipating. And potentially, he's got his eye on that top job. For now, back to you.
All right, Kay, well, we'll see what Mr Cameron has to say about that and so many other things. As you can see at the bottom of your screen now, we are expecting a statement from the Prime Minister at 8:15 as we absorb this news that the UK has voted to leave the European Union. What will he say about the negotiations that now have to take place, and whether he will trigger this Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty, which would set in train the formal process for the UK to leave the European Union, a process that should be completed, that has to be completed if he triggers that clause within 2 years. Of course, he doesn't have to do that, and that's going to be part of the discussions taking place over the next few hours and days. Also, there is his future as Prime Minister to be considered. So that incredibly important statement at 8:15 we are expecting. Also waiting to hear from Jeremy Corbyn We've heard from Nigel Farage, of course, and as Kay was telling us, Boris Johnson expected to speak about 9 o'clock. Expecting to hear from Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour leader, at some stage, and a lot of fingers, not just from within the Labour Party, pointing in his direction, saying, well, it was said during the course of the campaign, Mr Corbyn, that you weren't that fully behind membership of the European Union in the first place, and you didn't get the vote out, as the phrase goes. Let's get a bit more on that, and when we might hear from Jeremy Corbyn. Sophie Ridge is in Whitehall for us there. And Sophie, what are you hearing in particular about Jeremy Corbyn and his performance and the way that so many Labour supporters seem to have voted in this referendum?
Well, frankly, there's an extraordinary amount of anger amongst Labour MPs. Some of them have told me privately that they think that Jeremy Corbyn should resign over what has happened in the EU referendum. And the Labour leader this morning has actually said that he believes that Article 50 should be triggered now, which of course would pave the way for the United Kingdom to leave the EU. That was described to me as one Labour source as absolutely crazy. I'm just going to give you a bit of a flavour of some of the other things that Labour MPs are saying as well. One says he's totally out of touch. Labour have ignored their voters' concerns on immigration. He's taken us backwards and we have been richly punished for it. Another saying that Jeremy Corbyn's reaction is completely delusional and there is real anger. He has to take responsibility. And I think that what many people are reacting to are these lines to take email, as it's been known, that's been issued by the Labour leader and sent around to Labour MPs this morning, which is effectively telling them the good news to try and spin if they're out and about on the airways, on the TV studios or talking to journalists. And really the emphasis there from Jeremy Corbyn is that the people have spoken, that Labour fought a good campaign. He even name-checks some of the Labour MPs who campaigned for the UK to leave the European Union, such as Kate Howie and Gisela Stewart. And I think it's that's really angered some Labour MPs, the people who are pro-EU, and they are pointing the finger at blame at Jeremy Corbyn. I think that although behind me you can see some people gathering outside number 10, David Cameron, someone who's under pressure, Jeremy Corbyn as well, he does really need to try and shore up his position this morning as well among some of his own MPs who are feeling quite angry towards him.
All right, Sophie, thanks very much indeed for that update and that background. Well, let's just show people who may just be joining us the result that has caused all this questioning about those leaders, about Jeremy Corbyn, about David Cameron. The UK has voted to leave the European Union by a margin of about 4%, 48% to 52%. Well, Jonathan Samuels will talk us through what's been an absorbing and enthralling and amazing evening. It makes fascinating reading the distribution of some of these votes, just how different nations, regions and areas voted within the UK. Jonathan Samuels is at our big screen. Talk us through it, Jonathan.
Yes, Dermot, all the votes are in and the UK has voted out. But how did it happen? Well, let's take a look at the big screen. Here we have all 380 voting areas, plus Northern Ireland and Gibraltar. At the moment, they're in alphabetical order from Aberdeen right up there to York right at the end. And as you can see, just by looking at this wall, there is a lot of blue. Remember, blue is out, yellow is in. Now, let's shuffle things up a little bit because this really does tell the story of the night. Now they are all in size order. So the biggest right up here, top left, you can see Northern Ireland at the top. That has the biggest electorate, and as expected, that is yellow. But look, there's a lot of blue up there. There's Birmingham, Cornwall, Sheffield, Durham, Wiltshire. Now the Remain camp had hoped by this stage a lot of that top left of this screen, the bigger voting areas, would be yellow, but it simply isn't the case. Now this is fascinating. Let's take a look at the map of the United Kingdom. This is our heat map, and what it shows is how people voted, but not only that, it shows the intensity of their vote. Look at the scale here. If something is bright orange, it means that more than 60% of people who voted were really keen to stay in the EU. But look, dark blue, 60% or more wanted out Eurosceptic areas of the country. And look at that map. You can just see all these swathes of dark blue in England especially. Over here in the northeast, East Anglia and the southeast as well.
OK, Jonathan, thank you very much indeed. And joined now by Lord Mandelson, of course, campaigned very volubly for the Remain side, knows a thing or two about Europe and Britain's relation with it. What happens now? How quickly do you think the UK could be out formally of the European Union?
Well, it will take 2 years initially for the British government to negotiate with our erstwhile partners the exit that we make in, what, 2 years' time.
It doesn't have to happen, though, that quickly. Do you think the Prime Minister should trigger this Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty to start that process?
But it's very difficult to know how he could justify not doing so, given the result. You know, he's not going to go back and ask for a rerun of the entire thing. So I think also, you know, the EU will want to know where it stands with Britain, quite apart from Britain wanting to, you know, shorten the uncertainty as much as possible. I think it will be very hard indeed to shorten that uncertainty. I think it's going to be a very difficult 2 years of negotiating our exit, but then, of course, after that will come further negotiations about what sort of relationship that we want to form with the European Union and its vast single market in the future, and that will take many years more. That is a long, protracted period of uncertainty during which business and investors will not be taking many decisions in or for Britain.
So you think Project Fear wasn't Project Fear? We're seeing it in terms of market reaction now.
Project Fear was a whole lot of dust kicked up by the Leave campaign to disguise the fact that they had absolutely no idea what our alternative relationship with the European Union might be, how we will sustain our trade, how we will sustain investment coming into the country, how we will sustain jobs in the country.
So you're saying we told you so?
What I'm saying is that I just wish that more people had focused on what the experts were saying than simply dismissing them in the way that, of course, the Leave campaign were desperate to do, and which I think, to an extent, the media were suckered into following them in doing too.
What about Mr Cameron? What about his future? Any thoughts on that? Not your side of the political fence, of course, but, you know, he's had a thumping defeat here.
He's had a thumping defeat. And I don't know, I don't want to anticipate what he's going to say in half an hour's time, but I assume that he will continue as a caretaker Prime Minister. I think he should do that until a new Conservative leader is elected.
But do you think authority-wise he is holed below the waterline?
He's certainly holed below the water, but I mean, and I feel desperately sad about it because, you know, I feel sad about the country and our prospects. I feel sad too, frankly, that the Labour Party was not able to play a more meaningful role during this campaign. I mean, on the one hand, we had the Conservative Party that decided that it was going to be neutral and therefore did not open up its party's resources to our campaign. You had a cabinet that was split 3 ways, those who supported David Cameron, those who deserted him, and many others who just fell silent. But for the Labour Party too, we do have to ask ourselves some very, very big questions about what happened, because overwhelmingly it was the Labour vote that decided to part company with its own party and leader and vote as they have done to leave the European Union.
Well, is it now time for the party overall to follow that message from those Labour voters and part company with the leader formally?
Well, at the moment, my feeling about the Labour Party is that it is drifting without guide map, compass or strong voice. I think the problem for Labour voters during this entire referendum is that most of the time, most of them did not know what the Labour Party's position was. And then when people like Tom Watson and the General Secretary of the party, Ian McNicol, both of whom I spoke to 2 weeks ago to warn them of what was happening, when they really set to and started galvanising the party in the way they did, we still had a situation where at best Jeremy Corbyn's voice was sort of curiously muted, but when he did say anything, there seemed to be mixed messages to Labour voters.
Lord Anderson, thank you very much indeed. President of the European Council, Donald Tusk, making a statement.
As well as heads of the EU institutions, about the possibility of a Brexit. Today, on behalf of the 27 leaders, I can say that we are determined to keep our unity as 27. For all of us, the Union is the framework for our common future. I would also like to reassure you that there will be no legal vacuum. Until the United Kingdom formally leaves the European Union, EU law will continue to apply to and within the UK. And by this I mean rights as well as obligations. All the procedures for the withdrawal of the UK from the EU are clear and set out in the treaties. In order to discuss the details of further proceedings, I have offered the leaders an informal meeting of the 27 in the margins of the European Council Summit. And I will also propose to the leaders that we start a wider reflection on the future of our Union. Finally, it's true that the past years have been the most difficult ones in the history of our Union, but I always remember what my father used to tell me: what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Thank you.
Well, there we are, Donald Tusk heading up the European Council. That's the leaders of the nations within the European Union, and he pointedly referred there to the 27 members of that union. Of course, there were 28. There still are 28, as he pointed out. That includes the United Kingdom. But the key point, I suppose, that Mr. Tusk was making, that until the UK formally leaves the European Union, there will be no legal vacuum. And he used this phrase that all the laws will continue to apply to the United Kingdom, all the EU rights and obligations. And of course, one of those obligations being that which caused so much debate and discussion during the course of the referendum campaign, the obligation to allow free movement of peoples within the 28 nations of the European Union. And Donald Tusk making it clear then that UK citizens retain that right to travel freely within the European Union, but of course it applies in reverse. And no doubt there'll be an awful lot more debate about whether that should continue to apply for the 2 years at least that it will take the UK to exit the European Union. I'm joined now by the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn. Very good morning to you, Mr. Corbyn. Are you going to resign?
No. We are accepting the result, obviously. The country has been divided, but has made a decision. We now have to organise how we leave the European Union, but crucially, how we develop a strong economic relationship with Europe and indeed other parts of the world. A very large number of jobs rely on that.
Well, what were your thoughts about the hundreds of thousands and perhaps millions of Labour supporters, people who voted for Labour in the past, perhaps voted for you to become Labour leader, who voted to leave the European Union?
I put forward a case during the referendum campaign that we should remain in the European Union in order to reform it, and I set out a number of issues and areas of reform. We have decided, the country, that we're going to leave the European Union. That doesn't change the agenda on workers' rights. It doesn't change the agenda on environment or human rights or other things, but it does mean we have a very urgent economic challenge to deal with. And that is what I'm suggesting.
But in effect, you were telling those voters, those Labour supporters, you were saying immigration is by and large, it's good for you, it's good for the economy. And they said, we don't think so. We want to stop it now. You're just so out of kilter with them.
Not at all. The point I was making, and I still make, is that workers that are posted into this country from lower paying economies elsewhere and paid the lower rate from elsewhere here undermines our working conditions, undermines our jobs. Therefore, I called for an end to that level of exploitation. I also called for an end to the way in which zero-hours contracts are also used as part of that. And so what I'm asking for, was a greater harmonisation of working conditions across the continent.
But I mean, these Labour voters didn't listen to you, Mr. Corbyn. I mean, you're well aware of the concept of false consciousness. That's in effect what you're accusing them of. Is you told them what was good for them, and people have voted. You know, this is democracy, and said, no, we don't believe you. We don't think that way. Don't you have to adapt to that?
I'm interested in your psychiatrist's analysis of this. Large numbers of people voted both ways in this election. There are areas that are very strong for Labour that voted to remain in very large numbers. Wait a minute, can I finish? And there are other parts of the country which are equally strong for Labour that voted in substantial numbers to leave. Therefore, yes, there is a difference of opinion amongst Labour supporters. There's an even bigger difference of opinion amongst supporters of other parties, by the way. But we have to come together. We have to recognise this result. We have to ensure that we protect the jobs and living standards of people in this country. That surely is the priority now.
So what do you say to the charge that you didn't campaign hard enough? Is 25% of you quite pleased? You said you're about 7.5 out of 10 in favour of the European Union. Is a bit of you quite pleased?
I made it very clear. I have many criticisms of the European Union, such as over-dependence on free market economics and the austerity programme that has been placed on many across Europe. I did make the point the working conditions, environmental conditions of human rights have improved via the European Union, and we should accept that. Now, yes, there is a result now. We've now got to move on. We accept the result, we move on.
But it's a seismic result. It's a cataclysmic result from your point of view, if we are to believe that you were in favour of Remain. And I put it to you again.
Where did you get cataclysmic from?
Well, we've left the European Union.
We've left the European Union.
You wanted to stay in the European Union. At least three-quarters of you wanted to stay in. Is that not a cataclysm?
We wanted to stay in the European Union. The popular vote has been that we don't. So we still have all the issues of poverty, all the issues of inequality, and all the key economic questions about where are British manufactured goods going to be sold to in the future. Because if a single market is closed to European business, then there's going to be some serious economic issues that have to be addressed quite quickly.
Personally, Mr. Corbyn, I put it to you, you're a shepherd without any sheep. You're a leader without any supporters. You don't have very many supporters here at Westminster. We knew that already. But now we've had an election, a referendum. It couldn't be more democratic than that. And millions of Labour voters have said, we don't support your view. Don't you have to resign?
And millions of Labour voters also voted to remain within the European Union. They have a voice. Those that left have a voice. The party is coming together. The party is going to be together around the issues.
So you're happy to be leading a rump Labour Party now?
It's not a rump Labour Party. It's a very strong Labour Party,
actually. They defied you, Mr. Corbyn.
Pardon?
They defied you. Labour voters defied you.
Labour voters did vote in different directions. I don't know any more than you do what the breakdown is of the actual voting between those. I do know other parties went through exactly the same experience. The agenda now has to be one about jobs, has to be one about investment in society, and recognising that this government has brought about the poverty and austerity in many of those areas that voted to leave the European Union.
Jeremy Corbyn, thank you very much indeed. The Labour leader there. Well, we've heard there from Jeremy Corbyn. As you can see, next we are hoping to hear, and we will hear, the nation will hear from the Prime Minister. We are expected to hear from him at 8:15. Stay with us for this fascinating story. This is Sky News Live in Westminster as the United Kingdom votes to leave the European Union. It was a result decided by more than 1 million votes. Leave edging victory with around 52%. It led to huge celebrations for their supporters, with Nigel Farage calling it a win for real people.
June the 23rd needs to become a national bank holiday, and we will call it Independence Day.
Well, financial effect has been immediate, with the value of the pound collapsing to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985. And it's being hailed as a new dawn in Westminster, with huge implications for both the Conservative Party and Labour.
We now have to organise how we leave the European Union, but crucially, how we develop a strong economic relationship with Europe and indeed other parts of the world. A very large number of jobs rely on that.
And I'm in Downing Street, where David Cameron's putting the finishing touches to a speech he never wanted to make. We'll hear from him shortly with big questions about his future at number 10.
Fall us with thoughts. I'm live in the City of London, where the FTSE 100 has just started. It is currently down by 0.5%. We were expecting a much bigger fall than that, but it is very early days yet. We could see a big fall later on. We're also expecting possible intervention in the money markets from the Bank of England.
And I'm outside Boris Johnson's house in North London. Could he now mount a challenge for the leadership? More on that.
And I'm live in Edinburgh, where the result could mean a second independence vote as Scotland votes overwhelmingly to remain.
Good morning. This is a Sky News special live from Westminster, as after 43 years, the UK has voted to leave the European Union. History has been made, it is being made, following a victory which has revealed a nation divided. The Prime Minister is due to make a statement within the next 15 minutes, we believe. Much more on that. We'll be carrying it live for you, of course. But this is the final result. Let's just take you through those numbers. Nearly 17.5 million people voted to leave the European Union. That amounted to 52% of those who voted. And just over 16 million people voted to remain, a 48% share of the vote. So the Leave camp won it by a margin in total, and it was total votes that counted, of more than 1 million votes. Well, with a story now of an unprecedented night, here's our senior political correspondent, Jason Farrell, and there's flash photography in Jason's report.
The United Kingdom has decided, and against all expectations and predictions of pollsters and bookies, the UK is leaving the EU.
The sun has risen on an independent, united kingdom. And just look at it, even the weather's improved. It's been a hell of a long journey, this. I first got involved in Eurosceptic politics 25 years ago, and the first election I contested, I managed to beat the late, great, screaming Lord Sutch by 164 votes, so I didn't come last. And now there are 17 million people that voted for Brexit.
The night had started with his camp thinking they were going to lose.
Well, this has been a night of fluctuations as the results have come in and the currencies have reacted. Nigel Farage initially conceded and then unconceded. But what is clear is that there is a massive divide in the country, with some areas desperate to leave, others desperate to remain in.
What do you think this means for David Cameron?
Curtains.
Do you think it's over for him?
Yes, absolutely.
You think he'll resign today?
I jolly well hope so. I mean, look, OK, he could have adopted a prime ministerial approach to this and risen above the fray. Instead, he chose to be right in the middle of it.
It had started well for Remain with the first votes from Gibraltar, which was 96% in. Across the UK, there was a 72% turnout. Sunderland always leads the race to count up the votes. And as they were being totted up, a YouGov poll suggested a 52% lead to Remain. But then came the result here.
The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 82,000.
It was a surprise. As England counts began to consistently shift to out, Scotland voted emphatically to stay in. In 2014, Glasgow wanted to break away from the UK, but they voted to remain in the EU by a margin of 2-1. Out of Wales's 22 councils, only 17 backed Brexit. As one MP pointed out, traditional Labour voters were becoming a key factor.
It's the Labour vote that's decided this referendum, and overwhelmingly the Labour vote that's done it in huge unprecedented numbers. And there's a mandate there, and that mandate is to sort out free movement in the European Union. That's non-negotiable.
As the results came in, the pound went on a roller coaster ride. Traders expecting a Remain vote had betted on the pound on Thursday, but overnight it began an unprecedented fall by nearly 10% against the dollar. At the Remain party, it wasn't looking much like a party. And what now for the Conservative Party and its leader?
We have given this country a referendum. It was our manifesto pledge. It was a specific pledge of the Prime Minister. No, I think it's an issue that's been festering for some time and that had to be dealt with. The British public wanted to have a say.
More than 80 Eurosceptic MPs have signed a letter saying that David Cameron should remain as Prime Minister. But as the sun rises over Westminster, Mr Cameron is preparing to make a speech he never wanted to make. He'd rolled the dice and won in Scotland. He's rolled the dice again and lost on the EU. His legacy, it seems, will be the Prime Minister who reluctantly took the UK out of the EU. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, all eyes, of course, now on the political situation, but also on the financial, the economic situation. It was the warning, wasn't it, by the Remain side for so long that there would be an immediate effect on the pound. We saw that overnight. Of course, currency traders trade around the planet 24 hours a day, but our very own stock market, one of the biggest stock markets in the world, of course, the FTSE 100 opens at 8 o'clock, and it is, to use the parlance, Ian King is there for us, it is tanking.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Dermot. As you said, we had big falls in sterling overnight. Sterling, of course, was $1.50 at 11 o'clock last night when it looked like the Remain campaign had won. It came off to $1.32 at about 5 o'clock this morning. I mean, that is the biggest one-day fall in sterling ever. Really precipitous stuff. You just don't see things like that in the foreign exchange markets. The FTSE 100, as you say, has opened a few moments ago. We are currently off some 8.4% there. That is the equivalent to around about £140 billion being wiped from the value of the FTSE 100. Big fallers right across the piece there. And really, this will be, if it continues in this vein, we're probably looking at something like the third or fourth biggest fall in the FTSE 100 ever. We had the first two biggest fallers were back in 1987, so-called Black Monday. The third biggest fall was around 8.5%. That was in October 2008 at the heart of the financial crisis. So we are up in terms of those kind of magnitudes of falls. Big setback for the FTSE. As you can see, it's still coming off there, still 8.5% lower. I'm joined here by Ranko Beric. He's Chief Strategist at Monex Europe. Ranko, the FTSE took a little while to get going, but now we are really in free fall.
Yeah, I mean, it's heading down towards that kind of 5,700 level that futures markets were pointing towards. Obviously, it is a very significant shock to the UK economy. Our relationship with our biggest trading partner is now up in the air, and it makes sense that a lot of the FTSE, which is really is an externally focused index, is suffering. So the question, as with the pound, is just how low will it go?
And of course, this is a real-world consequence because this is people's pensions that is going up in smoke here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, equity markets globally have been arguably supported by loose monetary policy, and when, as Warren Buffett likes to say, it's only when the tide goes out you find out who's been swimming without their trunks.
Now, what's really interesting as well, we were talking about sterling just now. Not only has sterling fallen very sharply on foreign exchange markets, but also the euro has been battered because now we're seeing these suggestions that other countries, the Dutch, the Danes, are also going to want their own referendums to leave the EU as well.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure Marine Le Pen and her compatriots in the euro area will be actually chairing this result, and it does raise some very serious questions because there are a lot of areas that the European Union performs very badly in, and there are very legitimate questions to be asked, and independence movement is certainly one way to ask those questions. So really it does create a lot of uncertainty for the euro as well as for the pound.
All right, Ranko Beric, thanks for that. Dermot, it really is a tin hats on day here in the city. We will come back to you with more reaction and analysis as the morning goes on, but for the time being the FTSE 100 certainly on course for its third biggest fall of all time.
OK, and keep us posted, Ian King there in the city for us. Just want to get a quick reaction to that, to the prominent Leave campaigner, Leader of the House, Chris Grayling, is with me now. Do you think you adequately explained to those people who voted for you that the result would be that their holidays would cost more, petrol will cost more, imported goods will cost more, and that their pensions will be hammered? Did you explain that to them?
Well, I think we've got to wait and see what happens to the markets over a number of days. What we as politicians have got to...
Well, with respect, we're seeing it right now, Mr. Grayling.
But what we always were going to see, the markets last night were assuming that we were going to remain. They'd priced in that we were going to remain during the course of the night. They discovered that wasn't the case. I think it was always likely we would get a period of market turbulence. That does not mean it needs to be a long-term period of market turbulence. Nothing's actually fundamentally changed since yesterday. We're still today in the European Union. We're still trading on the normal basis. It's going to take some years before we can actually complete the arrangements that will take us out of the European Union. And what we have to do as politicians is demonstrate that there is direction and stability and reassurance.
But you just have to tell those supporters, don't you, that this is a price worth paying, it won't last. And do you have to also slightly apologise to some of those experts and economists that you so effectively traduced during the course of the campaign, who said, for instance, when it comes to the pound, there will be an immediate hit of around 20%. That has come to pass. You said they were wrong. They were right.
No, I haven't said they were wrong. What I've said
During
is
the course
that
of the campaign, you said they were wrong.
I don't remember saying they were wrong. What I've said is that fundamentally things don't change. So, for example, one of the bits of analysis said that the pound would fall and would export less. Now, if the pound falls, our exports are cheaper, and therefore they're more cost-effective for people to buy.
So, how quickly do you think that effect will come through?
Well, I think it's up to us
when will people
as
feel the
politicians.
prosperity?
It's up to us as politicians now to demonstrate that though we've been through a decision that has surprised the markets, that we have a clear direction, that we will have political stability. It's one of the reasons I am so determined that the Prime Minister should stay and lead this process, because we do not need the instability of a Conservative leadership contest. I think the markets will settle down quickly. The Bank of England will act to make sure they stabilise things. We now need to get on with the job of demonstrating, firstly, that we can take ourselves out of the European Union whilst maintaining good relations with our European partners, and also that we have real opportunities now elsewhere in the world.
OK, well, you mentioned the Prime Minister and his future. You think he should stay. We're going to hear from him in a moment or two. Just very quickly, Mr Grayling, what do you think about, though, the Chancellor? He promised us a punishment budget if we voted to leave. Do you think he should stay on to deliver that?
There were a lot of things said during the campaign, some of which I take with a pinch of salt. I think the reality is that what we do not need today is a period of instability. We don't need to be making wholesale changes in government. What the markets will be looking for is the government quickly getting to grips with the challenge that the British people have given us, and I think today that should be our priority.
So you want to see no resignations? Well, let's see if that comes to pass. Let's talk to our political editor, Faisal Islam, posted there, stationed in Downing Street for one of the most important statements of his entire career. The Prime Minister, David Cameron, expected out in a couple of minutes. Faisal.
Indeed, and I have to say right now, this is not a political story, it is a financial story. These are massive falls, particularly in bank stocks of over 30%. This is in keeping with what happened in that famous day in 2008. So the immediate challenge is to stabilise the financial markets after huge falls in sterling and in bank stocks. So that is, we've heard from the Bank of England saying that they're going to intervene, but David Cameron not just has to talk to the people of Britain about what this decision means medium term and long term, has to talk to the people of Britain about financial stability, because when bank shares are falling by this much, when sterling falls by this much, that is the immediate challenge. Perhaps he's changing. The markets have only just opened and he'll have to react to that. Perhaps he's going to have to change what he's going to say, because when you have the likes of, I think, Lloyds, Barclays, HSB shares falling by 20-30%, then this is an entirely different challenge to the one of a medium-term renegotiation with the European Union. We heard from Donald Tusk, the President of the European Council. He said that next week there will be a special informal meeting of the European Council where the 27 remaining members of the EU will meet to come up with a common negotiating position kind of versus the United Kingdom. David Cameron obviously won't be in that room. We're just seeing the podium coming out, so you can have a look at that. The statement is imminent. The podium now has the Prime Ministerial crest on it. It did not, I'm going to walk, so you've got a shot of that. It did not last time because it was in the purdah, but now it does. This is a Prime Minister going to be talking, not a campaigner, and he needs first and foremost to try to reassure financial markets that are frankly crashing right now as a result of this shock result of Britain to move out of the European Union. He also has to communicate with people. A divided country, 51% to 49%. Yes, the Leave side have won, but 49% of the population of this country did not want this to happen. So they have to be included in this process. What is the mandate that Brexit have right now? Is it definitively to leave the single market? Is it definitively to end freedom of movement? Might it be to rejoin the EEA? We don't know. There's all these sorts of uncertainties, and frankly, it's not just up to the United Kingdom. It's also a matter for what our partners in Europe, our neighbours in Europe, what they're willing to give us. And you heard Donald Tusk. He isn't just worried about the United Kingdom. He sounded to me like a person who's been dumped, who said, OK, you go now. We've got to sort out our own situation. His fundamental aim now in Europe is to keep the rest of the EU together. So that changes their negotiating position too. So many uncertainties, so much uncertainty that it's actually, whatever he says, David Cameron, about his own job, is not the main story right now. Even Jeremy Corbyn and his job seems like some sort of parish council development. Doesn't matter. The immediate issue right now is financial stability, and then how we're going to negotiate this with the European Union.
I can see that if you... OK, Faisal, stay with us and we'll stay on that shot. We'll be right with the Prime Minister when that happens. I want to put that question, though, that Faisal posed to the Leader of the House and prominent Leave campaigner Chris Grayling. He's with me and he's going to listen to the statement with me. And so what does Leave look like for you? What kind of arrangement do we want? You were asked during the course of the campaign. It has now happened. What arrangement do you want between the UK and the EU?
So I think we should have a free trade agreement that is similar in practical reality to the trading arrangements at the moment. And the reason that that is beneficial to other European countries is that we are their biggest customer. You know, we buy a huge proportion of Germany's automotive output. There are thousands of French farmers that depend upon UK consumers. We had the German CBI saying a couple of days ago that they wanted a free trade agreement. There's nothing practical that needs to change in terms of the detail of trading, because unlike, for example, the negotiations between the European Union and Canada, the details are all there and done. They had to negotiate new regulations, new automotive standards and the rest. All our companies conform to the rules of the European Union, and indeed, by definition, all EU companies conform to the rules in the United Kingdom because they are the same at the moment. So it's a political decision, and it is a political decision about what's in our mutual best interest.
Okay.
And I can't see that they all want to limit the ability of their firms to trade in their biggest market.
How do you think this is thrashed out, though, amongst all the disparate Leave campaigners? You know, other Leave campaigners will have a different view, and the key questions about it are, given your model, do we then still have to pay something in to the EU to maintain that relationship, and what kind of movement of peoples do we allow across the borders?
Well, I mean, the first thing to say is that as of today, there are no Leave campaigns. We voted to leave. The campaigns become people who've achieved... Oh, right.
To be continued. Let's listen to the Prime Minister.
Good morning, everyone. The country has just taken part in a giant democratic exercise, perhaps the biggest in our history. Over 33 million people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Gibraltar have all had their say. We should be proud of the fact that in these islands we trust the people with these big decisions. We not only have a parliamentary democracy, but on questions about the arrangements for how we're governed, there are times when it is right to ask the people themselves, and that is what we have done. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, and their will must be respected. I want to thank everyone who took part in the campaign on my side of the argument, including all those who put aside party differences to speak in what they believed was the national interest. And let me congratulate all those who took part in the Leave campaign for the spirited and passionate case that they made. The will of the British people is an instruction that must be delivered. It was not a decision that was taken lightly, not least because so many things were said by so many different organisations about the significance of this decision. So there can be no doubt about the result. Across the world, people have been watching the choice that Britain has made. I would reassure those markets and investors that Britain's economy is fundamentally strong. And I would also reassure Brits living in European countries and European citizens living here that there will be no immediate changes in your circumstances. There will be no initial change in the way our people can travel, in the way our goods can move, or the way our services can be sold. We must now prepare for a negotiation with the European Union. This will need to involve the full engagement of the Scottish, Welsh, and Northern Ireland governments to ensure that the interests of all parts of our United Kingdom are protected and advanced. But above all, this will require strong, determined, and committed leadership. I'm very proud and very honoured to have been Prime Minister of this country for 6 years. I believe we've made great steps, with more people in work than ever before in our history, with reforms to welfare and education, increasing people's life chances, building a bigger and stronger society, keeping our promises to the poorest people in the world, and enabling those who love each other to get married whatever their sexuality. But above all, restoring Britain's economic strength. And I'm grateful to everyone who's helped to make that happen. I've also always believed that we have to confront big decisions, not duck them. That is why we delivered the first coalition government in 70 years to bring our economy back from the brink. It's why we delivered a fair, legal and decisive referendum in Scotland. And it's why I made the pledge to renegotiate Britain's position in the European Union and to hold a referendum on our membership, and have carried those things out. I fought this campaign in the only way I know how, which is to say directly and passionately what I think and feel, head, heart and soul. I held nothing back. I was absolutely clear about my belief that Britain is stronger, safer and better off inside the European Union. And I made clear the referendum was about this and this alone, not the future of any single politician, including myself. But the British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. This is not a decision I've taken lightly, but I do believe it's in the national interest to have a period of stability and then the new leadership required. There is no need for a precise timetable today, but in my view we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. Delivering stability will be important, and I will continue in post as Prime Minister with my Cabinet for the next 3 months. The Cabinet will meet on Monday. The Governor of the Bank of England is making a statement about the steps that the Bank and the Treasury are taking to reassure financial markets. We will also continue taking forward the important legislation that we set before Parliament in the Queen's speech. And I've spoken to Her Majesty the Queen this morning to advise her of the steps that I'm taking. A negotiation with the European Union will need to begin under a new Prime Minister. And I think it's right that this new Prime Minister takes the decision about when to trigger Article 50 and start the formal and legal process of leaving the EU. I will attend the European Council next week to explain the decision the British people have taken and my own decision. The British people have made a choice. That not only needs to be respected, but those on the losing side of the argument, myself included, should help to make it work. Britain is a special country. We have so many great advantages. A parliamentary democracy where we resolve great issues about our future through peaceful debate. A great trading nation with our science and arts, our engineering and our creativity respected the world over. And while we are not perfect, I do believe we can be a model of a multiracial, multi-faith democracy where people can come and make a contribution and rise to the very highest that their talent allows. Although leaving Europe was not the path I recommended, I am the first to praise our incredible strengths. I've said before that Britain can survive outside the European Union, and indeed that we could find a way. Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
There you have the scene on an extraordinary day unfolding after the UK has voted to leave the European Union. The Prime Minister there, you saw him outside Downing Street, accompanied by his wife, Samantha, announcing that he is to resign his post. He wants to put a new Prime Minister in place by the time of the Conservative Party conference in October, because he feels negotiations about the nature of Britain's relationship with the European Union must be undertaken by a new Prime Minister. So we have a a country that is still absorbing the news that it's left the European Union or is to leave the European Union, and now we have to absorb the fact that the Prime Minister is to go by October. He becomes more or less a stopgap, a caretaker Prime Minister. He has an important meeting with fellow European Union leaders next week, where he will inform them formally of that process. Let's absorb this along with our political editor, Faisal Islam, witnessing that in the flesh. Quite extraordinary, Faisal.
He won a majority just a year and a month ago, a shock majority, the first majority for a Conservative Party in over 2 decades, and yet just 13 months on he finds himself having to make that statement with a tearful Sam Cameron just next to him, having to announce his resignation. The first thing he had to do, though, was acknowledge the result and acknowledge the mandate of somebody to carry forth these renegotiations. He thinks he's not the person for that job, but right now he sees that the nation needs a caretaker, somebody to reassure. He had to reassure several people, the markets. He was reassuring EU citizens in the UK and UK citizens in the EU too, that their position won't change immediately but might change in the future. But then he said he would resign, which seemed obvious from the result this morning, but particularly obvious when he walked out with his wife in that way. He won't be invoking that Article 50. He'll leave that decision to a new Prime Minister. The timetable for that new Prime Minister's appointment will be in the next few months before the Conservative Party conference in October. So on top of the uncertainty caused by this vote, we also now have a change of Prime Minister, a change of personnel here at number 10. And we await what will happen at number 11 too, where George Osborne, who just as vigorously backed this campaign to stay in the European Union, also must be considering what he thinks his future is too.
OK, so much going on, Faisal. Thanks for that. I want to get some quick reaction here from 2 senior Conservatives, Graham Brady, chairman of the 1922 committee, influential 1922 committee, Chris Grayling, leader of the House. Graham Brady, has the Prime Minister done the right thing?
I think he's done the right thing in 2 ways. One is to make it clear that he's not going immediately. I think the most important priority at the moment is a degree of stability and calm and continuity. And the other really important thing that he's said is that he's not going to trigger Article 50, the mechanism for leaving the EU immediately. That's something that many of us have felt it was really important that we took our time over, that we had a period to plan the next moves in the renegotiations. But I say it's come as a surprise to me, as it has to probably to everybody else, that he's set a timetable in that way.
But do you think it's the right thing? Chris Grayling, do you think it's the right thing? Because during the course of the campaign, those of you on the Leave side said, well, even if we get the result we want, of course the Prime Minister should stay on and go at a time of his choosing. Well, he's chosen a much earlier time than you envisaged.
Well, I'm disappointed. I signed a letter last night to him saying that he should stay. So this has come as a great surprise to me. We'll have to make the best of it. I very much regret he's taken the decision that he has, because I think he could have played a really important role in what comes next. But we will now have to move on. He's made his decision. I pay tribute to him for the work he's done as Prime Minister. I think he's made a real difference to this country. I think it's a shame that he's taken this decision this morning.
Well, as Faisal Islam pointed out, Graham Brady, what a business his politics is. Just over a year ago, he was standing outside that very door there, delivering this triumph for your party, an overall majority.
Indeed, and a part of that triumph was the promised referendum on the membership of the European Union, which has been a running sore for politics in this country for decades, and a really important achievement to have delivered the referendum that has allowed the British people to have a say and to resolve that question in the long-term interests of the country.
And any thoughts on who should replace him, Chris Grayling?
At this stage, I think my thoughts are simply with him. This has caught me completely by surprise. I'm deeply disappointed he's taken this decision, because I think we would have been better with him staying, but we'll have to sort out what
you're on the
next.
winning side. Your hat in the ring, do you think?
Look, I've just heard this news. I haven't even given it a thought what any of us are going to do in terms of who we're going to support, what we're going to do for a campaign. So I think it's let's take a bit of time for the dust to settle.
Any thoughts?
I agree with Chris. I think we need to digest something which is quite a big announcement. a surprise to many of us who thought it would have been better to have a longer period of calm before we had to confront these questions.
But presumably I'd see Boris Johnson have a go at least.
If I remain chairman of the 1922 committee, which is up to my colleagues, I would be the returning officer, so I should be studiously neutral in that process.
Okay, well, mentioning Boris, Bojo, let's go to where he is currently quartered in North London, no doubt listening with great interest to what the Prime Minister's had to say, and Kate Burley's outside his house, and no doubt, I suspect, some conversations having been had between the two of them, but he's going to fancy it, isn't he, Kay?
What you would have thought so, wouldn't you? I mean, he has been tipped by many to be the next leader of the Conservative Party, and now there is an opening, it would seem. Not sure how many people expected the Prime Minister to offer his resignation today. He did say, though, that he has spoken to Her Majesty this morning and that he will be resigning ahead of the next Conservative Party conference, which we all know is in the fall. So they're probably spluttering over the coffee in the building behind me. Boris Johnson, who this time yesterday probably thought that they were going to lose as far as Leave campaign was concerned. In fact, an anecdotal story about him being on the tube, and he asked one of the youngsters who was on the tube with him which way they'd voted. He said, "I voted to remain." Boris said, "It doesn't matter because we've lost anyway." That wasn't proved to be the case, and in fact Boris and Gisela Stewart and Michael Gove have all won, and they will all be holding a news conference around about 11 o'clock this morning at the Vote Leave headquarters. As far as Boris himself is concerned, he should be leaving his home here in North London very shortly indeed. We're hoping to grab a few words from him before he heads towards that news conference that he's holding with his other Vote Leave colleagues. Of course, I'll be asking him whether he fancies being the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Quite a mess he's going to inherit, though. Sterling at a 30-year low. The bottom fallen out of the stock markets seems to have plummeted this morning. Is that how you measure success? What's he going to do next? If he is the next Prime Minister, when might he trigger Article 50? Article 50 is when we start to plan to leave the European Union. That could take 2, 3, 4, or as Michael Gove said, perhaps even 5 years to enact. All those questions and more when we see Boris in around about, I'm going to say, 10 minutes' time. Join us for that.
OK, we certainly will. Kay, thank you very much indeed for keeping us posted there outside Boris Johnson's house there in North London. But what a day it is panning out to be. First of all, the UK has voted to leave the European Union. That vote developing during the course, that result developing during the course of the evening, no doubt being absorbed during the wee small hours by the man that called that referendum, the Prime Minister. And then within the last 20 minutes or so, the Prime Minister appearing outside Downing Street, that podium set up for set-piece occasions outside Downing Street, with his wife Samantha Cameron beside him, announcing that he is going to resign. Here's what the Prime Minister said.
Good morning, everyone. The country has just taken part in a giant democratic exercise, perhaps the biggest in our history. Over 33 million people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Gibraltar have all had their say. We should be proud of the fact that in these islands we trust the people with these big decisions. We not only have a parliamentary democracy, but on questions about the arrangements for how we're governed, there are times when it is right to ask the people themselves, and that is what we have done. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, and their will must be respected. I want to thank everyone who took part in the campaign on my side of the argument, including all those who put aside party differences to speak in what they believed was the national interest. And let me congratulate all those who took part in the Leave campaign for the spirited and passionate case that they made. The will of the British people is an instruction that must be delivered. It was not a decision that was taken lightly, not least because so many things were said by so many different organisations about the significance of this decision. So there can be no doubt about the result. Across the world, people have been watching the choice that Britain has made. I would reassure those markets and investors that Britain's economy is fundamentally strong. And I would also reassure Brits living in European countries and European citizens living here that there will be no immediate changes in your circumstances. There will be no initial change in the way our people can travel, in the way our goods can move, or the way our services can be sold. We must now prepare for a negotiation with the European Union. This will need to involve the full engagement of the Scottish, Welsh and Northern Ireland governments to ensure that the interests of all parts of our United Kingdom are protected and advanced. But above all, this will require strong, determined and committed leadership. I'm very proud and very honoured to have been Prime Minister of this country for 6 years. I believe we've made great steps, with more people in work than ever before in our history, with reforms to welfare and education, increasing people's life chances, building a bigger and stronger society, keeping our promises to the poorest people in the world, and enabling those who love each other to get married whatever their sexuality. But above all, restoring Britain's economic strength. And I'm grateful to everyone who's helped to make that happen. I've also always believed that we have to confront big decisions, not duck them. That is why we delivered the first coalition government in 70 years to bring our economy back from the brink. It's why we delivered a fair, legal and decisive referendum in Scotland. And it's why I made the pledge to renegotiate Britain's position in the European Union and to hold a referendum on our membership, and have carried those things out. I fought this campaign in the only way I know how, which is to say directly and passionately what I think and feel, head, heart and soul. I held nothing back. I was absolutely clear about my belief that Britain is stronger, safer and better off inside the European Union. And I made clear the referendum was about this and this alone, not the future of any single politician, including myself. But the British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. This is not a decision I've taken lightly, but I do believe it's in the national interest to have a period of stability and then the new leadership required. There is no need for a precise timetable today, but in my view we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. Delivering stability will be important, and I will continue in post as Prime Minister with my Cabinet for the next 3 months. The Cabinet will meet on Monday. The Governor of the Bank of England is making a statement about the steps that the Bank and the Treasury are taking to reassure financial markets. We will also continue taking forward the important legislation that we set before Parliament in the Queen's speech. And I've spoken to Her Majesty the Queen this morning to advise her of the steps that I'm taking. A negotiation with the European Union will need to begin under a new Prime Minister. And I think it's right that this new Prime Minister takes the decision about when to trigger Article 50 and start the formal and legal process of leaving the EU. I will attend the European Council next week to explain the decision the British people have taken and my own decision. The British people have made a choice. That not only needs to be respected, but those on the losing side of the argument, myself included, should help to make it work. Britain is a special country. We have so many great advantages. A parliamentary democracy where we resolve great issues about our future through peaceful debate. A great trading nation with our science and arts, our engineering and our creativity respected the world over. And while we are not perfect, I do believe we can be a model of a multiracial, multi-faith democracy where people can come and make a contribution and rise to the very highest that their talent allows. Although leaving Europe was not the path I recommended, I am the first to praise our incredible strengths. I've said before that Britain can survive outside the European Union and indeed that we could find a way. Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
That is the announcement of the end of David Cameron's premiership. Let's talk to Faisal Islam, our political editor, who witnessed all that in person, and he's always been described up to this point, Faisal, as a serial winner, a lucky Prime Minister. Well, it seems his, and indeed George Osborne's, luck just ran out.
Yeah, and it's surreal's not the word to imagine standing pretty much in this spot a year and a month ago, seeing him come out, profess a new version of conservatism that he was going to press on with, this one nation conservatism, having won his majority. And he couldn't believe his luck when Jeremy Corbyn was elected as Labour leader, thinking that he could remake the Conservative Party fundamentally to capture the new middle ground in British politics. That was just 7 or 8 months ago, that conference speech. He thoroughly expected to win this referendum. He thought the people of Britain would listen to his economic judgment and the judgment of experts. And that was a shock to Mr Cameron, having to acknowledge, I mean, his team felt that they were on course to win, even at midnight tonight. So he's had to dust off that speech, the speech he never wanted to make. He had to, it's pretty clear he had to go. I mean, how could he have stayed on? Having told the nation, told his own party, that this was vital not just for national security, but for economic security too. But it appears that the nation did not believe his warnings. And the great irony is that as he was saying that, our stock market was crashing. And it has crashed now. It's now bigger than the Black Monday crash of 1987. The FTSE 250 is off 12%. The sterling fall overnight was bigger than Black Wednesday. So you can call it Black Friday in financial market terms. But for those that wanted those powers back, to take control back, as the slogan goes, they won't see it as black at all. They'll see it as white. They will see the loosening of powers of the European Union over our laws and over our decision making as a price worth paying for the turmoil we're seeing on financial markets today.
Faisal, thank you very much indeed for the time being. Of course, lots more with Faisal as this incredible political story develops, and this is the political side of it and the Conservative side of it. This is the scene outside Boris Johnson's house, the man who's seen by many to have led the Leave campaign to triumph. Will it lead him all the way to replacing that as his primary residence to number 10 Downing Street? We're expecting a statement, we are told, by Boris Johnson shortly. We'll have that live, his reaction to the overall result, and of course the resignation of the Prime Minister David Cameron. But Faisal was touching on it. There is carnage, there is firefighting going on the financial markets, the pound taking a hammering, the stock market, massive falls, and this is inside the Bank of England, and you may have heard the Prime Minister allude to it. We are expecting a statement very shortly from the Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, about what actions he will try to take to stabilise things. Of course, he can't stop them altogether. The wall of money that's been moved around globally, far too much for the Bank of England to deal with, and a man who knows an awful lot more about that than me is Ian King. And Ian, you've been there in the city watching all this take place, and does it amount, as Faisal was saying, to a Black Friday?
Well, funnily enough, Dermot, the FTSE's just hauled itself up off the canvas. We were off 8%, 8.5% just after the open. I can tell you now, as we speak, the FTSE 100 is currently off some 4.7%, 4.75%. It's clinging on to that 6,000 level. But just look at this, Dermot. These are the biggest fallers on the market. Barclays is off 22%. Lloyds Banking Group, 21%. All the house builders are getting absolutely whacked as well. Persimmon there off 21%. Taylor Wimpey off 20%. Barclay Group. And then looked further down the list. Legal & General, some of the big insurance companies getting whacked.
The people of the United Kingdom have voted to leave the European Union. Inevitably, there'll be a period of uncertainty and adjustment following this result. But as the Prime Minister said just this morning, there'll be no initial change in the way our people can travel, in the way our goods can move, or the way our services can be sold. And it will take some time for the United Kingdom to establish new relationships with Europe and the rest of the world. So some market and economic volatility can be expected as this process unfolds. But we are well prepared for this. Her Majesty's Treasury and the Bank of England have engaged in extensive contingency planning, and the Chancellor and I have remained in close contact, including through the night and this morning. To be clear, the Bank of England will not hesitate to take additional measures as required, as markets adjust, and as the UK economy moves forward. Those economic adjustments will be supported by a resilient UK financial system, one that the Bank of England has consistently strengthened over the course of the last 7 years. The capital requirements of our largest banks are now 10 times higher than before the financial crisis. And the Bank of England has stress tested those banks against scenarios far more severe than our country currently faces. As a result of these actions, UK banks have raised over £130 billion of new capital and now have more than £600 billion of high-quality liquid assets. So why does this matter? Well, that substantial capital and huge liquidity gives banks the flexibility they need to continue to lend to UK businesses and households, even during challenging times. Moreover, as a backstop, and to support the functioning of markets, the Bank of England stands ready to provide more than £250 billion of additional funds through its normal market operations. The Bank of England is also able to provide substantial liquidity in foreign currency if required. And we expect institutions to draw on this funding if and when appropriate, just as we expect them to draw on their own resources as needed in order to provide credit to support markets and to supply other financial services to the real economy. In the coming weeks, the bank will assess economic conditions, and we will consider any additional policy responses. A few months ago, the bank judged that the risks around the referendum were the most significant near-term domestic risks to financial stability. To mitigate them, the bank has put in place extensive contingency plans. And these plans begin with ensuring that the core of our financial system is well capitalized, is liquid, and is strong. This resilience is backed up by the Bank of England's liquidity facilities in sterling and foreign currencies, and all of these resources will support orderly market functioning in the face of any short-term volatility. The bank will continue to consult and cooperate with all relevant domestic and international authorities to ensure that the UK financial system can absorb any stresses and can do its job of concentrating on serving the real economy. That economy will adjust to new trading relationships that will be put in place over time. And it's these public and private decisions which will determine the UK's long-term economic prospects. The best contribution of the Bank of England, the best contribution we can make to this process, is to continue to pursue relentlessly our responsibilities for monetary and financial stability. These are unchanged, and we've taken all the necessary steps to prepare for today's events, and in the future, we will not hesitate to take any additional measures required to meet our responsibilities as the United Kingdom moves forward. Thank you very much.
Carney offer reassurance to the financial markets and looking forward to the future in terms of how the UK adopts to its new position as it negotiates its exit from the European Union. Let's get reaction and translation and what then will happen from Ian King in the city listening to all that. So will that steady the ship a bit, Ian?
Well, I think Mark Carney will be certainly hoping so, Dermot. I mean, essentially what the governor said there is that the bank rolling out similar measures to those that we saw during the heart of the financial crisis, further liquidity provisions for the money markets. Essentially what that means is you don't want the money markets drying up as they did during the financial crisis. You want banks to be able to continue to lend to each other and to their customers with confidence. The governor also pointing out the stress tests that the Bank of England and the other regulatory authorities have been carrying out over the last few years. That's been going on ever since the financial crisis, essentially trying to ensure that the banking system is more secure and more stable than it was going into the crisis. Banks, of course, being made to hold more capital on their balance sheets. And really, this is the moment, Dermot, where the rubber hits the road. We're about to find out whether those stress tests have been sufficiently robust for the banking system to ensure that stability. At the moment, the stock market clearly giving some doubt about that. Barclays Bank shares there are down by a fifth. Lloyds Banking Group off by a fifth as well, very nearly. All the house builders getting absolutely waxed, the insurance companies, and further down, a lot of these consumer-facing stocks as well. The likes of Dixon's Carphone Warehouse, as you can see, is off by just under a sixth. EasyJet off by just under a sixth. ITV also off by around a sixth as well. So real question marks there over whether consumer spending is going to be able to hold up. This is the day, really, Dermot, that the Bank of England did not want to see. It poses a real strategic question for the Bank of England because, as Ranko Beric here from Monex Europe was telling us earlier, obviously if sterling craters, as it has done, that has a feed-through to inflation. The Bank of England are obliged to keep inflation stable, and under normal circumstances that would mean interest rates going up. If there's a collapse in confidence and recession, that's the last thing that the bank would want to do.
OK, Ian, thank you very much indeed. Ian King there analysing that statement from Mark Carney, the Governor of the Bank of England. We're waiting for a statement from the man that lives in that house. Many other people are waiting as well. It's Boris Johnson's home, the former Mayor of London and leader, seen by as many as the leader of the Leave campaign and also front-runner to perhaps replace David Cameron as Prime Minister. So a very important statement expected there. But I want to talk now to the man that replaced Boris Johnson in the Mayoralty in London. He is, of course, Sadiq Khan. Very good morning to you, Mr. Khan. I want to talk first of all about the effect on the financial services industry, not just the immediate reaction, but, of course, London, one of the leading global players. What are your concerns about its future as a result of this vote?
Well, I want to echo the words of the Prime Minister. We are a great country. We are a successful city, and we'll carry on doing so. And the message I say to businesses, to investors, those in this country and around the world, is we will carry on being open-minded, outward-looking, doing trade with not just the European Union, but other parts of the world as well.
And what does the politician and Labour politician within you tell you about that result, about London voting overwhelmingly to remain and the rest of England saying no? That disconnect isn't just between the politicians and the people, it's between the capital and the rest of England.
Well, of course, I'm pleased that London voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union, the only region in the country to do so. We've got to respect the democratic will of the British voters, and they have said they want us to leave the European Union. My task is to make sure London carries on being the greatest city in the world. I'll be saying to the Prime Minister and the new Prime Minister, it's really important that London has a seat at the negotiation table. We need to make sure that we still have access to the single market and all the other benefits that being a member of the EU brought. What's really important is that businesses, investors and others here will carry on being a global city.
What about what this vote has also exposed about your own party there, about, it seems, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people who have voted Labour, who vote Labour, have said, we don't want to follow you, Mr Corbyn, we don't want to follow the leadership on this. They voted out.
Well, to be fair, there were supporters of all parties who decided to vote out.
But in these Labour heartland areas?
Yeah, sure. There were, you know, voters in Tory heartland areas, in Labour heartland areas, in other parts of the country who voted to leave. I think it's too early to analyse why people voted to leave. We have to respect the fact the British public have voted to leave the European Union. And my message is quite clear. We're a great city. We're a great country. We'll carry on doing so. And if you are an investor, if you are a business person, but also my message to Europeans living in my city, in our city, is we value the work you do, you're still welcome here, and we'll make sure when it comes to the negotiations, London's voice is heard.
Well, just very quickly, Mr Cameron's gone. Do you think Jeremy Corbyn should consider his position? He was on the same side as Mr Cameron.
Well, look, there are lots of people, there are 48% of the country on the same side as David Cameron. What's really important is we take heed of the message of the country. We will leave the European Union. What's important is that we do the right deal by the EU so London and our country doesn't lose out.
OK, Mr Mayor, thank you very much indeed. Sadiq Khan there, the Mayor of London. We're keeping a close eye on the man he replaced, of course, Boris Johnson, who worked so tirelessly to achieve the result he got, and maybe two results he wanted, that the UK should leave the EU. Mr Cameron has gone. Much more coverage continuing. This is Sky News Live in Westminster. The Prime Minister resigns after the UK votes to leave the European Union. David Cameron says the country will have a new leader by October.
There is no need for a precise timetable today, but in my view we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. I love this country and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
The referendum was decided by more than 1 million votes, with the Leave side edging victory with around 52% of the vote. It led to huge celebrations for their supporters, with Nigel Farage calling it a win for real people.
June the 23rd needs to become a national bank holiday, and we will call it Independence Day.
The effect has been immediate, with the value of the pound collapsing to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985. But it's being hailed as a new dawn in Westminster, with huge implications for both the Conservative Party and Labour.
We now have to organise how we leave the European Union, but crucially how we develop a strong economic relationship with Europe and indeed other parts of the world. A very large number of jobs rely on that.
In Downing Street, the Prime Minister has resigned. A new Prime Minister will take forward Britain's renegotiation of its relationship with the EU in October.
And I'm outside Boris Johnson's house. Given what we heard from Number 10 today, could he be in pole position for our next Prime Minister?
I'm live in the City of London, where billions of pounds have been wiped from the value of UK stocks, and the Governor of the Bank of England has promised action.
And I'm live in Edinburgh, where this result could lead now to a second vote for independence after Scotland as a whole voted overwhelmingly to remain.
A very good morning. This is a Sky News special live from Westminster, as after 43 years the UK has voted to leave the European Union, prompting the Prime Minister, David Cameron, to announce his intention to resign. Mr Cameron spoke shortly after the final numbers were announced and confirmed, and the results sparked victory celebrations for the Leave campaign, who'd begun the night fearing that they might lose. Well, this is the final result of the EU referendum. Nearly 17.5 million people voted to leave the European Union. That amounted to 52% of those who voted, and just over 16 million people wanted to remain. That was a 48% share on their side. So the Leave campaign won it by a margin of more than 1 million votes. Well, as a result of that, as we were telling you, the Prime Minister has announced his resignation, and here is what Mr Cameron had to say on the steps of Downing Street.
Good morning, everyone. The country has just taken part in a giant democratic exercise, perhaps the biggest in our history. Over 33 million people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Gibraltar have all had their say. We should be proud of the fact that in these islands we trust the people with these big decisions. We not only have a parliamentary democracy, but on questions about the arrangements for how we're governed, there are times when it is right to ask the people themselves, and that is what we have done. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, and their will must be respected. I want to thank everyone who took part in the campaign on my side of the argument, including all those who put aside party differences to speak in what they believed was the national interest. And let me congratulate all those who took part in the Leave campaign for the spirited and passionate case that they made. The will of the British people is an instruction that must be delivered. It was not a decision that was taken lightly, not least because so many things were said by so many different organisations about the significance of this decision. So there can be no doubt about the result. Across the world, people have been watching the choice that Britain has made. I would reassure those markets and investors that Britain's economy is fundamentally strong. And I would also reassure Brits living in European countries and European citizens living here that there will be no immediate changes in your circumstances. There will be no initial change in the way our people can travel, in the way our goods can move, or the way our services can be sold. We must now prepare for a negotiation with the European Union. This will need to involve the full engagement of the Scottish, Welsh, and Northern Ireland governments to ensure that the interests of all parts of our United Kingdom are protected and advanced. But above all, this will require strong, determined, and committed leadership. I'm very proud and very honoured to have been Prime Minister of this country for 6 years. I believe we've made great steps, with more people in work than ever before in our history, with reforms to welfare and education, increasing people's life chances, building a bigger and stronger society, keeping our promises to the poorest people in the world, and enabling those who love each other to get married whatever their sexuality. But above all, restoring Britain's economic strength. And I'm grateful to everyone who's helped to make that happen. I've also always believed that we have to confront big decisions, not duck them. That is why we delivered the first coalition government in 70 years to bring our economy back from the brink. It's why we delivered a fair, legal, and decisive referendum in Scotland. And it's why I made the pledge to renegotiate Britain's position in the European Union and to hold a referendum on our membership, and have carried those things out. I fought this campaign in the only way I know how, which is to say directly and passionately what I think and feel, head, heart, and soul. I held nothing back. I was absolutely clear about my belief that Britain is stronger, safer, and better off inside the European Union. And I made clear the referendum was about this and this alone, not the future of any single politician, including myself. But the British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. This is not a decision I've taken lightly, but I do believe it's in the national interest to have a period of stability and then the new leadership required. There is no need for a precise timetable today, but in my view, we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. Delivering stability will be important, and I will continue in post as Prime Minister with my Cabinet for the next 3 months. The Cabinet will meet on Monday. The Governor of the Bank of England is making a statement about the steps that the Bank and the Treasury are taking to reassure financial markets. We will also continue taking forward the important legislation that we set before Parliament in the Queen's speech. And I've spoken to Her Majesty the Queen this morning to advise her of the steps that I'm taking. A negotiation with the European Union will need to begin under a new Prime Minister. And I think it's right that this new Prime Minister takes the decision about when to trigger Article 50 and start the formal and legal process of leaving the EU. I will attend the European Council next week to explain the decision the British people have taken and my own decision. The British people have made a choice. That not only needs to be respected, but those on the losing side of the argument, myself included, should help to make it work. Britain is a special country. We have so many great advantages. A parliamentary democracy where we resolve great issues about our future through peaceful debate. A great trading nation with our science and arts, our engineering and our creativity respected the world over. And while we are not perfect, I do believe we can be a model of a multiracial, multi-faith democracy where people can come and make a contribution and rise to the very highest that their talent allows. Although leaving Europe was not the path I recommended, I am the first to praise our incredible strengths. I've said before that Britain can survive outside the European Union, and indeed that we could find a way. Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
So there we have it. The Prime Minister, David Cameron, announcing his resignation, saying that he will go, he will step down by the time the party has chosen a new leader at its conference in October. He remains as, in effect, caretaker Prime Minister, and questions, of course, now being raised about who might replace him. And one of the front runners, of course, the home of that man. We're outside waiting for a statement from Boris Johnson, the former Mayor of London and leading Leave campaigner, and we will bring you that statement live and in its entirety when it happens. But let's return to Mr. Cameron, the man who has to preside over the UK starting to leave the European Union, the man that called the referendum. He campaigned in it and he lost it. And there's our political editor, Faisal Islam. And Faisal, ultimately, he's paying the political price for that.
He is paying the political price, and he was magnanimous, obviously, in paying tribute to the opponents in this argument, that in this debate, in this referendum campaign, that he squarely lost to by 52% to 48%. But in the words of that statement, he does not row back from any of his arguments. He says, yes, that Britain could survive, that they can find a way, but that was the statement of a man who did not feel that it's going to be an easy job over the next few months to find that way, to find that renegotiation. And I thought that this sentence was very telling. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months, but I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. As he was making that statement, we saw the reaction not just in the currency markets to the Brexit vote, but also in the stock markets, which have fallen by as much as 8% than 5%. Bank stocks particularly falling very hard. The Bank of England having to put out a reassuring statement. This is what the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer suggested might happen. And in fact, the fact that voters did not believe that were one of the reasons why he's lost the referendum. So that's an interesting dynamic, but there's so much more going on now. He will not invoke Article 50 when he goes to meet his currently still European Union partners in Brussels next month. That will be a valediction of sorts. They will meet separately as a 27 to decide how to deal with Britain. The new Prime Minister, who will arrive by October, they will have to activate Article 50. But not just that, there must be a very real chance of a new general election too by autumn. Parliamentarians like Lord Mandelson and Jacob Rees-Mogg think that there will be too.
And Faisal, just very briefly, do you think the Chancellor can last in position? You know, as you say, he's been at the Prime Minister's right hand since they took control of the Conservative Party.
I think right now it's probably quite important for the next few days, weeks, hours that he stays in place with the Bank of England governor. But he will obviously be considering his position. It may be that that he stays as long as the Prime Minister stays in position, but we haven't heard from the Chancellor yet. He's too busy attending the crisis meetings on the falls in financial markets that are very sharp right now.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Faisal. Faisal was mentioning it, and let's hear it from the heart of the city itself. The billions being wiped off the values of share prices as a result of the UK voting to leave the European Union. Ian King is stationed there in the city for us, and describe some of the financial bloodletting.
Yeah, that's right, Dermot. We've seen the FTSE, it fell by more than 8.5% right at the opening of trade. It's since hauled itself off the canvas somewhat. The FTSE 100 currently off 4.3%. I mean, that's still equivalent to around about 70 billion wiped off the value of Britain's leading shares. The real carnage has been done in the house building sector and the banking sector. Taylor Wimpey there, the biggest faller, off by just under 23%. Barratt Developments off by 22%. Persimmon Group, Barclay Group, and then look further down, Barclays off by some 15.8% there. Royal Bank of Scotland, still of course controlled by the government. Lloyds Banking Group, all off by between 16 and 18%. And then you've got consumer-facing stocks like ITV, EasyJet also being battered, and the insurance companies as well, the likes of Standard Life and Aviva being hit. And I have with me, Dermot, the Chief Executive of Legal & General, Nigel Wilson. Legal & General owns around 3.5% of the FTSE 100, or manages that on behalf of its clients itself. Nigel, your reaction to what you've seen this morning?
I think it's not unexpected. I think the polls have been very close for some time now. We always thought it was a 50-50 event, and in effect, the market's responding as we expected. As you noted there, in fact, the UK stock market is doing better than the European stock markets, and indeed the Japanese stock markets.
Yeah, I mean, that's extraordinary. Explain why that might be the case. The FTSE off 4.5%, the DAX is off some 7%, the CAC 40 in France off by 8%.
Whilst the electorate in the UK expected this to happen because indeed they were voting for it to happen, it's come as a complete surprise to Japan, America and Europe, and they're trying to figure out what are the consequences for them, because our view was it was only a matter of time before one country voted to exit Europe. It happened to be Britain. It could have easily been France, Spain, the Netherlands and many other countries. People in general across the world are unhappy about the way that the economies are developing, and particularly this rich via poor divide. So poor people in rich countries haven't been doing well for a long period of time.
So this is a vote against globalisation, in effect?
Well, I think part of it a vote against globalisation, but it's every individual country is kind of the same. I think we've had a theme for a long time. We've got to invest in the real economy. We've got to create real jobs. We've got to get real wage increases and real productivity increases. Back to 101 economics.
Nigel Wilson from Legal & General, thanks very much. Dermot, as you can see, it's a pretty hairy day here in the city. I'm sure you'll be hearing from me again soon.
We will indeed, Ian. We've just been hearing, of course, haven't we, Ian, from the Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, who's got an awful lot on his plate, to say the very least, in terms of trying to stabilise the position. There will be, he said, a period of uncertainty and adjustment as Britain, as the UK negotiates its new arrangements with the EU and so many other trading partners. But he said that the Bank of England was well prepared. This is some of what Mr. Carney said.
A few months ago, the bank judged that the risks around the referendum were the most significant near-term domestic risks to financial stability. To mitigate them, the bank has put in place extensive contingency plans. And these plans begin with ensuring that the core of our financial system is well capitalized, is liquid, and is strong. This resilience is backed up by the Bank of England's liquidity facilities in sterling and foreign currencies, and all of these resources will support orderly market functioning in the face of any short-term volatility.
Mark Carney trying to offer reassurance there. Let's get the views now of the Shadow Business Secretary and Remain campaigner, Angela Eagle. And a very good morning to you. And let's deal with this financial side of it. I mean, do you, in a sense, on the Remain side, feel slightly vindicated in that you feel you said it in a sober and calm way, but that there were huge dangers immediately and longer term in terms of the economy?
Well, experts said that, and they were roundly decried by the Leave campaign as scaremongering. But the key thing now is that we try to stabilise our economy and see that as little damage is done in this immediate period as possible, because, you know, those Labour voters, whether they voted Leave or Remain, in the communities most under pressure, stand to lose the most if there's a huge shock and it carries on for any length of time. So it's really important that Mark Carney does his job and we go through a period of stabilisation. But we've now had a Prime Minister that's had a party split down the middle. He decided to try to mend that by gambling with the country's future, and we now see from this result that the country is split down the middle and there's enormous damage about to be done, and it's a very, very sad day. But democracy is the most important value. We've now got to work, all of us, with the decision that the British people have made.
What about your own party's position to get involved in some of that healing process? Because there are huge questions now, aren't there, about you in the leadership and your ability to address the real concerns, the on-the-ground concerns of so many millions of Labour supporters who voted to leave.
Listen, I think that it's understandable that those voters, whether they voted Remain or Leave, in the communities that are the most stressed and under the most pressure by Conservative austerity cuts, and many of those are Labour areas, wanted to kick against the whole system. The terrible truth is that those people who are most at risk from that pressure, financially, economically, with their economic opportunities in Labour areas, perhaps in the North East, are now going to suffer if we can't stabilise the UK economy. But, you know, the Labour Party is the only party that will fight for working class people in those areas. Boris Johnson cynically used lies on his campaign bus to say that there'd be £350 million extra for the NHS when it's under pressure from Tory cuts. 6 hours after the vote, suddenly that was an error and shouldn't have been said. That's the cynicism that has been used to achieve this result, and it's a very sad day to see that work.
But the Prime Minister campaigned hard, he lost the campaign, and he's resigned. Now, Jeremy Corbyn was part of that same campaign. He quite clearly doesn't address those real concerns, as I say, of so many Labour voters. Shouldn't he think about resigning too?
Well, look, I think the important thing is that we stabilise the political and economic situation to the greatest extent we can. But, you know, the people that will win from kicking out the Prime Minister who's taken such a gamble are actually the right wing of the Conservative Party, and they are likely to be even more harsh.
I mean, it is about, but this is a very stark event, isn't it, a referendum? It is almost the ultimate mandate on a single issue. Now, the Prime Minister's read it, said, I bow to the will of the people. I wanted one thing to happen, and you didn't want it to happen, so I must go. Well, Jeremy Corbyn said exactly the same things, but he's saying he will stay on, and a much smaller electorate elected him.
There is a difference. The Prime Minister has put the country through this. The Prime Minister has left the country in a situation where Scotland, Northern Ireland have voted to stay. He's put the entire union at risk because he was managing the internal dynamics of his own party, the ultimate in opportunistic behaviour. No wonder he's resigned. He had to go. But those of us remaining now have to do all we can to stabilise the situation in the light of this shock.
But is Jeremy Corbyn the man to do it? I mean, this is the man that still believes that immigration is a very, very good thing. Well, you know, hundreds of thousands of Labour voters think, in actual fact, it isn't. We want some real controls here. No, Labour,
hundreds of thousands of Labour voters.
Labour has said time and time again. Ed Miliband said it. We will listen to your concerns about immigration, and it turns out you listen in the leadership and then ignore them.
Look, the government that have the power to make these decisions are the ones that need to be held accountable. We in the opposition have to fight for the interests of those who are going to be hit hardest by the financial turmoil and the shrinking of our economy that may well happen as a result of this shock. And that means that we've got to make certain that whatever government succeeds the Prime Minister's current lot do not put the most pressure of Tory austerity cuts onto the areas that can least bear it.
It is a simple question. There's a simple message coming from this. I just want to show you a little clip of the conversation I had with your leader, Jeremy Corbyn, a little bit earlier on this issue, and see if you agree with what he was saying. Here's what the leader said.
Labour voters did vote in different directions. I don't know any more than you do what the breakdown is of the actual voting between those. I do know other parties went through exactly the same experience. The agenda now has to be one about jobs, has to be one about investment in society, and recognising that this government has brought about the poverty and austerity in many of those areas that voted to leave the European Union.
But as I say, there just seems to be a stark message, doesn't there? I mean, it's very simple. You know, the nation has voted. It doesn't happen very often. And it was, an awful lot of it was, about migration, about free movement of peoples within the European Union. As a result, many people within the UK said, we don't want to be a part of it. There are too many people coming here. Is Labour going to say to them that we will try and control that properly?
Of course we have to address these points, but the people campaigning for leave gave the impression that if this vote happened like it did today, that tomorrow some kind of tap would be turned off. There's going to be a huge backlash if they don't deliver on their promises. And we know already that the biggest promise on their bus was a lie, and they're already distancing themselves from it. Now we are in a situation where we have to make politics more honest. We cannot allow people simply to lie and get away with it in this manner. And we've got to address the real economic stresses and pressures that are being visited in our society upon the poorest most. And that's why this Tory government needs to look again very quickly about its cuts and where it's making them land. Currently on the poorest and the hardest hit areas. That is not the way to reunite our country, and the Labour Party will fight for those areas and the people in those areas, whether they voted leave or remain.
Well, what do you think about this man and his future role in any Brexit negotiations? Nigel Farage, of course, one of the big winners out of this campaign, originally thought during the course of the evening that he was going to lose, but of course that turned around. This is some of what he's been saying overnight and this morning.
The sun has risen on an independent United Kingdom. And just look at it, even the weather's improved. It's been a hell of a long journey, this. I first got involved in Eurosceptic politics 25 years ago, and the first election I contested, I managed to beat the late, great, screaming Lord Sutch by 164 votes, so I didn't come last. And now there are 17 million people that voted for Brexit. It's a victory for ordinary people, decent people. It's a victory against the big merchant banks, against the big businesses, and against big politics. And I'm proud of everybody that had the courage, in the face of all the threats, everything they were told, they had the guts to stand up and do the right thing. The election was won, in my view, in the Midlands of the North, and I think it was the old Labour vote that came to us, and we, particularly as a party, campaigned as hard as we could in those areas. There is still a massive disconnect between Westminster, SW1 and real communities. And the one image I will remember throughout the rest of my life was a woman in Bolton grabbing my hands with tears in her eyes saying, why doesn't David Cameron, why doesn't the government come and see what they've done to my community, what they've done to the prospects for my kids? People here don't understand. They're too wealthy. They don't get what open door mass immigration as a result of EU membership has done to people's wages, to people's availability of getting GP appointments or their kids into local schools. This was the issue ultimately that won this election. So I'm thrilled that we've done this. I believe the other big effect of this election is not what's happened in Britain, but what will happen in the rest of Europe. I mean, in the rest of the EU, Eurosceptic parties never talked about leaving the EU, now they are. An opinion poll in the Netherlands said that a majority there now want to leave. So we may well be close, perhaps, to Nexit. And similarly in Denmark, a majority there are in favour of leaving, so we could be quite close to Dexit. And I'm told the same may apply to Sweden and perhaps Austria and perhaps even Italy too. The EU's failing, the EU's dying. I hope we've knocked the first brick out of the wall. I hope this is the first step towards a Europe of sovereign nation states, trading together, neighbours together, friends together, but without flags, anthems, or useless old unelected presidents. So what happens now? What happens next? Well, 17 million people have said we must leave the European Union. We now need a Brexit government. A government that gets on with the job. A government that begins the renegotiation of our trade relationship. A government that will be mindful that already many of the German car manufacturing unions have said, let's get on and do a deal. Let's go on buying, selling motor cars and wine and cheese with each other. But a government also that at the same time uses the opportunity of Brexit. And the opportunity is we're now free to start making our own trade deals and associations with the rest of the world. We've left behind, with this result, we've left behind a failing political union. We've given ourselves the chance to rejoin the world in a 21st century global economy. So we need, as I say, a Brexit government. We need the negotiations to start as soon as humanly possible. We need to start thinking globally about our future. And the other thing I think that needs to happen is that June the 23rd needs to become a national bank holiday, and we will call it Independence Day. Thank you.
Nigel Farage, UKIP leader, hailing Independence Day, and reaction coming into this result from around the world. And a man who has welcomed the vote is this man, the presumptive Republican candidate to become president of the United States, who after this result here may just be thinking, you never know. He's arrived in Scotland. He owns the golf course there, Turnberry Golf Course. He's come there to inspect his property, and we got reaction, some quoted reaction from the presumptive Republican candidate saying this is a great thing that people have taken back their country. And as you can hear him there being piped in there. There have been one or two protests, of course. Nicola Sturgeon saying she's not going to meet him, and people flying Mexican flags and things like that after his comments about Mexicans during the course of the Republican primaries. But that's Donald Trump on UK soil as this momentous result has been announced, and Mr. Trump believing it to be a great thing that people have taken back their country, of course keying into one of the main themes of his campaign in the United States. But let's concentrate on the developments, the extraordinary story that unfolded during the course of the evening. The polls closed at 10 p.m. Originally, the Remain camp were feeling fairly confident, but then over the course of the evening and the wee small hours of the morning, this then turned out to be the formal results. All the votes have been counted, all the results are in, and it is confirmed that the UK is to leave the European Union. Of course, we're still very much members of the European Union until the process to leave gets underway, and how long that takes is another matter. But let me read you the figures formally. Just about 48% in and 52% out. Here's Boris Johnson. Been waiting for him all morning. Let's see what he says. Thank you. We'll stay with the picture, but we can tell he's not going to be saying anything, and rather a turnaround for the leader for so many people of the Leave campaign, Boris Johnson. He seemed to spend most of the campaign. He announced his decision to campaign on the Leave side on the doorstep of his home there in North London, and gave so many impromptu news conferences to assembled reporters there during the course of this long campaign. It was back in February, I remember, when everyone was wondering which way Boris would jump. As it turned out, he jumped onto the winning side. Kay Burley's been out there trying to grab a word, and let's see, CK, we didn't get one. Do we know where he's going?
Yeah, we do. Let's just move away from this music. Somewhat of a carnival atmosphere behind the camera. Very much a different atmosphere with Boris there. People were shouting scum. They were banging on the sides of the vehicle as he was being driven away. Some people went in the front of the vehicle. It was stopped momentarily. More people banged on the vehicle, and then he managed to drive away. Where's he going? Well, he's going to the vote to leave. We need to get out of the middle of the road, Andy, because the police are going to move us. Let's just move over here. So he's on his way to the Vote Leave headquarters. And while he's there at the Vote Leave headquarters, he will be with Michael Gove, and he'll also be with Gisela Stewart. Gisela Stewart, who was up in Manchester for the result of the referendum. She made a statement earlier on today. The reason that Boris has been somewhat delayed is that they were waiting for her to come back down.
Boris is a cunt, that's what he is.
I'm sorry for the poor language that some people have been offering today as far as Boris is concerned. If there's any more, apologies in advance. So basically what I was saying was that Gisela Stuart has been up in Manchester. She's now on her way back down to London. Then her, Michael Gove and Boris Johnson will all be gathering at the Vote Leave headquarters. They were so sure that they weren't going to win. I was saying this earlier if you were with us, that as a result they'd actually cancelled their party at the Vote Leave headquarters yesterday. And then, as I say, the rest is history, and now we are a democracy short of a Prime Minister. And could it be Boris Johnson? Well, if you saw the response that he received here outside his home, then perhaps you'd have to think twice about that. Certainly the mood here at the moment is somewhat heightened, and that people are very angry about what has happened. Certainly the people here in London, as you know, Dermot, a lot of people in London had voted to remain, particularly in London and also in Scotland. It was other parts, the northwest and northeast and the southwest of the United Kingdom that thought otherwise. But certainly in London, it was very much for vote remain. A lot of people had gathered outside his home. The police presence increased throughout the morning. I'm going to say there were probably about a couple of dozen officers who had cleared a path for him as he could walk straight from his front door, straight into his waiting vehicle. We had been promised that he would have a word or two for us, but that certainly isn't what happened. Absolutely unprecedented scenes outside Boris Johnson's home. Just if you're just joining us, what happened was he came out of the house. We were told that he would offer us a few words. He didn't. He was whisked straight into his waiting vehicle. It whisked up to the front of the house, and then a few moments later he came out of the door. Went straight for the car. There were other vehicles in front of him, so he couldn't get straight away. People were banging on the side of the vehicle, calling him scum. And certainly, if this is anything to go by, thank you very much indeed, sir. Certainly, if that is anything to go by, he's got a rocky few days, if not weeks, ahead of him. Back to you for now.
Yeah, Kay, thank you very much indeed. Of course, so this is a seismic event, not just in the United Kingdom, but throughout the capitals of the European Union, 27 other members of the European Union. We are hearing so many meetings taking place within the high halls of Europe. The European Parliament will be holding a special session on Tuesday, a meeting of the European Council, which Mr Cameron will attend on Thursday. Well, I want to bring in now from Bologna in Italy the former European Commission President and former Prime Minister of Italy, of course, Romano Prodi. And a very good morning to you, Mr Prodi. Do you fear that this result could lead to the breakup of the European Union?
No, I don't. I don't think so. Even if we shall have quite a few days of storm, very heavy storm, I think that, as a matter of fact, we lose a great country. When I was in Brussels, the British bureaucracy was number one. Even many times I had many problems with them, but the quality was first. We shall lose also the best army in the potential common European defense. But we remain 440 million people, a great economic power, and I do think, firmly think, that the trade area will remain as it is now. So calm, calm, calm. But a few days will be really terrible. And what we have to avoid is that we think that this is only an alarm for Britain. I do think that the British votes, when we analyze it, so pro-Europe in London, so against Europe against London, is also a signal that the European policy has not been in favor of all people, that this austerity has brought Europe far away from people in need, And so I don't say I am optimist, but I do hope that the lesson will be learned. And let us, what I hope, maybe the resignation of Cameron will help that. I do hope that all the trade agreements we have now will go on as they went in the past. We have to take the political consequence of that, but to minimize the economic consequence.
Okay, Romano Prodi, thank you very much indeed for your reaction there, the former European Commission President and, of course, Prime Minister of Italy. Well, let's talk to the former Prime Minister of this country. He is, of course, Tony Blair, who joins me now. And good morning to you, Mr. Blair. I mean, your reaction, I kind of know. You must be devastated. You've been a lifelong European.
Yes, I'm very sad. I'm very sad for our country, for Europe, for the world actually, because it's got vast implications economically and politically in terms of our security also, I think. But you know, that is the verdict that we have. I think what is really important now is that we do everything we can to stabilize the situation in our country. We have to be very mature and reflective about this in the days and weeks ahead. There will be very big consequences, but we need to think our way through those carefully. I think the Prime Minister has got a huge task now in trying to bring people together, because the most important thing is that we minimize the bad consequences and we see how we can try and find a way forward. But there's no point in hiding it. You know, for me, this is a very, very sad day.
And did your sympathies go out to Mr. Cameron in a way as you witnessed that scene outside Downing Street as he resigned? Of course, a process you yourself went through. Did he do the right thing as well?
Well, I don't know. I think it's important at least that he's here for a period of time, and I think he's right, definitely right, not to invoke Article 50 straight away, because we really need to think our way through this. I mean, as you can see from what's happened to the currency markets, to the financial markets, and we'll have further indications of this, I think, in the days ahead. What is important right now is to stabilize our situation, because you know, part of the difficulty with this is that this was not a decision as to whether to join the European Union. This was a decision as to whether to leave. And over 40 years, we've had trading and commercial relationships growing up with the rest of Europe, and upon which large numbers of British jobs depend. So this will require immensely careful handling, and I think you've got to do that with a sense of unity across the political spectrum.
And what does it mean for the party you led to those 3 historic victories, much happier times, of course? What this result shows us is that millions of Labour voters don't follow the leadership anymore.
Well, let me be frank here. I mean, I think the leadership of the Labour Party was pretty lukewarm in its support for Remain. I don't think we really organised and mobilised our supporters to understand this was not a protest vote against the government or indeed against the establishment. It was a decision, and it's a decision that will have enormous consequences. So I think those people in Labour areas who feel, I mean, of course they feel strongly about the issues of immigration, but they also feel strongly about government policy. They can see cuts to their local services. They can see pressure on local industry and jobs. These are the big challenges that countries around the world today face. Unfortunately, the right answer is not to leave the largest commercial market and biggest political union in the world. And I don't think we really explained that to our voters.
Well, do you feel any, I mean, you know, tracing it back, any personal responsibility for that thinking and those pressures to build up? Because at the nub of some of this debate certainly was the free movement of peoples within the European Union and all those people who came from Eastern Europe when those nations joined in 2004. Now, of course, you waived the UK's transitional arrangements that could have stopped all those people from Poland and other countries coming immediately to the United Kingdom. Is that a decision you regret?
Well, look, it's almost a decade now since I stopped being Prime Minister. And yes, it's true we could have applied transitional arrangements for a few years, but the basic principle of free movement of people within the European Union is one of the things that allows the European market to function. Now, I think there will be a debate about this, by the way, within Europe, not just following the British referendum, but also what's happening in the rest of Europe. But I just want to make one thing very clear. The enlargement of Europe to take in those former Soviet countries in Eastern Europe, that was a policy of successive British governments for very good reasons, for good political, strategic, economic reasons. And those countries coming into the European Union have anchored them in the European political space, and that has made a huge difference to those countries and our trade with those countries. And even though I understand the pressures that people from Eastern Europe coming in and living and working in this country have put, I want to say this to you. I actually believe, on the whole, those people pay far more in taxes than they take in benefits. And they're good people, they're decent people, they've contributed a lot to our country as well. And I think one of the things we're going to have to do in this time ahead is to send a signal to those people, some of whom occupy positions of importance, for example, within the health service, that they're still welcome here.
Well, that's more or less what Jeremy Corbyn still seems to be saying. But look, I mean, he was on the losing side here. And, this is the ultimate form of democracy, some say, isn't it? You hold a referendum, even if you get a verdict you don't like, you have to abide by it. Mr Cameron fell on his sword. Now, on this, Jeremy Corbyn was on the same side. Do you think he should consider his position as well?
I think there are much, much bigger questions for the Labour Party right now. I mean, we've really got to consider what our purpose is, where we're going, and what we're trying to do here. Because I think, look, one thing I think is happening here, but you can see this happening around the world. You look at the United States of America, you look elsewhere in Europe. The centre-left and centre-right have lost political traction. We've got to accept that. The populist insurgent movements of left and right are taking control right now. And we've got to think very, very carefully. It's a much bigger question than Jeremy Corbyn, actually a bigger question than the Labour Party alone. We've got to work out where we're going, because all of these problems are coming from the force of globalization, because it's changing the world. Technology, migration, travel, the world coming together, and it's driven by people. It's not driven by governments. But the answers to the challenges of globalization do not lie in shutting ourselves off from the world. And I think what we will learn in these days, weeks, months ahead, I'm afraid, is that you can ride the anger through these populist movements, but you don't actually produce the answers to the challenges that people face. And so I think, yes, of course, there's a big issue in relation to the Labour Party. There's a really big issue in relation to the centre ground in politics in the Western world right now.
But Labour used to be that populist movement. Of course, as you demonstrated with your landslide victories, it doesn't seem to be that anymore. And we heard Nigel Farage, didn't we, not too very long ago, saying, well, he thinks that they can replace Labour as the populist movement. Now, given what you described, there is a danger of that, isn't there, if Labour doesn't get its act together?
Well, there are risks, but that's why Labour should get its act together. And the only way it's going to... I mean, do we really want Nigel Farage to be the person that determines the spirit and future of this country? And, the Labour Party is going to have to rediscover its passion, but its passion for the purpose of providing answers to the problems people face. And the answers to the problems people face today is not to turn on migrants or to divide the country. It's through education, it's through infrastructure, it's through understanding the way the modern world works. It's through making sure that the regions of the country are properly invested in, as, by the way, we did when we were in government. And one of the things that I heard from Jeremy Corbyn earlier today was this notion that successive governments have let down the people in some of the Labour areas that are voting Leave. We invested massively in those areas. We introduced things like the minimum wage. We introduced and signed up to the European Social Chapter. The way to bring these people back to a sensible view of politics is to go and provide them with answers to the problems we face, which are about regenerating these communities, educating the people, using the power of technology and infrastructure to link the country up properly. It's about the future. It's not about taking our country back to a time that doesn't exist in the world anymore. And this is the tragedy of it. And what we'll find, I think, in the days and weeks ahead, which is why it's so important that we keep our heads at the moment, stabilise the country and try and think our way through it, is we will find that what people thought was going to be an answer to these problems is not really an answer at all.
And finally, Mr Blair, as a Scot, what are your thoughts north of the border? The Scots voting overwhelmingly to stay within the European Union. Would you have sympathy with a view there in Scotland, which is that, well, we don't want to leave the European Union. That could happen in a couple of years. They go to Nicola Sturgeon and say, let's have another independence referendum quickly.
Well, I'm afraid this is one of the things that people like myself warned about. You've got a problem with Scotland now. Because, of course, the debate changes. I mean, I want Scotland to remain with the UK, but it's a new reality. You will get increased pressure for another referendum in Scotland in a different set of circumstances than the one that the previous referendum was held under. You will have pressure in Northern Ireland. We never got an answer to how you keep a common travel area between North and South on the island of Ireland if the Republic of Ireland comes out, is in the European Union, and the UK goes out of the European Union. But, you know, one of the questions I think it's quite important for Leave people to argue today and to be asked to respond to is we were told that it was Project Fear, that there would be serious economic consequences if we left. I think you can see from the markets already today there are such consequences. And we were told that we were scaremongering when we said there would be threats to the United Kingdom. I think you can see from the reactions already, those threats are real. So I think and hope when they reflect on what they brought our country to today, when they really reflect upon it, when people like Boris Johnson and Michael Gove, who, you know, are intelligent people, right? They fought this campaign in a particular way, but they're intelligent people. When they reflect today on the real interests of our country, I hope they reflect on how we really can come together and have a sensible debate now as to how do we advance our country when the reality of the choice that we've made is going to sink in, I think, to the public consciousness in a big way in these days and weeks to come.
Well, Mr Blair, thank you very much indeed for sharing your thoughts with us. Tony Blair there, the former Prime Minister. Well, now, of course, much discussion now about who will replace David Cameron as leader of the Conservative Party and, of course, as Prime Minister. Let's get the latest on that with Beth Rigby. And, Beth, what are you hearing?
Dermot, yes, I'm hearing that Nicky Morgan, friends of Nicky Morgan, have told me that the Education Secretary is taking soundings about whether she should stand as the next Conservative leader and Prime Minister. Dermot, as you know, the Prime Minister, it's less than 2 hours since he announced he was resigning and he will step down in 3 months' time, and now there will be a big race on with people lining up to take part in that leadership competition. Friends of Nicky Morgan tell me that she is thinking about it. She is a One Nation Tory. She's as in Tory terms, they call her a wet Tory, which is effectively she's on the left of the party, if you like. Friends of Nicky Morgan have told me that she is of the view that there needs to be someone to carry on David Cameron's legacy in Number 10. You know, a feeling on the Remain side of this debate within the Tory party that 48% of the population did vote for Remain, and those people need to be represented in this leadership bid. Dermot, we're going to hear from Boris Johnson soon. Everyone's waiting to see if he is also going to throw his name into the ring. He's obviously the favourite, but other runners and riders could be Michael Gove. He's quite popular. And Theresa May. Will Theresa May come through the middle as the unity candidate? She's kept her powder dry in this referendum debate. It could be that people within the party consider Boris too divisive. It's too early to say, Dermot, but already the party is now moving into competition time. They've got 3 months to decide the leader. And the way it works, Dermot, is the parliamentary party pick 2 final candidates. They go through a series of ballots with the person with the least votes getting knocked out. So there's 2 final people standing, and they get put to the grassroots of the party who decide the final leader. So now the race is on amongst would-be leadership contenders. They need to get enough support from MPs to try and get through to the final 2 and then have their names put to the grassroots, to the Conservative associations around the country. So Nicky Morgan could be early out of the blocks. Let's see what Boris does. Michael Gove, Sajid Javid, the business secretary, also talked about. George Osborne, up until a few weeks ago, he was considered the anointed successor to David Cameron. That is all over. We are still waiting to hear about what George Osborne's next move is.
Well, welcome to Bute House in Edinburgh, the official residence of the First Minister. We're told in around about an hour's time, Nicola Sturgeon will address the cameras, reflecting on that result and probably doing so with a different mood for her to reflect, because when we listen to what's happening in Westminster, we listen to what's happening in the city, that sense of frenzy seems to be gathering pace, if anything. Here, a very, very different atmosphere prevailing at the moment, in a sense because Nicola Sturgeon has delivered on what she planned to do. Look at that result, all 32 councils voting for Remain ultimately. That was in line with what the polls were suggesting. 62% of Scottish voters voting for Remain, 38% voting for Leave. Where does that leave Scotland now? And also, where does it leave some of the other politicians here? People like Ruth Davidson, the Scottish Tory leader, who said within the last week that she could not serve, for instance, under a Boris Johnson Tory government, that she would think about effectively rebranding, rechristening the Scottish Tories under a new name to detoxify the impact that Boris Johnson could have. So questions for her, but by far and away the biggest question for Nicola Sturgeon. Alex Salmond, her predecessor, now an MP in Westminster, has said that there is now the justification for a second referendum. Remember back in September of 2014, 55% of Scots voted to stay within the Union, 45% taking an opposite view. What's changed since then? The polls say very little. There may be a marginal increase in the event of a Leave vote. Obviously, there will be no polls taken subsequent to the Brexit decision. But there will be a pressure, mounting pressure, certainly from people like Alex Salmond, saying this is exactly what was in the SNP manifesto in May of last year, saying if there was a substantial change, something substantially changing in British politics, and everybody thought and realised that meant a Brexit vote, then that could trigger serious calls now for a second referendum. In whose gift is it? Not in Nicola Sturgeon's ultimately, nor in the MSP's at Holyrood here in Edinburgh. It's that constitutional grey area. People will argue about this. It needs to be in the gift, ultimately some people say, of Westminster to decide whether there will be a second referendum. Tony Blair, you just heard him saying he warned about this all along. It is one of the potential consequences that we'll be discussing in the course of the rest of this momentous day. Stay with us here on Sky.
This is Sky News Live from Westminster as the Prime Minister resigns after the UK votes to leave the European Union. Mr Cameron says the country will have a new leader by October.
I love this country and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
Well, it follows a referendum decided by more than 1 million votes, with Leave winning around 52% of the vote. Well, it sparked huge celebrations for their supporters, with Nigel Farage calling it a win for real people.
June the 23rd needs to become a national bank holiday, and we will call it Independence Day.
Tattoos and catcalls, as you can hear, for Boris Johnson as he emerged from his home, staying silent. And the cost of that vote is already being counted, with the Bank of England's governor promising moves to try to calm the money markets. That came after the value of the pound collapsed to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985.
And I'm in Downing Street, where the race to replace David Cameron's already begun, and the plan to try and get Britain out of the European Union already started.
Across the river on the South Bank, on the Albert Embankment, Boris Johnson has just arrived to start the first press conference by the Leave campaign as the victors begin to tell us their plans for the future of Britain.
I'm live in the City of London, where billions have been wiped from the value of shares. Sterling suffered its worst one-day fall ever, and the Governor of the Bank of England has been outlining the measures that he insists will ensure that the economy remains stable.
And I'm live in Edinburgh, where this result could lead now to a second vote for independence after Scotland as a whole voted overwhelmingly to remain. We expect to hear from Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister, in the next hour.
Good morning. This is a Sky News special live from Westminster, as after 43 years the UK has voted to leave the European Union, prompting the Prime Minister David Cameron to announce his intention to resign. Mr Cameron spoke shortly after the final numbers were announced and confirmed, and the results sparked victory celebrations for the Leave campaign, who'd begun the night fearing they might lose. Well, this is the final official result of the EU referendum. And there it is, nearly 17.5 million people voted to leave the European Union. That equates to just under 52% of the overall vote. And just over 16 million people wanted to remain within the European Union, just over 48%. So the Leave campaign won it by a margin of more than 1 million votes. And that led to the Prime Minister announcing his resignation. And this is what Mr Cameron had to say.
Good morning, everyone. The country has just taken part in a giant democratic exercise, perhaps the biggest in our history. Over 33 million people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Gibraltar have all had their say. We should be proud of the fact that in these islands we trust the people with these big decisions. We not only have a parliamentary democracy, but on questions about the arrangements for how we're governed, there are times when it is right to ask the people themselves, and that is what we have done. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, and their will must be respected. I want to thank everyone who took part in the campaign on my side of the argument, including all those who put aside party differences to speak in what they believed was the national interest. I fought this campaign in the only way I know how, which is to say directly and passionately what I think and feel, head, heart and soul. I held nothing back. I was absolutely clear about my belief that Britain is stronger, safer and better off inside the European Union. And I made clear the referendum was about this and this alone, not the future of any single politician, including myself. But the British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. This is not a decision I've taken lightly. But I do believe it's in the national interest to have a period of stability and then the new leadership required. There is no need for a precise timetable today, but in my view we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
There we were, and a touching scene there as the Prime Minister, accompanied by his wife, returned into Downing Street, announcing there that he will have left that position by the time of the Conservative Party conference in October. Well, let's talk to our political editor, Faisal Islam, who watched that extraordinary event unfold and so many others. I mean, we've seen a lot of things, you and I, in politics, but we ain't seen nothing like this, have we?
Yeah, I mean, just 13 months ago, that same podium, he announced his agenda for the next 4 years, what he called One Nation Compassionate Conservatism. Then he couldn't believe his luck when the Labour Party elected Jeremy Corbyn, and he genuinely saw an opportunity to shake up the old divides in politics and move the Conservatives into conquering the middle ground, taking old Labour supporters into the Conservative firmament. And then he announced that referendum, didn't he, in February, again at the same podium. He cannot have imagined having to give that speech, even at midnight, when the in-team thought they were heading to victory. They never presumed or assumed it, but they were pretty optimistic from what they'd seen in the polls. There was one poll that put them, the last poll before polling day, put them 10 points ahead. Well, that's another story indeed, but that was a remarkable statement for a man that won the Conservatives' first majority in 2 decades just 13 months ago. But he's going, he'll be gone by October, and there will be a new Prime Minister. And after we've had this extraordinary experiment in democracy with 32 million people voting, the new Prime Minister, it appears, will be picked by 150,000 Conservative Party members. There will be calls for a general election, given the weight of the decisions that have to be made. Yes, a big decision was made yesterday by the people of Britain, but a whole load of new decisions now needs to be made about our new relationship with Europe, about Scotland's relationship with the rest of the United Kingdom, about Northern Ireland's relationship with Ireland. Even the Spanish government's got involved and said that Gibraltar's sovereignty should be shared now too. And that's not even considering the turmoil that we've seen on the markets. So an awful lot to do, but the Prime Minister is now standing down after the shock results, shock to him, shock to the markets, shock to the country.
Well, so many shifting sands here. Faisal, thank you very much indeed. Faisal Islam there. I mean, so many strands. One of them, of course, is who is going to be the next Prime Minister, who's going to lead the Conservative Party. Of course, front runner is Boris Johnson, the man seen by many as the leader of the Leave campaign. And we've been waiting all morning, throughout the evening and all morning, to hear from him. Reporters and the press were camped outside his house for much of the morning. He left not too long ago, and interesting to see the reaction he got. He does live in North London, of course, but let's just share that with you.
Boris Johnson's house. Boris Johnson.
Well, you see there, Boris Johnson, not too popular in that part of London he inhabits. Of course, London bucked the trend, particularly in England, and voted overwhelming to remain within the European Union, and particularly that borough that he lives in. But the overall reaction to him will be a lot more favourable as he arrived there at the Leave headquarters in central London, but still not getting anything out of the normally extremely voluble Boris Johnson. As you may remember, during the course of that referendum campaign, he spent a lot of time talking to the press on the steps of his house, was always ready with an impromptu comment or word, but staying very tight-lipped so far this morning in spite of that thumping and unexpected victory for the campaign that he fronted. Jeremy Thompson is there at the Leave HQ, where we just saw Mr. Johnson arriving. And Jeremy, is there any formal time we are expected to hear him speak?
We were told 11 o'clock, but it's all rather vague at the moment. Boris Johnson arrived around the back of Westminster Tower about 10 minutes ago in a black minibus taxi. We all shouted questions, but there wasn't a word from the normally pretty voluble Mr. Johnson, so he's obviously keeping his powder dry until this press conference starts. We know that Michael Gove arrived some time before him, and they'll no doubt be in a huddle at the moment inside Westminster Tower, preparing for that news conference and preparing for perhaps what even to them may have been the unexpected. They've now got to prepare to tell Britain what their plans are as we start to move out of the EU. So it'll be an interesting news conference ahead, and we'll be hanging on their every word to see what they have in mind for a nation that has done an about turn in the vote overnight.
Jeremy, many thanks for that update. Of course, back with you when and if we hear from Boris Johnson. I want to get reaction now from the Defence Secretary, Michael Fallon, of course, campaigned for Remain. A very good morning, to you. Let's deal with the big stuff first, the international stuff. You are, of course, the Defence Secretary. How will this be interpreted by our allies, this vote?
Well, we'll have to reassure our allies, and I'll be talking to my French and German and American counterparts today, that this is not Britain turning its back on the world. We're still going to be members of NATO, we're still engaged in the coalition against the Daesh, and we still have important alliances and partnerships right around the world. So we're still going to play a strong international role. And secondly, Europe, of course, is not going away. We will still have to have a relationship with the other major European countries.
Need a strong, invigorating leader to replace Mr. Cameron as Prime Minister. Any thoughts?
Well, you'll see a slate of candidates, I imagine, coming forward. It'll be up to the MPs, the parliamentary party, to sort those out, to pick the best two to go forward, and then it's one member, one vote. The party in the country will decide.
It would make sense, though, wouldn't it, for that person to come from the Leave side of the campaign?
Well, what I would say is it'll make, I think one of the features people will be looking for is somebody who can bring the party together, and indeed somebody who can bring the country together. We have a very fractured country this morning, between young and old, between London and the north, between Scotland and England. We'll be looking for a candidate who can bring everything together again and help unify our country, and then set about the really serious task of re-establishing some kind of relationship with Europe.
Well, whoever that may be, we hear the Education Secretary, Nicky Morgan, may be about to throw her hat into the ring, but it's a long time until the next general election, isn't it? Do you think whoever it may be, and somebody will be installed by October, would have the legitimacy? They haven't been examined by the country. Would they have the legitimacy to carry on without some kind of general election before 2020?
Well, we were elected just a year ago to go on bringing down the deficit, to get economic growth, to get unemployment down, and it has gone down. Well, it was a general manifesto. We won the election on strong defence, economic growth and dealing with the deficit, and I don't think the public would expect us to walk away from that task. On the contrary, I think we've got to stabilise the markets, start to grow the economy again, and get on with our programme of social reform.
Important question about the Chancellor, because before that vote he said he may have to, if there were economic turmoil, and there certainly is, he may have to bring in an emergency budget to raise more money, because he predicted the economy would shrink and therefore all his deficit reduction targets will be missed. Do you think he should do that? Do you think he should have an emergency budget now? And do you think he should stay in post?
Well, first, I think he was right and we were right to warn of the consequences, and you've seen that in the markets this morning with sterling and the stock exchange. You've seen exactly the kind of convulsions that we feared. I hope an emergency budget won't be necessary, but we've all got to work hard now to get economic growth going again and to get those investment decisions that were paused for the outcome of the referendum, to get that investment moving forward now, so that the jobs that depend on it are secure.
What about the second part of the question? I mean, his fingerprints are all over that campaign. They're all over everything that Mr. Cameron's done. Shouldn't Mr. Osborne go too?
Well, look, there'll be a new government, a new cabinet at the beginning of October, and that'll be up to the new Prime Minister. No, it'll be up to the new Prime Minister. I'm not going to speculate on who's going to be in his or her team.
OK, Defence Secretary, thank you very much indeed. Michael Fallon there. And let's just take you through what happened in the formal results. This will live forevermore in the annals of British history, how the UK voted to leave the European Union on the 23rd of June 2016. The UK voting out by a margin of about 1 million votes there, you see, and it was the numbers that counted. It equated to 52% out and 48% in, 17.4 million people saying they wanted to leave and 16.1 million saying that they wanted to remain. So the outs have it. Well, let's drill down through some of those numbers and some of those results. There's Jonathan Samuels at the screen at the Sky News Centre. Jonathan.
Yes, we've been analysing some of the data from yesterday to try and work out why people voted in the way they did. Have a look at our big screen here. You can see every voting area. Remember, voting areas along the lines of local councils rather than constituencies. They're in A to Z alphabetical order at the moment, but if we do this, we can change the order into voting size of electorate. So top left, Northern Ireland, that was the biggest voting area. And as you can see, we always knew Northern Ireland was going to vote to remain, but there are some big blue areas here. Cornwall, Sheffield, Durham, Wiltshire, Bradford, all voting last night to leave the EU. Now let's take a look at the map of the UK. Here it is, and you get a really clear sense of exactly what happened. Look at Scotland. The whole of Scotland said it wanted to remain in the EU, but turnout there was low, lower than other parts of the UK. More on that in a moment. Northern Ireland as well, out. Well, Northern Ireland wanted to remain in, but England was always going to be the most Eurosceptic nation, and you can see a whole swathe of blue. But look at Wales. In the run-up to the referendum, Wales was always 50-50. There were a lot of people sitting on the fence. Well, they didn't sit on the fence yesterday. So many voting areas in Wales deciding to pull out of the EU. London, of course, here, a big patch of yellow. People in London overwhelmingly wanting to remain in. So what made people decide to vote in the way they did? Well, we always knew that the older you are, the more likely you are to want to leave the EU. Older people tend to be more Eurosceptic. So let's take a look at this. These are the areas of the United Kingdom where a quarter of the population are aged 65 or older. And look at that. All those areas are blue, apart from two. Places such as Tendring here, a UKIP heartland. Also very conservative areas, the Suffolk coast, East Devon, the sort of place that more mature people would want to go to live and to retire. But it's not just age, there are other fascinating factors as well. We know that the Labour vote was hugely important. Jeremy Corbyn wanted Labour supporters to vote in, to remain, but clearly that isn't the case. So we can look here at Labour-controlled councils. These are all the Labour-controlled councils where people voted out, and there are plenty of them. Places like Sunderland, South Tyneside, Swansea. And if we look at the Labour-controlled councils which voted in, well, far fewer, aren't there? And also a lot of these are in London, where we knew that the vote would go to remain in. Places like Brent, Croydon, Hounslow, Lewisham. So it is a fascinating picture, and we'll hear a lot more, I think, about that Labour vote as the day goes on. So let's finish by looking at the winning line. The final result, in 48.1%, out 51.9%. It looks close when you look at the percentages, but when you actually look at the numbers, you can see that there's more than 1 million votes in it. Turnout was so important in this referendum because the Remain camp knew that they needed a lot of people to turn out in the areas where they felt most secure, and in reality, that didn't always happen.
Fascinating analysis, Jonathan. Thank you very much indeed. Some very telling graphics there. Well, of course, it goes without saying that one of the big winners of the evening was the UKIP leader, Nigel Farage. And he hailed it. He's been speaking during the course of the evening and a couple of times this morning as well. He hailed a new dawn, he described it, for the United Kingdom.
The sun has risen on an independent United Kingdom. And just look at it, even the weather's improved. It's been a hell of a long journey, this. I first got involved in Eurosceptic politics 25 years ago, and the first election I contested, I managed to beat the late, great Screaming Lord Sutch, by 164 votes, so I didn't come last. And now there are 17 million people that voted for Brexit. It's a victory for ordinary people, decent people. It's a victory against the big merchant banks, against the big businesses, and against big politics. And I'm proud of everybody that had the courage, in the face of all the threats, everything they were told, they had the guts to stand up and do the right thing. The election was won, in my view, in the Midlands of the North, and I think it was the old Labour vote that came to us, and we, particularly as a party, campaigned as hard as we could in those areas. There is still a massive disconnect between Westminster, SW1 and real communities. And the one image I will remember throughout the rest of my life was a woman in Bolton grabbing my hands with tears in her eyes, saying, why doesn't David Cameron, why doesn't the government come and see what they've done to my community, what they've done to the prospects for my kids? People here don't understand. They're too wealthy. They don't get what open door mass immigration as a result of EU membership has done to people's wages, to people's availability of getting GP appointments or their kids into local schools. This was the issue ultimately that won this election.
Well, Mr Farage also saying, interestingly, given what we're going to tell you about next, interestingly, he was saying that he thinks there's an opportunity now to replace the Labour Party in certain parts of the country, particularly in those parts of the country where large numbers of Labour voters voted for Brexit. Because we want to tell you now about what's going on internally as much as we can find out about what's going on internally within the Labour Party. Much criticism, wasn't there, during the course of the campaign itself, that the leader, that Jeremy Corbyn, wasn't doing enough to campaign for the Remain vote. He said he wanted. He was, of course, described as lukewarm towards the European Union, having voted so many times, and originally in the last referendum on this issue more than 40 years ago, having voted to leave the then common market. It was said he wasn't doing enough. He did roll his sleeves up and do a bit, but as it turns out, as I was saying, it seems that hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of Labour voters defied him on the Remain side and decided they've had enough of the European Union. So what are the implications for him and his leadership? Mr Cameron has, of course, announced his resignation after losing, and on this one, Jeremy Corbyn was on the same side. But I interviewed him a couple of hours ago. He told me quite firmly that he has no intention of resigning. He's staying on. But there has since then been a meeting, we hear, of the Labour shadow cabinet, and earwigging hopefully on that and finding out all she can about it has been our very own Sophie Ridge. And Sophie, what are you hearing?
Well, what I've just found out in the last few minutes is I've had a conversation with the Labour MP Angela Smith, who has been the first Labour MP to say on the record publicly that she thinks that Jeremy Corbyn should now consider his position as Labour Party leader. She's told me that the Labour Party now needs a leader who is capable of meeting the challenges that face us. Jeremy Corbyn, on that basis, should consider his position. And what I can tell you as well is that while the shadow cabinet meeting is currently going on as we speak, there are movements within the Parliamentary Labour Party where some people are taking soundings of other MPs to try and find the level of support there would be for a leadership challenge against Jeremy Corbyn. Other members of the shadow cabinet, for example, telling me that they are being put under pressure by some of those parliamentary other Labour MPs to try and give a sense of whether or not they would be prepared to support some kind of challenge against Jeremy Corbyn. At the same time, though, if you speak to people in the Labour leaders' camp, they are pretty confident. They're actually almost pretty bullish in the things that they're saying. They say that any Labour MPs who are considering a leadership challenge are mad, that they need to get real, that they would lose if they did so because of the support that Jeremy Corbyn has from his members. So I think what's going on at the moment is lots of mutterings around Jeremy Corbyn. He's got a battle on his hands too to reunite his party.
Sophie, many thanks.
We're at Westminster Tower on the Albert Embankment, just a few hundred yards across the River Thames from the Houses of Parliament, and this is where we're going to be hearing from the Leave campaign leaders for the first time formally today. And our political correspondent Darren McCaffrey's with me. Who are we expecting to see on the podium there, and what do we think they might say?
Well, we're going to see Michael Gove, of course, who is still the Justice Secretary, Boris Johnson, who's kind of been essentially the face of this campaign in many ways. And indeed, rather interesting, actually, Gisela Stuart. Now, she's a Labour MP, but clearly, again, has also been front and centre. She's taking part in two of the big TV debates. But I think, and we're going to hear from them, the big question is whether they're going to take any questions during this press conference. I've been led to believe that they may not, and I think that's unlikely because there is a lot of questions, Jeremy, for them to answer. Clearly, they're going to have to address some of these concerns about the economy that have been placed this morning. You know, they've been suggesting that there wasn't going to be necessarily a big economic hit. If you look at the financial markets, look at sterling today, there clearly is. Also, there'll be questions, of course, about, you know, what happens next. We know that with Nigel Farage this morning, he was disputing this figure that £350 million, you remember, was plastered across the Vote Leave boss was going to be spent on the NHS. He says that was a mistake. Well, is it a mistake, or is Boris Johnson particularly going to commit to that pledge? And then, of course, questions for Boris Johnson about his ambition to potentially become the future leader of the Conservative Party, future Prime Minister, given, of course, David Cameron's statement this morning.
Well, we were just round the back about 20 minutes ago when Boris Johnson arrived, and for once he didn't have anything to say, which is quite a surprise. But I suppose the thing really is that perhaps even their wildest dreams, they probably didn't expect to wake up this morning having won.
No, and then you look at Nigel Farage, who's a man who has campaigned to leave the European Union for the last 3 decades essentially, and he's saying he cannot believe it. And I think there is an element in Vote Leave. They thought it would go close. I don't think they did necessarily expect that they would potentially win, but having now won, as I say, they've got all these issues they now have to deal with, and of course it is not just issues for the Vote Leave camp about what they now want to see, but questions for senior Conservatives like Boris Johnson, like Michael Gove, about where they want the Conservative Party to be as well, considering David Cameron is not going to be there in a few months' time.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see what happens inside. Darren, thanks very much indeed. So just a reminder, just over 30 minutes' time till we see the Leave campaigners headed up by Michael Gove and Boris Johnson, with Gisela Stuart from the Labour Party on the podium, when we will hear from the first time perhaps their plans for the future of Britain outside the EU. Dermot.
Jeremy, thank you very much indeed. So as you can see, they were expecting that news conference at 11 o'clock. We'll have that live for you, of course. I'm joined now by the former Chancellor, Lord Lamont, and a very good morning to you, Lord Lamont. So let's reflect first of all on the financial turmoil that the Remain camp said would happen. It is happening. How long do you think it'll last, and will it have a lasting effect?
Well, I think people did accept that there would be some short-term turmoil. We'll have to see how long that lasts. I don't think that the medium-term prospects beyond the next few days, weeks, are at all bad for this country. I believe we made the right decision. I believe that the economy can continue to grow. I believe we can export as we did before. But you will see in stock markets and in financial markets, you will see a lot of volatility. It was very noticeable how the financial markets read this referendum wrongly. I mean, I actually said to someone from the city just the night before, why on earth, when the polls are so close, are you so convinced that this is going the way you expect it to? I think you'll probably be wrong.
Yeah, right, up to when the polls closed, indeed. Yeah, the pound was up to 150 against the dollar. But you can't be sure about this, can you? Because you think back to your experience in the ERM debacle in 1992. There was recession. You've got the rest of the world to think about. You know, this could have longer-term effects, couldn't it?
I don't think that the situation in the foreign exchange markets is remotely comparable to 1992. In 1992, we had a fixed exchange rate system, which was very easy for people to speculate against and make money, and that was what happened. We have a floating rate today, and the pound people will always be contrarian, trying to make money in the opposite direction when it's going in one direction. We have seen the pound recovering when I last looked at the screen a bit. As did the stock market.
What about the long-term political effects, particularly on the European Union? Nigel Farage was making this point. He hopes it's a brick out of the wall, that it leads to the disintegration of the European Union, the whole project, that we end up with sovereign nation states. Of course, that's a view echoed. We just want to touch upon it, just to alert people to the reactions internationally. That is Marine Le Pen, the leader of the Front National, the French National Front, of course, about to contest presidential elections next year, who've been calling for much the same thing as Nigel Farage. But I mean, is your analysis the same as that then? Having got the common result you wanted with Nigel Farage, do you think then it could have this huge knock-on effect for so many other European Union nations?
Well, I certainly think it has profound implications for other European countries, but for the EU itself, in a way, I believe the EU brought this on itself. The warning signs have been there for years. People have been getting more and more disillusioned. The single currency didn't work. People see far too much intrusive legislation, needless harmonisation. There's been a popular revolt against that. And what you saw in Britain was a popular uprising against that, and also concerns about the free movement of labour. But I think if the EU was wise, it would actually take a long pause and think, and possibly arrange to do less in individual countries. That way, something would survive. Otherwise, I think you will find that other countries will want to have referenda. Now, you can blame it on people, you can blame it on Nigel Farage, you can blame it on Vote Leave, but actually, this is the people in this country and the people in Europe.
And lastly, Lord Lamont, thoughts about your own party, Boris Johnson, an obvious candidate for the next Prime Minister?
Yeah, can I first of all say, though, I am deeply sorry that David Cameron has resigned. I very much, indeed I urged him, I very much hoped that he would stay on. Of course, for him, I can see it meant eating a lot of words. It would have been difficult to do, and being the honourable person he is, he decided actually just to be a caretaker until there is a new leader. But I think he's been a very, very good Prime Minister, and I deeply regret that this has happened.
And you swerved the Boris Johnson question. Any thoughts,
though?
Any thoughts about who should replace him? Well, let me broaden it. It should come from the Leave side, don't you think?
Well, I think it's got to be somebody who can unite the party. That might be from the Leave side, but maybe there are others. I really don't know. I think Boris Johnson did fight an outstanding campaign, I've got to say. I really admired the way he went about it.
Lord Lamont, great talking to you. Thank you very much indeed. Norman Lamont there, the former Chancellor, which takes us rather neatly to the Governor of the Bank of England, Lord Lamont, there talking about the economic effects there. The stock market has fallen, of course the pound has fallen. Lord Lamont saying that he believes that growth will still remain established within the UK. But the Governor saying that he was taking measures, they planned for this, they are now taking measures to make sure that stability is entrenched. Let's listen to Mr. Carney.
A few months ago, the bank judged that the risks around the referendum were the most significant near-term domestic risks to financial stability. To mitigate them, the bank has put in place extensive contingency plans. And these plans begin with ensuring that the core of our financial system is well capitalized, is liquid, and is strong. This resilience is backed up by the Bank of England's liquidity facilities in sterling and foreign currencies, and all of these resources will support orderly market functioning in the face of any short-term volatility.
Let's talk to Sky's Ian King there in the city. So Mark Carney is trying to stabilise things. Is that working? And what do you think about Lord Lamont's point? He's saying, well, a lot of these financial speculators took a punt on Remain and they got their fingers burned, and he doesn't feel any sympathy for them.
Well, I suspect that will probably be the view of an awful lot of people, Dermot. But the markets, as you say, they have spoken. I can tell you the latest. If we look at sterling, sterling was at $1.50 at about 11 o'clock last night. It's come rattling all the way back, an absolute shellacking overnight. Came down to $1.32.29. It's hauled itself up off the canvas a bit. Now it's at $1.38.81. But really, a one-day fall like we've never seen in sterling as well. Also, sterling off slightly against the euro. All sorts of things going on in the currency markets right now. You mentioned Mark Carney's comments about trying to shore up stability and confidence across the economy as a piece. We are seeing intervention, we're told, by the Swiss National Bank, for example. The Swiss franc is one of those currencies that you go to as a safe haven in times of crisis. So the Swiss National Bank forced to intervene in the markets to stop its currency appreciating expecting too much. There are rumours that the Bank of Japan have been doing exactly the same. Now, on the stock markets, we saw a sell-off of around 8.5% at the opening. That would have equated, should it stay that way, to the third biggest one-day fall of all time. The FTSE 100 is currently now just 4.66% lower, so that equates to around about sort of 75 billion pounds. Worth, though, pointing out, Dermot, the FTSE there clinging on to the 6,000 level. It's actually slightly higher than it was on the day when David Cameron announced the referendum back in February. It was trading at 59.50 there, so we're actually still higher than we were back then, which is something that's interesting. Also very interesting, the fact that the CAC 40 in France, the CAC 40 is off 7.75%. The DAX in Germany is off 6.5%. There is a feeling that this is as big a crisis for the Eurozone, if not bigger, than it is for the UK, which is why everyone's expecting more measures from the European Central Bank to shore up stability and boost confidence in days to come. Now, looking at some of the individual movers on the FTSE, the house builders have all been absolutely punished. You can see there, Taylor Wimpey has lost nearly a quarter of its stock market value. Barratt Developments off by a fifth. Persimmon off by a quarter. Barclay Group off by a fifth as well. But we're getting to reaction now from businesses, and really a lot of business leaders trying to keep their chins up. But let me read out to you some of the big business reactions that we've had, because these are fascinating. First one comes from John Cryan. Now, he's the British chief executive of Deutsche Bank, obviously a massive employer here in the City of London. They employ something like 9,000 people here in the square mile. And John Cryan has said, "I'm afraid this is not a good day for Europe. At this stage, we cannot fully foresee the consequences, but there's no doubt that they will be negative on all sides." We've also heard from Jez Staley. He's the chief executive of Barclays. Barclays, currently, their share price is off by some 23% in a day. Jez Staley of Barclays says this is a significant decision and there will be many questions asked in the coming days and weeks about what happens next. The answers are complex, but our position is not. We will not break our stride in delivering the Barclays of the future. Now, here's another really interesting one. We've seen a move in the oil price, by the way, Dermot. I should say the price of oil is off some 4.5% at the moment, though any motorists watching this should not be expecting or counting on that to feed through to lower prices at the petrol pump in the near future, because, of course, sterling has fallen off so heavily against the dollar in which crude oil is priced. So, if anything, probably petrol prices will be going up by a penny and a half or so. But listen to this. This is from International Airline Group, the owner of British Airways. They put out this statement, and this is basically a profits warning. Following the outcome of the referendum and given current market volatility, while AIG continues to expect a significant increase in operating profit this year, it no longer expects to generate an absolute operating profit increase similar to 2015. And IAG shares, I can't quite see them on there, but they were off pretty sharply as well. Well, to get another perspective from the airline industry, I'm joined now by Kenny Jacobs from Ryanair. Kenny, you, of course, wrote to all of your customers urging them to vote Remain.
Yeah, we're surprised and disappointed with the result today. We've been passionate about the UK staying in Europe, saying it's going to be better for the UK economy and also better for Europe. So while we're surprised at the moment, it's going to be business as usual for us. I think there's a big theme of uncertainty for the next while. The UK may decide to stay in a version of the single European market. If not, we would still want them to have a version of the single aviation market so that people can keep flying. People aren't going to stop flying. Fares may go up, but we don't know enough at this stage.
Fares may go up. Kenny Jacobs from Ryanair, thanks very much. Dermot, back to you for some breaking news.
Thank you very much indeed. Fascinating there, Ian King there with the situation on the markets in the city, showing you Buckingham Palace, of course, because you may have heard the Prime Minister during his resignation announcements saying he was going to keep Her Majesty fully informed. We understand that the Prime Minister has travelled to Buckingham Palace and is now having conversations with the Queen, of course, about the implications of the overall vote for the UK to leave the European Union and how that process will take place, and the Queen's constitutional role in that, and of course about his own personal decision to stand down as Prime Minister, not immediately, but that will take place, he says, by October, when the Conservative Party holds its annual conference, and then that his successor will be chosen by then. Now, I'm joined, getting reaction from so many quarters, joined in the studio now by Stanley Johnson, the father of Boris Johnson, of course, who led that successful Leave campaign. Tim Farron, the leader of the Lib Dems. Very good morning to you. Well, you were on opposite sides of this referendum campaign. Stanley, have you spoken to Boris?
I just want to tell you why I'm here.
I'm not here. I'm not here as Boris'
You're not your
dad.
son's keeper.
No,
Have you spoken to him?
No. I have sent him 3 texts, but I only just got it right because I sent him as a Wi-Fi text. It's no good at all. So finally, somebody came and showed me how to do it on a text. But I want to say the reason I'm here is not as Boris' dad. I'm here because I'm fighting still to make sure the environmental message, we set up Environmentalists for Europe, I'm fighting still to make sure in the deal, which is about to be struck, obviously, with the EU, we don't forget about some crucial things, including the environment. Crucial. And that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
That's it.
Did he text you back?
He will, I'm sure, but as I texted, I saw him coming out of his house with a strum of people. So I don't think he particularly would have, got it as he was doing that at the moment. Yeah. But never mind, I'm sure we're playing cricket tomorrow. We're all going up.
That, yeah.
We've got a big cricket game tomorrow, so I'm sure we'll have plenty of time, to.
But do you think he'd make a good Prime Minister? He seems to be in pole position.
Hey, now my answer to that is there is a procedure. Sorry to be slightly boring and bureaucratic. I did 30 years in the EU, so of course I'm slightly bureaucratic. The procedure is the Tory party will find 2 MPs selected by the current Tory MPs, and then they'll put those 2 MPs to the electorate, which is not a whole electorate, but about 100,000 people who are still members of the Tory party. And my point would be this. I think if a man has actually managed to get 17.5 million people to vote for his programme, which he did with the other Brexiteers, of course, he certainly deserves a place on the shortlist. Do you see? He ought to be, at least his name ought to go forward. That's all I can say.
Okay, so you see that as partly his mandate. Tim Farron, I want to talk to you about the Lib Dems. You campaigned wholly as a party that was unsplit, if I can use the word, about the whole question about stay or leave. You didn't prevail. And I was listening, you must have been interested to listen to Nigel Farage there, talking about, being the representative of the insurgents. You were the insurgents once. You were the future once. You've gone away now.
Well, if you've got 48.5% of the vote and you've come a good second, you've just become the insurgent. And I have to say this morning, I feel, first of all, I'm pleased to have taken part in a democratic process. I accept the will of the people. But I'm not going to pretend I am not utterly heartbroken by the result, because I think what we've seen this morning is Nigel Farage claiming that this is his vision of Britain that has prevailed. He says, we have taken back our country. Who is this we? What is our country? And I want to say the Liberal Democrats will stand at the centre of a movement that says, no, our country is much different to that. We are outward looking, we are decent, we are tolerant, we are embracing. We do want to tackle environmental problems.
Yeah, but they didn't get even close. Okay, they may not have voted for Nigel Farage, but they didn't get anywhere close voting for you. They then voted for Boris Johnson and Michael Gove.
My view is simply this. You put yourself forward for an election. This was more than an election. This is a referendum. It was an epoch-changing vote without a shadow of a doubt. But look, I can be gracious in the result. I can accept the result without changing my mind. I am of the view that this is a momentous decision and it's a wrong one. And I am appalled on 2 levels. One is we've seen that Project Fear isn't Project Fear at all. It's Project Massive Understatement. Britain has already become relegated to the 6th biggest economy.
You've got to be careful, though. I mean, Stanley wants to come in, but you've got to be careful that you say after a referendum that the people are wrong.
Tim,
the people have voted.
You
this
can't
is
do this. Come on. This is the moment to look at broad sunlit uplands. Look at the sun shining. Everything's up for grabs, and it just depends on our firm negotiators. And actually, Europe needs us just as much as we need Europe. I'm 100% convinced that on all key issues, a solution will be found which guards Europe's role in Britain's future and
let me
Britain's
ask
role
you something
in
very
Europe.
practically, Tim Farron. I mean, do you think there might have to be a second referendum? Because, it was asked during the course of the campaign to all the Leave side, and there were many elements within it, as you've described. What does Leave look like for you? And you get almost as many different versions as there were people involved in the campaign. Won't something eventually have to be put to the country again?
In the end, you have to accept the will of the people, and the people have spoken. What I want to say, though, is that I think there is a vision of Britain that has been expressed this morning, and there are many journalists from around the world here in this green, and you'll have spoken to some of them as well. And how is Britain seen this morning? It's not being seen well. And I want to stand up for that group of the electorate, 16 million plus, who say, do you know what, a different Britain is possible, one where it is is engaging, outward-looking, tolerant, and wants to take its place in the world. Now, if we're going to leave the European Union, we need to do so on the best possible terms.
So you're embarrassed now at the moment. You say you're embarrassed about this result.
No, I'm furious.
To be a British politician internationally, you're embarrassed.
You're blaming the people, Tim. I'm furious. I tell you, I do blame. And please, and I don't blame you, Stanley, because you're one of the good guys in all this. But I blame every Conservative minister or MP over the last 20 years who, knowing it was in Britain's interest to be in the European Union, has missed no opportunity to slag it off a short-term political game. And I certainly blame Jeremy Corbyn, who has been a spineless leader of the Labour Party throughout all this. This is why we are where we are. But let me just tell you one other fact. Three quarters of the young voters in this country voted to remain. This is their future. We have voted on today.
I mean, Stanley Johnson, we've had analysis of those figures, and the over 64s voting overwhelmingly to leave. But with the best will in the world, they're not going to be around in the next 30 or 40 years. And they've robbed, if it is true that the under 30s voted to stay, they've robbed them of their future.
I know I'm repeating myself now, but I just think this is such an important moment that every interview we make, and you particularly mentioned foreign interviews, every interview we make which says, oh, this is gloom and doom and earthquake and so on, I think that is not helpful, really not helpful, because I know I'm an optimistic sort of guy in general. Look, who lost totally? We lost. We set up this thing, we lost. But by Jove, we're not going to...
So you're saying deal with the new reality. Carpe diem, as Boris might say.
Quam minimum credula postere.
Crikey, that's the end of my Latin.
Well, seize the day, trust as little as possible in the future.
Tim Farron, I mean, do you think that... you're heavily critical there of Jeremy Corbyn. Do you think Mr Cameron did the right thing and that Jeremy Corbyn should follow suit?
I think he should certainly consider his position. I mean, the reality is that we lost in Labour-facing areas, and his failure to take any kind of serious role in the campaign, it was a travesty, I think. And I want to say there are lots of Labour people out there who absolutely pulled the shift. People like Harriet Harman, people like Andy Burnham, Chuka Umunna, Sadiq Khan. These people worked hard and deserve plaudits for what they did. And they may not say so public, but they will be furious, I'm sure. A silver lining from this bleak black cloud is I have really enjoyed working along many progressives in other parties, some in the Conservative Party, those I just mentioned, the Labour Party, Caroline Lucas in the Greens. This seems like a moment when British politics could rally around a different pole.
Sounds like a pitch to me, Mr Farron. Listen, we must end it there.
There needs to be one. There needs to be one.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Tim Farron, their leader of the Lib Dems. Stanley Johnson campaigning unsuccessfully on the Remain side. Now, a lot of what Tim Farron, you heard saying there about the Labour Party, and in particular its leader, Jeremy Corbyn, was echoed in different form by the former Prime Minister and Europhile, I'm sure I could easily call him, Tony Blair. Now, he called the leadership of the Labour Party lukewarm in its support for the Remain campaign. This is some of what he said.
Let me be frank here. I mean, I think the leadership of the Labour Party was pretty lukewarm in its support for Remain. I don't think we really organised and mobilised our supporters to understand this was not a protest vote against the government or indeed against the establishment. It was a decision, and it's a decision that will have enormous consequences. So I think those people in Labour areas who feel, I mean, of course they feel strongly about the issues of immigration, but they also feel strongly about government policy. They can see cuts to their local services. They can see pressure on local industry and jobs. These are the big challenges that countries around the world today face. Unfortunately, the right answer is not to leave the largest commercial market and biggest political union in the world. And I don't think we really explained that to our voters.
Thoughts there of the former Prime Minister Tony Blair on the state of his party and what the vote to leave the European Union means. We want to take you through some of the live locations. So much happening this morning, so much reaction, so much more still to happen. Let's check in on the places we are monitoring, and the first one not too very far down the road from the Houses of Parliament here, that of course Buckingham Palace, where the Prime Minister is updating Her Majesty the Queen on the enormous shifts that have taken place in the last 24 hours. The biggest of them all, of course, that the UK is to leave the European Union after 43 years and some as a member. Is to leave, it hasn't left yet, of course, and no doubt updating Her Majesty there on some of the negotiations, the extensive negotiations that have to take place. An interesting point the Prime Minister made during his resignation statement outside Downing Street was that because of the nature and the advance of devolution within the United Kingdom, that as all those deals are negotiated, as all the legal paraphernalia is untangled, there will have to be representation from the Scottish, Welsh and Northern Ireland assemblies and governments. So updating Her Majesty on that, and of course his own personal decision to resign as leader of the Conservative Party, therefore as Prime Minister, that coming into effect, Mr Cameron said, by the Conservative Party conference, by the time of the Conservative Party conference in the early autumn. OK, so keeping an eye there on the Prime Minister's movements, also keeping an eye on, I suppose I could term him the man who would be king, the man who would be PM. He hasn't really made any secret, has he, about his ultimate ambitions, termed it if it was a rugby game and the ball came loose from the ruck, he might pick it up. Boris Johnson, I'm talking about, who led that Leave campaign, one of the main leaders of that Leave campaign, to its success, its unexpected success in many quarters overnight. The fact that the UK will leave the European Union. Boris Johnson, he's been rather tight-lipped, rather taciturn so far this morning, hasn't had a word for the media, no doubt gathering his thoughts and making clear that he's got his ducks in a row, as they say. We're expecting that news conference to take place at the Vote Leave HQ in London, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, round about 11 a.m. Huge numbers of people gathered there to listen to what Mr Johnson has to say. Of course, international reaction, the ramifications huge here on global stock markets. Of course, the United States keeping a close eye on things. We hear that President Obama has been briefed. The Elysee Palace is the next location we're keeping an eye on, expecting to hear from President Hollande. Of course, a substantial Eurosceptic strand within his country's political DNA, and Nigel Farage saying he hopes that this vote could spark the end of the European Union as a project. He says he wants to see a number of sovereign nation states re-established. Last location we are keeping an eye on. Of course, this will change during the course of the morning and the afternoon as things develop. That's Turnberry Golf Course, owned by one the Donald Trump has flown in from the United States. What timing, saying it's a great thing that has happened there and that Britons have taken back their country, and drawing parallels with his own political adventure and experience still to come in the United States. He hopes that that can be replicated in the United States. Of course, with his own election as president, he is, of course, the presumptive Republican candidate for that election. Takes place in November. Well, let's get more reaction here. I've got Douglas Carswell, the UKIP MP, here with me. And first and foremost, what do you think this means then in terms of how quickly we leave the European Union? How quickly, for instance, we get in place those controls on the people that are able to come to the United Kingdom from Europe?
We're not going to rush it. We're not going to take any drastic immediate action. We're beginning a process. The first thing to do is to make sure we've got the right people in place. We can't leave this to the Sir Humphreys who got us into the mess. We need the right people like Michael Gove, Daniel Hannan, Chris Grayling, overseeing the process. That can begin right away. Once we've put them in place and begun to negotiate what leaving would look like, we can then trigger Article 50. There is absolutely no need to do it before then.
So you're saying to the people who voted leave, reading into that, you're saying, well, look, we can't change anything at the moment. So all those people you are most concerned about coming here quite freely from the European Union, they can still do that for a couple of years more.
At all. I'm saying that for 40 years we have been in an unhappy relationship with the EU. It's worth taking a bit of time to get it right. We want to have a constructive relationship with our neighbours. I've spent 20 years of my adult life arguing about European matters. I don't want to spend the next 20 years doing this. Let's build a new consensus.
Let's get it right.
And let's also acknowledge that a sizable minority voted for Remain and respect some of their views.
Indeed, but it was those immediate concerns, wasn't it, particularly about strains on things like schools and hospitals, that people were voicing to you.
We're going to deal with.
And they were saying we want it to stop as quickly as possible. You're saying, what is net migration running at? Something over 300,000.
You're
saying we can't do anything about that for 2 years.
We will deliver on an Australian points-based system. We will stop giving control of 350 million a week. It will happen between now and 2020.
Right. Oh, 2020. So there's another 4 years, what, 300,000 a year?
No. You're asking me questions and I'm trying to be as honest and frank with you as I can. We would be foolish to trigger Article 50 today. We need to put the right people in place. It could happen as early as 2018. But let's be clear about this. For 40 years, it has been an unhappy relationship. We have got a majority in favour of changing it. Let's change it, leave the European Union. But during the campaign, I listened to passionate, honest, decent Remainers. And some of the points they made are valid. And we've got to make sure that the new consensus we want to build takes their points of view into account too.
And your thoughts for the Prime Minister? I mean, do you think he did the right thing in the end? I talked to you before the vote.
I was actually surprised.
Said it was up to him, really?
I was surprised. I saw no reason why he had to go. But obviously he's made that choice. Look, I'm not a Conservative anymore, and the internal dynamics of Tory leadership sagas are not my concern. I've got one or two issues of my own. All parties seem to have them. But look, you know, the fact is that David Cameron behaved like a statesman today. He said he was going to spend the next 3 months supporting the process, and I think putting the right people in place. We need to look at something, perhaps a unit in the Cabinet Office, accountable directly to the Prime Minister, making sure that the Sir Humphreys are not able to do what Sir Humphrey often does.
But it said, you know, given the size of that vote, and it's an endorsement of the UKIP view, there's no doubt about that, then UKIP should be reflected properly perhaps within the teams that do the negotiating. Talks of a Brexit government.
With great respect, Nigel Farage was never part of Vote Leave, and the detailed thought that Daniel Hannan, Michael Gove, Chris Grayling and others have given to what now needs to happen, it's got to come from the leadership of Vote Leave, and it will come from the leadership of Vote Leave.
So you're saying, no, Nigel, there's no place for you?
I'm sure that he will have views, and I'm very happy as the parliamentary party to feed those views in, but it is quite right and proper that the people who led the designated campaign, the campaign that succeeded, the campaign that appealed to people's better instincts, the campaign that didn't resort to angry nativism, it is right that that campaign shapes the future.
Listen, Douglas Carswell, must end it there. Thank you very much indeed. We're running out of time within this hour. So much more to come in the next hour. Let's just take you through some of the locations. Let me remind you of some of the things due to happen. This is Buckingham Palace, of course, where Mr Cameron is meeting Her Majesty the Queen. Boris Johnson expected to be making a statement round about 11 o'clock. Stay with us live on Sky News. This is Sky News live from Westminster as the Prime Minister resigns after the UK votes to leave the European Union. David Cameron says the country will have a new leader by October.
I love this country and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
It follows a referendum decided by a margin of more than 1 million votes, with Leave winning around 52% of the vote. Well, that sparked huge early morning celebrations for their supporters. Nigel Farage called it a win for real people.
June the 23rd needs to become a national bank holiday, and we will call it Independence Day.
But there were boos and catcalls to Boris Johnson as he emerged from his home, staying silent. The cost of the vote is already being counted, with the Bank of England's governor promising moves to try to calm the money markets. That came after the value of the pound collapsed to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985.
And the race to replace David Cameron already started as the plan to exit the European Union starts in earnest too.
I'm just across the river at the Leave campaign headquarters, and it's a pretty jubilant place. We're just about to hear for the first time from Boris Johnson, Michael Gove and the other Leave campaign leaders about What comes next?
I'm live in the City of London, where the pound has suffered its worst one-day fall in history. Billions have been wiped from the value of shares, and the Governor of the Bank of England has laid out his plans on how he will ensure stability remains the case.
Very good morning. This is a Sky News special live from Westminster, as after 43 years the UK has voted to leave the European Union, prompting the Prime Minister David Cameron to announce his intention to resign. Mr Cameron spoke shortly after the final numbers were announced and is now meeting Her Majesty the Queen at Buckingham Palace. He announced on the steps of Downing Street that he was going to undergo this process, announcing his own resignation there, that he would inform Her Majesty and, of course, what he thinks may happen and will happen as the UK negotiates its way out of the European Union. Let's talk live to our political editor, Faisal Islam, who's been in Downing Street there witnessing some of these extraordinary events. And as you were saying in our headlines there, Faisal, thoughts and ambitions about who might replace Mr Cameron already being displayed.
Indeed, and as you can see, David Cameron gone to talk to Her Majesty after this vote of immense constitutional importance. Her Majesty, we are led to understand, took a keen interest, asking some of her dinner guests what they thought about this referendum. There had been various rumours about her own views that, of course, have been hotly denied. But this is a vital constitutional moment. David Cameron has not resigned immediately. He's announced his resignation in advance. It could take up till October, the time of the Conservative Party conference. That process, we should remind viewers, involves the Conservative MPs picking a shortlist of 2, from which 150,000 Conservative Party members will pick the new Conservative Party leader and therefore the new Prime Minister. Some voices in Parliament already saying that that isn't sufficient, that there should be another general election. They include Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Leave MP, and Lord Mandelson. We'll see where that goes. The turmoil not confined to the Conservative Party. Labour Party figures too, asking questions about whether Jeremy Corbyn should survive. He was asked by you just a few moments ago, a couple of hours ago actually, whether he should resign, and he said no. But the members that elected Jeremy Corbyn on a left-wing platform were nonetheless not predominantly anti-EU, so this may provide a different context for the relationship between the members and Mr Corbyn. But that is psychodrama. That is who's leading the top of our 2 big parties. The actual situation as regards the UK and the EU and what happens within the United Kingdom is itself extraordinary. We don't know the flavour of leave that we will enjoy as we go forward. That will have to get a mandate in Parliament, in both House of Commons and the House of Lords. It will have to be negotiated with the European Union. Donald Tusk, the EU Council President, already saying that the 27 remaining members of the EU will meet on their own to decide how to deal with the United Kingdom. But let's just remind ourselves of that moment of high drama, that speech that David Cameron never wanted to make just 13 months after winning a massive majority. Here is the Prime Minister.
Good morning, everyone. The country has just taken part in a giant democratic exercise, perhaps the biggest in our history. Over 33 million people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Gibraltar have all had their say. We should be proud of the fact that in these islands we trust the people with these big decisions. We not only have a parliamentary democracy, but on questions about the arrangements for how we're governed, there are times when it is right to ask the people themselves, and that is what we have done. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, and their will must be respected. I want to thank everyone who took part in the campaign on my side of the argument, including all those who put aside party differences to speak in what they believed was the national interest. I fought this campaign in the only way I know how, which is to say directly and passionately what I think and feel, head, heart and soul. I held nothing back. I was absolutely clear about my belief that Britain is stronger, safer and better off inside the European Union. And I made clear the referendum was about this and this alone, not the future of any single politician, including myself. But the British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. This is not a decision I've taken lightly, but I do believe it's in the national interest to have a period of stability and then the new leadership required. There is no need for a precise timetable today, but in my view, we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
A touching moment there between the Prime Minister and Samantha, his wife there, and that was seen a couple of hours back in Downing Street as the Prime Minister announced his intention there to be gone in 3 or 4 months' time, and then you saw then the one of the upshots of that, the Prime Minister travelling to Buckingham Palace to talk to Her Majesty the Queen. Right, we're going live to Leave EU headquarters, and as you can see there, Gisela Stewart speaking at the moment, one of the leading Labour Leave campaigners. Boris Johnson and Michael Gove from the Conservatives beside her. Let's listen.
Of 40 years with the European Union. It was the largest and most extensive democratic exercise we have seen. And the people by a majority decided that they wished to leave the European Union. Vote Leave is a cross-party organisation, and we have always acted in a way which was in the interest of the country and not in sectional interests. I think it is now incumbent to all party leaders to also reflect to what extent they are representing and reflecting the views of the voters. This is the most extraordinary opportunity of democracy. I think the process which is beginning now of implementing the wish of the people will be seen as not only freeing the United Kingdom, but also be in the interest of Europe. We are still, and always have been, an exceptionally outward-looking country. We will continue to be so. We will be a good neighbour. We will be a good internationalist. But we will have taken back control of our democratic institutions.
Thank you very much, Gisela. And I want to begin this morning by paying tribute to David Cameron, who has spoken earlier from Downing Street. And I know I speak for Michael in saying how sad I am that he has decided to step down, but obviously I respect that decision. I've known David Cameron for a very long time, and I believe he's been one of the most extraordinary politicians of our age. A brave and principled man who's given superb leadership of his party and his country for many years, reforming our public services, delivering one nation conservative government, making this country the most dynamic economy in Europe, and with his own brand of compassionate conservatism that rightly earned his party the first majority government for decades. It was his bravery that gave this country the first referendum on the European Union for 43 years, the first time that many of us have had the chance to vote explicitly on this question. Today, I think all of us politicians should thank the British people, because in a way they have been doing our job for us. They hire us to deal with the hard questions, and this year we gave them one of the biggest and toughest questions of all. Some people are now saying that was wrong and that the people should never have been asked in this way. I disagree. I believe it was entirely right and inevitable, and indeed that there is no way of dealing with a decision on this scale except by putting it to the people. Because in the end, this question is about the people. It's about the right of the people of this country to settle their own destiny. It's about the very principles of our democracy, the rights of all of us to elect and remove the people who make the key decisions in their lives. And I think that the electorate have searched in their hearts and answered as honestly as they can, and as Gisela says, in a poll on a scale the like of which we have never seen before in this country, they have decided that it is time to vote to take back control. From a European Union that has become too remote, too opaque, and not accountable enough to the people it is meant to serve. In voting to leave the EU, it is vital to stress that there is now no need for haste, and indeed, as the Prime Minister has just said, nothing will change over the short term, except that work will have to begin on how to give effect to the will of the people and to extricate this country from the supranational system. And as the Prime Minister has rightly said, there is no need to invoke Article 50. And to those who may be anxious, whether at home or abroad, this does not mean that the United Kingdom will be in any way less united, nor indeed does it mean that it will be any less European. And I want to speak to the millions of people, directly to the millions of people who did not vote for this outcome, especially young people, who may feel that this decision in some way involves pulling up a drawbridge or any kind of isolationism, because I think the very opposite is true. We cannot turn our backs on Europe. We are part of Europe. Our children and our grandchildren will continue to have a wonderful future as Europeans travelling to the continent, understanding the languages and cultures that make up our common European civilization, continuing to interact with the peoples of other countries in a way that is open and friendly and outward-looking. And I want to reassure everybody that, in my view, as a result of this, Britain will continue to be a great European power, leading discussions on foreign policy and defence and intelligence sharing and all the work that currently goes on to make our world safer. But there is simply no need in the 21st century to be part of a federal system of government based in Brussels that is imitated nowhere else on earth. It was a noble idea for its time. It is no longer right for this country. And it is the essence of our case that young people in this country can look forward to a more secure and more prosperous future if we take back the democratic control that is the foundation of our economic prosperity. I believe we now have a glorious opportunity. We can pass our laws and set our taxes entirely according to the needs of the UK economy. We can control our own borders in a way that is not discriminatory, but fair and balanced, and take the wind out of the sails of the extremists and those who would play politics with immigration. Above all, we can find our voice in the world again, a voice that is commensurate with the fifth biggest economy on earth. Powerful, liberal, humane, an extraordinary force for good in the world. And the most precious thing this country has given our continent is the idea of parliamentary democracy. This Thursday, yesterday, I believe the British people have spoken up for democracy in Britain and across Europe. And I think we can be very proud of the result. Thank you finally to everybody at Vote Leave for the extraordinary and positive campaign you have run. Thank you.
I want to join Boris in paying tribute to the Prime Minister. He has led this country with courage, dignity and grace. He and the Chancellor rebuilt our economy. He has made opportunity more equal in our society. He has exemplified the very best in public service. He deserves to be remembered as a great Prime Minister. He called this referendum so the British people could decide one big question. Should we leave the political structures of the European Union? The British people have given us all a very clear instruction, and I know that we in politics will work calmly, cooperatively, and consensually to implement that instruction from the people. The British people's vote to leave is the start of a process, and while that process is ongoing, our existing trading relationships with the European Union and the rest of the world will continue as before. In the coming days, government ministers and officials can meet to decide the next steps. Officials and diplomats can start scoping out the broad parameters for full-scale talks with our European friends and with the institutions in Brussels. Our shared mission is clear: securing the best possible terms for Britain. And of course, informal discussions should precede our formal negotiations. Overall, the changes that we will see will be a process of gradual divergence. And it's important that representatives from every part of the United Kingdom, every community, and different political traditions are involved in shaping our future. And we should draw on wisdom from great minds outside politics. As we move forward, we should be in no doubt that Britain is embarking on a new chapter, but one that is in line with our best traditions. We have always been an open, inclusive, tolerant, creative, and generous nation. Open for business, open to trade, open to other cultures, open to the world. Now we have a new chance to extend that openness even further. We can build a new, stronger, and more positive relationship with our European neighbours based on free trade and friendly cooperation. We can have democratic consent for an immigration policy that is fairer and more humane. We can demonstrate that our progressive, liberal, and democratic traditions are being renewed, and that we stand with all our allies as resolute as ever against intolerance and oppression. We can take our place as a self-governing democracy alongside other great nations, working for greater global development, security, and prosperity. And we can now, calmly and united, take our country forward in the spirit of the warm, humane, and generous values that are the best of Britain. Thank you.
So the leaders of the Leave campaign speaking out for the first time, and mainly Mr. Johnson and Mr. Gove there trying to reassure the nation that things won't change overnight. There'll be no massive difference overnight, that we won't be pulling up the drawbridge to the rest of the world, as Boris Johnson put it. It's not about isolationism, that this is a chance to reassure Britain that it will continue to be a great European power and that there will be greater opportunities. And Mr. Johnson particularly making the point that all those, he reached out to all those who didn't vote to leave the EU, particularly younger people, to try and assure them that there was a good and prosperous future ahead for the UK, standing alone, having got back its powers to run itself. Well, let's bring in our political editor, Faisal Islam. Interesting listening to the leaders trying to express themselves and to couch fairly carefully where this country goes next, Faisal.
Yes, Jeremy, very careful. No triumphalism there, despite the scope for feeling rather happy about this result that came as a shock to the pollsters, came as a shock to many in their own campaign. They cancelled their own party last night because they didn't think that they were going to win. Powerful oratory there from Boris Johnson. We can find our voice in the world again, powerful, liberal and humane. The UK will not be any less European. And as you said, trying to talk and reach out directly to the young Britons that en masse voted to remain in the European Union. That's really important for Boris Johnson, and confirming that there was no need for haste in the invocation of Article 50, which would be the exit strategy or the legal way in which you can leave the European Union, taking up what the Prime Minister said. And then Michael Gove, I thought, interestingly, seeming to flesh out the details of what a first type of exit negotiation would be. He said that there would be an initial informal set of talks between governments, scoping out the broad parameters for later formal talks. And this would be a gradual process, and that, quote, we should draw on wisdom from great minds outside politics. His view and Boris Johnson's view and Gisela Stuart's view there too, very firmly that Britain remains European, just not a member of a supranational structure called the European Union based in Brussels. Their challenge, though, is immense in negotiating the specifics of a new relationship, some turmoil in the markets, keeping Britain together with the differences that we've seen across the nations of the United Kingdom too.
Faisal, just need to break in there. We're heading over to Brussels. Jean-Claude Juncker is speaking now, President of the EC.
Sophie Courtieu du journal Le Monde. Qu'attendez-vous du moteur franco-allemand, comme on l'appelle, dans les jours qui viennent?
Comme on l'appelle, comme vous le dites, j'attends du moteur franco-allemand des prises de position très claires. Je voudrais que pour tout le monde, il soit clair, évident, nécessaire.
Okay, well, let's Claude Juncker will bring you his reaction later. But this is very important. This is the First Minister, of course, of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon. Let's listen to her.
Our place in the world's biggest single market and the jobs and investment that depend on it. We voted to safeguard our freedom to travel, live, work and study in other European countries, and we voted to renew our reputation as an outward-looking, open and inclusive country. It is significant, in my view, that we did so after a campaign that was positive about the EU and about the benefits of migration. Indeed, I want to take the opportunity this morning to speak directly to citizens of other European countries living here in Scotland. You remain welcome here. Scotland is your home and your contribution is valued. Unfortunately, of course, yesterday's result in Scotland was not echoed across the whole of the United Kingdom. The UK-wide vote to leave the EU is one that I deeply regret. It remains my passionate belief that it is better for all parts of the UK to be members of the European Union. But the vote across England and Wales was a rejection of the EU, and it was a sign of divergence between Scotland and large parts of the rest of the UK and how we see our place in the world. But this vote wasn't just about the EU. It was also a clear expression of the disaffection with the political system that is felt in too many communities. Communities taken for granted by Labour for generations and punished with austerity cuts by the Tories for a financial crisis they didn't cause, used this referendum to make their voices heard. The Westminster establishment has some serious soul-searching to do, and I hope very much that it now does it. But as First Minister of Scotland, I have a duty to respond not just to the outcome across the UK, but also and in particular to the democratic decision taken by the people of Scotland. As things stand, Scotland faces the prospect of being taken out of the EU against our will. I regard that as democratically unacceptable. And of course, we face that prospect less than 2 years after being told that it was our own referendum on independence that would end our membership of the European Union, and that only a rejection of independence could protect it. Indeed, for many people, the supposed guarantee of remaining in the EU was a driver in their decision to vote to stay within the UK. So there is no doubt that yesterday's result represents a significant and a material change of the circumstances in which Scotland voted against independence in 2014. My job now is to act responsibly and in the interests of all of Scotland, and that is what I intend to do. The Cabinet will meet tomorrow morning to discuss our next steps in more detail, but I want to set out now some immediate priorities. Firstly, we have an urgent job to do to provide as much reassurance and certainty as we can. I spoke a short while ago to the Governor of the Bank of England to discuss his plans to reassure the markets and restore financial stability. Starting this afternoon, ministers will be engaged in discussions with key stakeholders, particularly in the business community, to emphasise that as of now we are still firmly in the EU, trade and business should continue as normal, and we are determined that Scotland will continue now and in the future to be an attractive and a stable place to do business. Our Resilience Committee will meet later this afternoon to oversee these immediate actions. Secondly, I want to make it absolutely clear today that I intend to take all possible steps and explore all options to give effect to how people in Scotland voted. In other words, to secure our continuing place in the EU and in the single market in particular. To that end, I have made clear to the Prime Minister this morning that the Scottish Government must be fully and directly involved in any and all decisions about the next steps that the UK Government intends to take. We will also be seeking direct discussions with the EU institutions and its member states, including the earliest possible meeting with the President of the European Commission. I will also be communicating over this weekend with each EU member state to make clear that Scotland has voted to stay in the EU, and I intend to discuss all options for doing so. I should say that I've also spoken this morning with Mayor Sadiq Khan, and he is clear that he shares this objective for London. So there is clear common cause between us. The discussions that take place over the coming days and weeks will, of course, be led by government, but I will seek the support and ensure the involvement of the Scottish Parliament at every step of the way. I intend to speak to all party leaders later today and make a full statement to the Chamber on Tuesday. I will also make a further statement following tomorrow's meeting of the Scottish Cabinet. Lastly, let me address the issue of a second independence referendum. The manifesto that the SNP was elected on last month said this: the Scottish Parliament should have the right to hold another referendum if there is a significant and material change in the circumstances that prevailed in 2014, such as Scotland being taken out of the EU against our will. Scotland does now face that prospect. It is a significant and material change in circumstances, and it is therefore a statement of the obvious that the option of a second referendum must be on the table, and it is on the table. Clearly, though, there are many discussions to be had before final decisions can be taken. It would not be right to rush to judgment ahead of discussions on how Scotland's result will be responded to by the EU. However, when the Article 50 process is triggered in 3 months' time, the UK will be on a 2-year path to the EU exit door. If Parliament judges that a second referendum is the best or only way to protect our place in Europe, it must have the option to hold one within that timescale. That means we must act now to protect that position. I can therefore confirm today that in order to protect that position, we will begin to prepare the legislation that would be required to enable a new independence referendum to take place if and when Parliament so decides. To conclude, this is not a situation that I wanted Scotland or the UK to be in today. But my responsibility in a climate of uncertainty is to seek to lead us forward with purpose. I know that there is a lot of thinking and talking to be done in the period that lies ahead and before final decisions are taken. The issues that we face are complex. There are many people who voted against independence in 2014 who are today reassessing their decision. Indeed, a very large number of them have contacted me already. However, I know that they will not want me to simply assume their support or to hear me talk about the challenges we face as if they are straightforward. They will want me to be straight and honest with them. Now is the time for me as First Minister to do everything I can to bring people together in common cause and to seek to lead our country forward as one. The need to act decisively must be tempered with the need to build consensus, and it will be. That is my duty as First Minister. After a campaign that has been characterised in the rest of the UK by fear and hate, my priority in the days, weeks and months ahead will be to act at all times in the best interests of Scotland and in a way that unites, not divides us. And let me also be clear about this. Whatever happens as a result of this outcome, England, Wales and Northern Ireland will always be Scotland's closest neighbours and our best friends. Nothing will ever change that. But I want to leave no one in any doubt about this. I am proud of Scotland and how we voted yesterday. We proved that we are a modern, outward-looking, open and inclusive country. And we said clearly that we do not want to leave the European Union. I am determined that we will do what it takes to make sure that these aspirations are realised. In closing, let me just say a word or two about the Prime Minister. David Cameron and I have very many political disagreements, not least over the conduct of this referendum. But as I am learning every single day, leadership is not easy. David has been the Prime Minister of the UK for 6 years. It is a tough job, and whatever our disagreements, he deserves our thanks for his service. I wish him and his family well for the future. From these comments, I'm happy to take some questions. Glenn Campbell.
First Minister, if not an independence referendum, what other options are available to you?
Well, I think an independence referendum is now highly likely, but I also think it's important that we take time to consider all steps and to have the discussions, not least to assess the response of the European Union to the vote that Scotland expressed yesterday. I am absolutely determined in my responsibility to give effect to how Scotland voted yesterday, and it's important that I take all steps to make sure that we explore all options to do exactly that. Colin.
Is that independence referendum that you say is highly likely, will that go ahead with or without consent of Westminster? Because you had consent the last time.
Well, obviously we would seek to follow the same precedent that we did the last time, but I think in the circumstances where the Scottish Parliament decides that that option is an option that it wants to exercise, I think it would be inconceivable that, particularly in the circumstances that have given rise to this, that the UK Government would seek to stand in its way. But of course, these are some of the discussions that we will be seeking to have in the days and weeks ahead. I'll take Peter.
First Minister, you say you want Scotland to remain in the EU. You say that to do that you're likely to propose a referendum. The rest of the UK will be out of the EU. That must mean will be a border between Scotland, a proper, real border between Scotland and England.
These are issues that we now have to assess and consider, and we have to do that calmly and rationally. That's why I have said very, very clearly in the remarks I've made today that I am not going to stand here and pretend to anybody that the issues we face are straightforward. We face many complex issues, which is another reason why, in addition to being determined about giving effect to how Scotland voted, I'm going to take the time to make sure that all of Scotland considers all of these issues and has the chance to move forward as one. I think that is of the utmost importance at this time. Sarah.
First Minister,
Are you confident that in the potential turmoil that could follow a Brexit, that those are circumstances in which Scotland will want to vote for independence?
I think in the circumstances of turmoil, and can I say, I don't want to see turmoil affecting any part of the United Kingdom. I believe the decision that was taken across the UK yesterday was the wrong decision, a mistake. But I hope very much that some of the fears that were had about it are not realised, because it would not be in the interests of people anywhere in the UK if they are. But I'm not sure that is not more in hope than in expectation. But it is exactly because of the uncertainty and the potential turmoil that we face that I think it is in my responsibility to seek to bring Scotland together, to lead Scotland forward into a position that allows us to continue with the stability and the certainty that membership of the European Union gives us. I am not saying that these issues are straightforward, but I do think that is the responsibility and indeed the opportunity that now lies before us. But I'll take Martin.
Presumably, you don't want to risk losing another referendum. You'll call it when the polls tell you you're almost certain to win it. What level of support do you need at the polls?
My guiding principle in every decision I take over these next days, weeks and months will be what I judge to be in the best interest, not of the SNP or as me as First Minister, but what I judge to be in the best interest of Scotland. That is the responsibility I have, and that's how I will guide every decision I take. Right, I'll take one more question.
You just said the vote shows that Scotland is forward-looking. Does it follow then that England and Wales are backward-looking?
The decision that was taken in other parts of the UK is a decision that people took democratically after much consideration. It's a decision I deeply disagreed with, but I respect the decision that has been taken. But I said during the campaign that I believed it was important to protect our position in the European Union and in the wider world as an outward-looking, inclusive country. I think that's what Scotland voted for yesterday, and that's the position I want to protect. I'll take one more question. Yes.
Your predecessor, Alex Salmond, said he thinks it's absolutely crucial that you stage a second independence referendum before we're in the Article 50 period, within 2 to 2.5 years of that beginning, before the UK actually leaves the EU formally. Do you agree with him?
Well, what I've just said is that Parliament would have to have the opportunity to hold a referendum if Parliament decides to do that within the timescale that is triggered by an Article 50 process. That is why what I've said today is that we will begin the preparations to make sure that that position is protected. Obviously, for the Scottish Parliament, we know this from our past experience, for the Scottish Parliament to have that ability to hold a referendum, there is a legislative process that requires to be undertaken. That takes time, and that's why that preparation to protect that position has to start now. Otherwise, that option may close down for the Scottish Parliament, and that would not be appropriate. Thank you very much for your attendance this morning.
Did things get any more extraordinary on this most extraordinary of political days? The tectonic plates continuing to move, the domino effect, I suppose, taking place there. Nicola Sturgeon, the Scottish First Minister, dropping a bombshell, rather unexpected bombshell given the outcome, but a bombshell nevertheless, her saying that she will seek ways to keep Scotland in the European Union. We'll have much more on that, and she said it will take place within this 2-year timescale that Article 50 will trigger. Listen, we've got to bring you now so much happening as a result of this referendum decision, this referendum result. Angela Merkel, the German Chancellor, is speaking now.
Holds true to a smaller or larger respect for all the European countries. We need to make sure that the citizens can feel in concrete terms what the contribution of the European Union is to making their individual lives better. That is a task for the institutions of the European Union as well as for the member states. Secondly, in a world which moves ever closer together, the challenges are too great, then individual countries could solve the problems themselves. The European Union is one of the largest economic spaces of the world. It needs to see itself as a committed partner that works with globalization and helps influence globalization. It is a unique community of solidarity and values. It is our guarantee for well-being and stability. Our values of democracy, of the state of law, and our interests in economic terms, in social terms, in environmental terms, in terms of defense, and in terms of global competition. Thirdly, we need to draw conclusions from this referendum looking at history. We must never forget that in these hours, too, the idea of European unification was the idea of peace. After centuries of horrendous bloodshed, the founding fathers found a way to come together, and it was manifested in the Treaty of Rome almost 60 years ago. And for the future, we should not take this for granted. We can all see that we are living in a world of turmoil. In Europe, too, we feel the lack of freedom, of crisis, of political conflicts.
There we can see the reverberations, the effects of this vote in the United Kingdom to announce that it will leave the European Union. The German Chancellor there absorbing that, talking about the need for reform and listening throughout the European Union. We want to go straight to Downing Street, though, now. Our political editor, Faisal Islam, is there, has been reporting on the resignation of the Prime Minister. What have you got now, Faisal?
Well, extraordinary but predictable that Nicola Sturgeon would call for the legislation behind a second referendum. Remember, Scotland voted 62% to remain versus England 53% to leave. She feels that that triggers the material change option in her manifesto to call another referendum, and that could happen within 2 years if she gets her way. So at the same time that Michael Gove and Boris Johnson potentially will be negotiating Britain's exit, they will face negotiations with the Scottish Government that feels it now has a mandate for a second referendum to leave the United Kingdom, and that could have knock-on effects elsewhere, like Northern Ireland too. Today gets more and more extraordinary.
It certainly does, and you mentioned Northern Ireland there. Well, as chance would have it, I have the Northern Ireland Secretary sitting beside me, Leave campaigner, of course, Theresa Villiers. And let me put that to you. You know, you were told, you were warned by the Remain side during the course of the campaign that some of the consequences of a vote to leave may well be that the Scots would seek a second referendum. Well, that seems to be coming to pass. You were also told there would be economic, there would be financial turmoil. That too is happening. Is it a price worth paying?
I believe that it is great news that the people of the United Kingdom have voted to become an independent, self-governing democracy again. They wanted to take back control over making our laws in this country. It isn't right that as a member of the EU, it doesn't matter who you vote for at a Westminster election, there are many things you just cannot change, including significant parts of our immigration policy. I believe that our economy is strong. I believe we're going to flourish outside the European Union. The European Union sells far more to us than we do to them, so we're going to get a good trade deal with them.
But I'm not sure you heard the question about Scotland. I mean, is it a price worth paying, smashing up the present United Kingdom to get the rump of it out of the European Union?
I don't believe the United Kingdom is going to break up. Scotland had their referendum. They voted to stay within the United Kingdom, and when they did that, it was absolutely clear that there was a commitment to hold a referendum on the UK's membership of the European Union. The question of Scottish separation is settled. Both sides are agreed to respect the result, the SNP as well as the UK government. That is what needs to be done. There is no justification for a second divisive referendum.
Well, Nicola Sturgeon talking there about the mandate. It was in the SNP's manifesto just last month in the Scottish elections. They're saying that if there was significant and material change, then they would have to look at ways to keep Scotland in the European Union. That has come to pass. Are you saying then that because they had the referendum in 2014, Westminster should not pass any legislation to enable that to happen again?
I don't believe that they should, because I believe the question of Scottish separation was settled by a referendum where the Scots voted by a significant majority to stay within the United Kingdom.
So your message to Nicola Sturgeon is you've had your vote, you can't have another one?
I believe that it wouldn't be helpful or productive or right to seek a second referendum, because when the people of Scotland voted in significant numbers to stay within the United Kingdom, they knew that there would be a vote on the UK's membership of the European Union.
And what about Northern Ireland, your own patch there? Hearing from Sinn Féin that they believe this fundamentally alters the situation vis-à-vis, of course, the Republic of Ireland, and the fact that, like Scotland, Northern Ireland voted to remain within the European Union.
Well, I think it's worth remembering there was also a substantial part of the population that voted leave in Northern Ireland. There are circumstances set out in the Good Friday Agreement where a referendum on a united Ireland is required. They're not satisfied. Those circumstances are that I, as Secretary of State, were to come to the view that there's a likelihood that there would be a majority for a united Ireland. Every poll or the research indicates again and again the majority of people in Northern Ireland clearly support the Good Friday Agreement, the institutions it established, and hence Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom.
Let's just hear what Sinn Féin's Martin McGuinness is actually saying about this, whether it is about a united Ireland. We've got this just in from the Deputy First Minister there.
There is absolutely no reason whatsoever that it would be destabilising. I don't know why people suggest that, because it is part of the Good Friday Agreement. It is a legitimate exercise that can be conducted, just as the exercise into Scottish independence was conducted in a very civilised way. I see absolutely no reason whatsoever why a border poll, a referendum and lead into it similarly could not be conducted in a civilised way.
We can't deny he's got a point there about membership of the European Union being intrinsic to the Good Friday Agreement.
It's referred to in the Good Friday Agreement, but it's by no means intrinsic to it. Leaving the European Union, it does not in any way undermine our commitment to the Good Friday Agreement. Our commitment to the Good Friday Agreement is absolutely solid. It's delivered peace in Northern Ireland, and indeed this government has delivered two crucial cross-party agreements as successors to the Good Friday Agreement. Without those two agreements, we could have seen a collapse of those institutions.
And thoughts about the leadership of your party? Will you throw your hat into the ring?
No.
Explicit. Thank you very much indeed. And definite. Teresa Villiers there, the Northern Ireland Secretary. We want to take you now to Scotland. We just heard the First Minister there. Somebody else is there that we know Nicola Sturgeon will not be meeting. He may be the next President of the United States. He feels rather emboldened, I think, about this result here in the United Kingdom, talking about freeing the people. He is, of course, Donald Trump. He's got a major golf course there at Turnberry. He's been over to have a look at that, and he has just been speaking.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And this is an amazing honor. It's an amazing day, very historic day for a lot of reasons, not only Turnberry. This was one of the big votes in the history of Europe and Scotland and everywhere. It was very exciting coming in, and we were landing and we had just heard the results. So I wish everybody a lot of luck. I think that it's purely historic, and what's happening is historic. So it's an honor to be with you. My mother was born in Scotland, in Stornoway. She loved Scotland. She would be here a lot. She would come every year with my sister Marion and my sister Elizabeth, and they just loved it. Her loyalty to Scotland was incredible. She respected and loved the Queen, and she loved the ceremony and the pomp and circumstance, and she was something special. And to think that we'd be here owning Turnberry one day would be incredible. She would come to Turnberry with her friends, and they'd have dinner at Turnberry. She didn't play golf, but they'd have dinner at Turnberry. So having taken this hotel and done the job that we've done with it is just an honor that I was given the opportunity. We bought it about 4.5 years ago. The town council has been incredible. The local politicians.
Well, the presumptive Republican candidate for the American presidency there, Donald Trump, at his Turnberry courses he was referring to in Scotland, and as I say, emboldened by this result, saying that he thinks it's linked to the kind of campaign he's been running in the United States. This is, of course, Downing Street, where Not too very long ago, we saw the Prime Minister, just a year and a bit after he was standing outside that door in triumph, hailing and being hailed for delivering an outright general election victory, announcing his resignation that he will stand down by October as a result of this referendum result. And then he made his way to see Her Majesty the Queen to brief her on all the changes that are taking place in terms of the leadership of the country and its relationship with the European Union. I've got Liam Fox here with me, whose side, of course, triumphed, major out-campaigner during the course of the last few months, and a very good morning to you. Your thoughts about the Prime Minister? We talked a lot, didn't we, during the course of the campaign? You always thought he should stay on.
I did, and I was saying that during the night last night as it became clear that we were going to get a leave vote, that it would be better for him to stay on, have a period of stability. Of course, the timetable for a leadership election in the Conservative Party isn't determined by the leader. It's determined by the 1922 committee. And my personal view would be that we would do what we did in 2005 and have that election after the party conference, when, after all, the party members are going to have a role in this.
So is that, I mean, is the 4 or 5 months just about right then? I mean, his authority was fundamentally damaged there. We knew he was going anywhere, and then he took one view to the electorate who rejected it. It isn't really a base for governing on, is it?
Well, first of all, I think the Conservative Party should be saying thank you to David Cameron this morning. It took us to 2 general election victories, helped win the Scottish referendum, the AV referendum. I think he gambled too much on the European referendum unnecessarily.
You wanted it, though?
I wanted the referendum. No, I meant in terms of the strong position that he took. But you have to give it to him. He showed great leadership for his own campaign side in that. And I suppose it's one of the great ironies of politics that here we have a successful Prime Minister who's having to resign for actually delivering on a manifesto promise.
Do you think, well, I mean, do you still think then he didn't need to go, that he could work further on this renegotiation with the European Union?
Well, I think he could have had a reasonable amount of time. I think his parliamentary colleagues would have given him support to do that. I think there are questions beyond just the leadership about what the shape of that negotiating team will look like, where it will sit in government. Will it be answerable just to the Prime Minister? Will it be answerable to the Foreign Office? Many of us would be relatively unhappy with that and would like to see it out of the clutches of the traditional civil service.
But just last question about the Prime Minister. As you described there, you know, this time last year was a Conservative hero delivering that overall general election result. Of course, got Labour out of office in 2010. One, in part, he was responsible for winning the independence referendum in Scotland. Now it seems like there's going to be another independence referendum. We've got to imagine that the SNP are more likely to win that. He's lost this referendum. Is his ultimate legacy going to be one of failure?
No, first of all, I don't accept the point on another Scottish referendum. There's no real desire, if you look at polling in Scotland, from the people of Scotland to have that. The SNP, yes, but not the people of Scotland, who show no appetite for going through the whole process all over again. And, of course, the Scottish government lost their majority in their recent election, so their idea of having a mandate is very poor. But no, I think David Cameron will be remembered as taking the Conservative Party back into government. First in the coalition, but more importantly on its own for the first time since 1992. But this is a day that we need to remember for what it really is, which is a monumental, historical event. Nothing in the 24 years I've been in Parliament has been anything like this.
Journalism. But, I mean, what about then the future government? I mean, this is going to be the clear and present issue for so many years to come. And what form then, what kind of shape should the Conservative government take in terms of having those people who campaigned for leave leading it? Mr. Johnson, Mr. Gove, yourself.
I think it's very important that you have a government that will carry with enthusiasm the policy to leave, but it's also very important that as Democrats, everybody accepts the verdict that the public have given us, an instruction to Parliament as to what to do. And remember, there's more to government than simply that one policy. That will be something hugely important and dominating in our politics over the next couple of years. But we also have a number of other things to do. We've still got our deficit to deal with.
Yeah.
We've still got non-EU migration to deal with. So
but
we've got a lot
that very
of issues.
thinking? I mean, and you and I, as I say, have talked for a long time since you left government about how deeply you've been thinking about Britain's relationship with the European Union. Of course, it has to continue to have one. Wouldn't there be, and shouldn't there be, a place for you in government to express that?
Oh, well, It's very nice of you to say so, but it's having been up all night, I think we'll take a deep breath before we answer any of those questions. We have a huge amount of talent, actually, in the Parliamentary Party. And what I would like to see is I'd like to see, when we get a new Prime Minister, I'd like to see the deployment of that talent more widely.
Liam Fox, thanks very much indeed. So the Prime Minister has gone amongst other ramifications, repercussions of this result. This is a little bit of what he said.
Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
This is Sky News live from Westminster as the UK votes to leave the European Union and the Prime Minister decides to step down. David Cameron says the country will have a new leader by October.
I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
Well, it follows a referendum decided by a margin of just over 1 million votes, with Leave winning around 52% of the poll.
There is simply no need in the 21st century to be part of a federal system of government based in Brussels that is imitated nowhere else on earth. It was a noble idea for its time. It is no longer right.
Well, the cost of the vote is already being counted, with the Bank of England's governor promising moves to calm the money markets. That after the value of the pound collapsed at one point to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985. And more side effects. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon says she will push for a second vote on Scottish independence.
It is a significant and material change in circumstances, and it is therefore a statement of the obvious that the option of a second referendum must be on the table.
And the European Union says it wants the process to remove the UK to start immediately.
Here at the Leave campaign headquarters, the mood, far from being jubilant, has been one of attempting to calm expectations, with promises from Boris Johnson that Britain won't be pulling up the drawbridge and heading into isolation.
And the process of Britain leaving the EU begins as the race for number 10 in the Tory party also starts.
I'm live in the City of London, where the pound has suffered its worst one-day fall in at least 50 years. Billions has been wiped from the value of stocks, and the Bank of England governor has laid out his plans to ensure market stability.
And I'm live in Edinburgh, where this result, it seems, could now lead to a second vote for independence.
Good afternoon. It is 12 o'clock and this is a Sky News special live from Westminster as the UK has voted to leave the European Union, prompting the Prime Minister, David Cameron, to announce his intention to resign. Well, Mr Cameron spoke shortly after the final numbers were announced and confirmed, and has been meeting the Queen at Buckingham Palace to explain to Her Majesty his decision. Well, the vote to leave sparked wild celebrations for the Out campaign. In the last hour, Boris Johnson paid tribute to the Prime Minister. He said the vote did not mean the UK would be any less European, and this is the final result of the EU referendum campaign. Let's remember these numbers. Got just under 52% of the vote, 17.4 million votes in total. Those who wanted to remain within the European Union, just over 48% of that vote. That meant just over 16 million voters. So 52% in effect to 48%, and the Leave camp winning it then by a margin of more than 1 million votes. Well, the Prime Minister then, after absorbing that, took a couple of hours to absorb it, he then announced his plans to stand down.
Good morning, everyone. The country has just taken part in a giant democratic exercise, perhaps the biggest in our history. Over 33 million people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Gibraltar have all had their say. We should be proud of the fact that in these islands we trust the people with these big decisions. We not only have a parliamentary democracy, but on questions about the arrangements for how we're governed, there are times when it is right to ask the people themselves, and that is what we have done. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, and their will must be respected. I want to thank everyone who took part in the campaign on my side of the argument, including all those who put aside party differences to speak in what they believed was the national interest. I fought this campaign in the only way I know how, which is to say directly and passionately what I think and feel, head, heart and soul. I held nothing back. I was absolutely clear about my belief that Britain is stronger, safer and better off inside the European Union. And I made clear the referendum was about this and this alone, not the future of any single politician, including myself. But the British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. This is not a decision I've taken lightly, but I do believe it's in the national interest to have a period of stability and then the new leadership required. There is no need for a precise timetable today, but in my view, we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
And then the Prime Minister went to see Her Majesty the Queen at Buckingham Palace to announce that decision, of course, to update her about what happens now vis-à-vis the European Union. So, absolutely mammoth developments, so you can work that out for yourselves, and so much to take it through. But let's go through the big three and talk to our political editor, Faisal Islam, in Downing Street. And, of course, the biggest of them all, that decision to leave the European Union. Then we had the Prime Minister resigning, and then in the last hour we've heard from Scotland's First Minister her intention to find a way to keep Scotland in the European Union.
Yeah, small wonder that the press conference of Boris Johnson and Michael Gove was a rather sober, non-triumphalist affair, because you start to see the three different currents of complexity interlocking for whoever ends up in that place by October. You will have a situation where they have to start formal negotiations, exit negotiations with the European Union and decide to invoke this Article 50. We've had a statement from the President of the European Commission and the European Council, a joint statement saying, we now expect the UK government to give effect to this decision of the British people as soon as possible, however painful that process may be. The end result of that process could be many different types of options, and that has different implications for different parts of the United Kingdom. You then have Scotland. We heard from Nicola Sturgeon what she said about a potential second referendum. They feel they have the mandate for that in Scotland. A new Prime Minister would have to decide whether or not Westminster Parliament should block that. Another constitutional crisis. You have the markets to sort out too. And against all that, before that, you have a Tory party leadership contest, and perhaps that won't be the only one. We should stand and stop and reflect, though, on the fact that the Prime Minister has also announced his resignation. Extraordinary that that's not the first thing I talked to you about when he only resigned about 3 hours ago. But yes, 13 months on, when he stood at that podium, and I was here, and he claimed that mandate for a Tory majority government that he did not expect then. He'd won a mandate, he said, for a new type of conservatism. He can't have imagined just 13 months later that he would be standing there announcing his resignation. His team did not expect this even at midnight this morning, but that is politics on a day in which extraordinary does not even do justice to the things that are happening.
Here at the Leave campaign headquarters on the south bank of the River Thames, you could have been expected to hear a mood of great jubilation, but far from it when the leaders of the Leave campaign, led by Boris Johnson and Michael Gove, got onto the platform a short time ago against a backdrop of turmoil in the markets and 48% of the population probably in some sort of state of shock. They were in a mood that was trying to calm expectations, trying to reassure people that the nation wasn't going to change that much overnight. And they said that there was no plan to pull up the drawbridge and send Britain into isolation. It doesn't mean that we'll be any less united, any less European. Here are some of the thoughts of Boris Johnson.
I believe we now have a glorious opportunity. We can pass our laws and set our taxes entirely according to the needs of the UK economy. We can control our own borders in a way that is not discriminatory, but fair and balanced, and take the wind out of the sails of the extremists and those who would play politics with immigration. Above all, we can find our voice in the world again, a voice that is commensurate with the fifth biggest economy on earth. Powerful, liberal, humane, an extraordinary force for good in the world. And the most precious thing this country has given our continent is the idea of parliamentary democracy. This Thursday, yesterday, I believe the British people have spoken up for democracy in Britain and across Europe. And I think we can be very proud of the result.
Let's take you straight back to Downing Street. Faisal's there. Faisal, David Cameron says he's stepping down. Now you have breaking news on the Labour leadership.
Yes, indeed. The senior Labour MP, Margaret Hodge, has tabled a motion of no confidence in Jeremy Corbyn, seconded by another senior MP, Anne Coffey. This comes as no surprise. Jeremy Corbyn came on to Sky News soon after the referendum result was formally announced. He was asked directly by Dermot Murnaghan if he was going to resign. He said, no, I'm not resigning. He feels that there's a mandate for a left-wing version of Brexit that he can help shape. But that's clearly not the view of the Parliamentary Labour Party. Even without the Brexit vote, there was obvious concerns amongst the PLP. They now clearly feel that his less than fulsome support for the European Union has played a part. And here's where it gets very interesting. There was a constraint on the Labour MPs because they felt even if there was another leadership contest, the membership would just re-elect Mr Corbyn inevitably. But here's where the dilemma is. Could it be that the new wave of young members, yes, they're left-wing, but were they anti-European Union? Were they Eurosceptic? The calculation from these Labour MPs is that they're not. And perhaps this could be the way to divorce away these hundreds of thousands of new members away from Mr Corbyn. So it looks, I'm pretty sure they'll get enough votes for some sort of membership challenge from the Labour MPs. And so we'll have simultaneous simultaneous leadership challenges in both our main parties at a time when we're negotiating our EU exit and Scotland wants a divorce in the Union. You could not make this up. It is absolutely extraordinary, and I've forgotten about the markets as well. The markets are tanking too.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much indeed, Faisal. Darren McCaffrey, our political correspondent, with me here at Leave headquarters. And interesting, this whole question of the turmoil in the markets, the turmoil in the two main parties. That's perhaps why the mood in the Leave headquarters was one of trying to calm things down.
Definitely, Jeremy. I was in the front seat of that. We can't really call it a press conference because they didn't take any questions. And actually, looking up close at Boris Johnson and Michael Gove, they're tired, they're shattered. Of course they are. They fought a pretty hard 3-4 month campaign. But also they do seem a bit shocked themselves. I think, there was not necessarily an expectation they thought they were going to win this referendum campaign, but they also realise, of course, the consequences of that referendum campaign. The market's been in turmoil, the sense that, half the population almost didn't vote for this. And you're looking at, potentially, probably, almost likely, the next Prime Minister of this country, Boris Johnson. And there's an awful lot of weight of responsibility on him. There's a weight of responsibility on any Prime Minister of Germany, but, for a man who's going to take over a country that's potentially in economic and political turmoil, it's a big responsibility. And that's why you saw them take a very deliberate tack that they were going to be in control, calm and conciliatory, and I think you've seen them try and calm people down, say that things aren't going to change overnight, that this is going to be a process that's going to take years, in control in the sense that they wanted to reassure people that things weren't going to change.
Particularly young people. I notice they're obviously aware that 48% of people don't want this, and particularly a younger generation who probably much more an older generation wanted to stay in Europe.
Yeah, and we saw both Michael Gove and Boris Johnson specifically reflect young people, and that is part of the conciliation process. They know that they need to move, they need to reach out to people, and it's not just young people. They make it a deliberate attempt to say we're going to reach out to all the nations and the regions of the UK, get them involved in this process. Particularly important, of course, when it comes to places like Scotland and Northern Ireland, where the majority of people voted to actually remain in.
And Sturgeon's already calling for a second referendum on independence.
Precisely, and that will weigh heavily on someone like Michael Gove. Of course, himself is Scottish and a hardened unionist. And also very interesting, of course, that Gisela Stuart was on that stage as well. She is of the Labour Party, and there was again an attempt that this is going to reach out beyond the Conservative Party. But be in no doubt that it was two men on stage who wanted to calm things down, who wanted to clearly reach a European as much as a British audience in saying that they would be good European neighbours that would cooperate, but ultimately ones that wanted to reassure the public that things aren't going to change overnight, but that things will get better in a long-term process, that it is going to take years.
Darren, thank you very much for that. Darren McCaffrey, who was in the Leave press conference there with Boris Johnson and Michael Gove. Let's just take ourselves back a few hours and have a look now at just how the results unfolded that have brought about this dramatic and historic day in British political history. Jonathan Samuels has more at the big screen.
Well, he doesn't actually, Jeremy. I'm going to talk us through it because it was, of course, a divided picture as we've been discussing there, and the ramifications for the unity of the United Kingdom. A divided picture across that United Kingdom, and of course, England has voted overwhelmingly to leave the European Union with a margin of 1.9 million votes. Well, that's the overall vote. That's how it all tallied. I want to take you through, though, the regional breakdown, I think, but I'll talk you through it then. And 53.4% of people voting out in England. They see 46.6%. Then we get on to Wales. Now, it was thought that the nations and regions, Wales amongst them, may actually go for Remain. As it turned out, in Wales, well, it went for Brexit too. The final result in Wales was 854,000 votes, 52.5% voting to leave, and just 772,000 to Remain, 47.5%. Now, this is the one that's causing all the head scratching. The next one coming up there in Scotland, as we've been discussing and as we heard a little while back from the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. Nicola Sturgeon pointing out that in Scotland it was an overwhelming vote to remain in the European Union, of 1.6 million people in Scotland voting to remain part of that union, and 38% of the Scottish voters, just over a million, saying that they would like to leave. And Nicola Sturgeon pointing out that it was in the SNP's manifesto for the Scottish elections just last month, if there was a significant and material change in circumstances vis-à-vis the UK's relationship with the European Union, then steps would have to be taken to protect Scotland's place within the European Union. Let's get more on that, because in Edinburgh and at that news conference hosted by the First Minister is Colin Brazier. So what do we make of it all, Colin?
Well, you know, it's interesting, Dermot, just listening to a couple of the interviews you did this morning. Tony Blair, former Prime Minister, there was a sense of fatalism, really, a palpable sense of disappointment of being let down. Your interview with Jeremy Corbyn, almost irascible at times, crotchety. These were people who'd nailed their colours to the mast and had gone wrong. Well, when we talk about the First Minister, whose official residence, Bute House, was standing outside now, Nicola Sturgeon called it right in a sense. Yes, she was part of the Remain campaign, but in terms of what the Scots Nats did, and in terms of what the vote did here in Scotland, they heavily voted for Remain, just as the polls predicted. So what was she going to do then? Well, some people felt, certainly the consensus seemed to be here, she'd park it. Holding pattern, take her time, think about it, consult at Holyrood, consult with party apparatchiks. And therefore it was a real surprise for many of the people here that she's really turned the gas up on this now. That press conference she gave in the last, 45 minutes or thereabouts, some of the language she was using, yes, she invoked the memory of what was written in the manifesto, the SNP manifesto last May. Was there a material change in circumstances that might trigger a second independence referendum? Yes, there was. She said there had been a material change in circumstances, and that's why a second independence referendum was on the table. Here's a part of what she had to say.
Lastly, let me address the issue of a second independence referendum. The manifesto that the SNP was elected on last month said this: the Scottish Parliament should have the right to hold another referendum if there is a significant and material change in the circumstances that prevailed in 2014, such as Scotland being taken out of the EU against our will. Scotland does now face that prospect. It is a significant and material change in circumstances, and it is therefore a statement of the obvious that the option of a second referendum must be on the table, and it is.
She did say she'd spoken to the Bank of England Governor, Mark Carney, to Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, as well. She hoped to have talks with the President of the European Commission. She also talked about Northern Ireland and parallels in the situation between Scotland and Northern Ireland. Let's go to our Northern Ireland correspondent, David Blevins, who can join us now. David.
Yes, Northern Ireland voted to remain. The balance of difference somewhere in the region of 56-44, but it wasn't enough to influence the outcome of the UK-wide result, and as a result this place finds itself largely in the same position as Scotland. People voted out of the European Union against their wishes. Now, Northern Ireland's First Minister Arlene Foster has within the last hour stated that she believes that does not pose any threat to the constitutional position of Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom. But the Deputy First Minister, Sinn Féin's Martin McGuinness, completely disagrees. He says the conditions have now been met for a poll on removing the Irish border, effectively a referendum on Northern Ireland leaving the UK in order to remain part of the European Union. This is what he had to say.
Well, I do believe that given the vote that has been taken by English voters, effectively dragging ourselves in Scotland out of the European Union, that we do have a right to test opinion.
So there you have very clear call from Sinn Féin's Martin McGuinness for a referendum here in Northern Ireland as well. And of course that's because where we stand here in Derry is just a few miles from the Irish border. So when all of these changes take effect, this will effectively be where the UK ends and the European Union begins. One other important factor to point out from Ireland is that we are hearing there has been a huge surge in the number of people searching online for how to apply for an Irish passport. In fact, there are some queues out
outside the Irish Passport Office in Dublin. People concluding that dual citizenship may be the only way they can retain their EU citizenship. That's it from here in Northern Ireland. Back to you, Dermot.
David Blevins, thank you very much indeed. David Blevins there in Londonderry in Northern Ireland. Of course, big questions raised during the course of the campaign about what the future would look like for the economy in the result of a Leave vote. Well, that has come to pass, and we've seen major reaction on the markets with the pound marked down as the result became apparent during the course of the evening. The pound was marked down substantially, fell against the dollar from 150 to below 140 at one stage, back to the level that it stood at back in 1995. The stock market also took a hell of a hit. It dived when the result became apparent and has since recovered ever so slightly. And there you have it, yes, the stock market bouncing back up a bit, and indeed only now down 4.56% overall, but that does equate to 288 points off the FTSE, which is billions of pounds off the value of shares. Now, the Governor of the Bank of England then faced with all this, and he did say he would put in place contingency plans. He already had them in place in the event of a Brexit vote. It has happened. The Governor of the Bank of England said that he would work to stabilise the system, doing things that he has at his immediate disposal. One of them, of course, when it comes to the currency there, is to buy sterling to support the currency against, in particular, the dollar, the global currency there. And as I say, you can see there the precipitate fall, and that taking place in under 24 hours of the pound against the dollar. International markets reacting, some of the first opening, of course, overnight in the Far East, and you can see there the falls, then the slight bounce back as the reaction gets slightly muted. But it's the longer term that I'm going to talk about in a moment or two. The Hang Seng down 2.9%. Well, joining me now to talk about some of the economic effects is the chair and founder of Cobra Beer, and in support of Lord Billy Mora, and I'm also joined by Chairman of the Vote Leave Business Council. He is, of course, John Longworth, and a big smile on your face, Mr. Longworth, after all you went through, of course. And well, let's start with you, though. But is it a bit of a case of be careful what you wish for now? Businesses, we're told, hate uncertainty, and boy, we've certainly got that now.
Well, we've got some temporary blips in some of the markets, which was expected. Things will settle down. The economy is the same today as it was yesterday. We're still members of the European Union. The withdrawal process will be a gradual process. But most importantly, though, it's extremely important that the Brexit business community, of which there are a lot, contrary to the popular opinion in the Remain camp, there are a lot of businesses supported exit from the European Union, that we watch the politicians like hawks to make sure that we actually get the benefits for the economy that we want.
Because a lot of them, particularly smaller businesses, we're talking about the red tape. Which bits of red tape do they want to tear up? What about maternity and paternity rights, working hours, things like that, all those protections for workers?
No, it's perfectly possible to get £12.5 billion worth of savings, 1/10 of what the Treasury actually estimated it cost per annum for regulatory burdens on business, without actually touching those key social areas. We can simply do it by cutting the red tape parts of those things.
Depends what government you get there in the future, doesn't it?
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. And we've got to make sure that the politicians don't renegotiate us back into the EU, and we've got to make sure that they take the opportunity that's been given to them now to actually make Britain the best place in the world to do business.
Well, Lord Billy Mora, on the Remain side, do you see the economic troubles that are happening now? Temporary blip. The markets will soon get over them, and they'll realise the size of the British economy and its importance in or outside the EU as a trading nation.
Vote Leave talk about yesterday as Independence Day for the UK. Well, I say yesterday was the day that the United Kingdom shot itself in the foot. We were doing so well as an economy, with fifth largest economy in the world. Since the single market started in 1993, Britain has the highest cumulative GDP growth rate in the European Union of 62%. Germany is only 35%. We have highest employment, lowest unemployment. Business was doing well, and all this nonsense about red tape. I built Cobra Beer from scratch over the last 26 years. I can tell you, I've never spent a single day worrying about EU red tape. The only barriers that have come in our business are our own homegrown red tape and barriers like our tax system that seems to increase, and planning laws,
and I'll say it for you, John
and £600 million a week. Where did they get that figure from?
The EU shot itself in the foot. It's entirely different from the organisation that Britain joined back in the 1970s. And in particular, it saddled itself, the majority of it, with a single currency.
So the single currency was a big mistake, but this is the beauty of it. We, as the United Kingdom, we had the best of both worlds. We're in the EU, but we're not in the euro. We're in the EU, not in Schengen. We're in the EU, measure our beer in pints. We're in the EU, measure our roads in miles. We had sovereignty. We have control over our destiny. We didn't need that.
Well.
But let me tell you one thing that has really upset me about this whole campaign. It was won on lies. The £350 million figure. That was wrong for a start. No, but look, the £8 billion, nobody's probably told you this. The £8 billion is 1%, not even 1%, just over 1% of our government spending a year. Is that going to shift the needle?
But you've got to deal with the realities now, and I want to put this to John Longworth. We have had, and I've said this to other guests who joined me from the Leave side, and I get different answers about what Leave looks like in terms of that crucial relationship. Both sides agree, of course. We're going to do the majority of our trade still with these existing European Union members. What kind of membership does business want? Does it want the Norway model? Does it want the Swiss model? Does it want the Canadian model?
Now, there was so much nonsense talked about these various models. We'll have a British model. The truth of the matter is the European Union will negotiate a relationship with us because it's in their interest to do so massively. However, we don't actually need the single market. The real benefit of leaving the European Union is to boost the 87% of the economy that is not associated with trade with the European Union and that actually is burdened by both regulations and the contributory costs that we make to the EU.
Now, that's a business question I want to put then to Lord Billy Moore. I mean, let's revisit that element of the campaign because it is businessy. I mean, do you buy that argument that the EU was holding the UK back when it came to doing trade with other parts of the world?
How can we say that? 44% of our exports and 55% of our imports are with the European Union, and we deal with the Commonwealth, and we deal with the rest of the world. Yes, we'd like to do more trade deals with other countries. Fine, but that has not held us back. We're the 5th largest economy in the world.
But we're not fleeter of foot, are we not? We will be fleeter of foot to do these bilateral deals.
Well, we won't also. We're the 2nd largest recipient of inward investment in the world. We're the largest recipient of inward investment in the EU. And other countries are going to say, well, you've left the European Union, you still want us to invest in us. Look at the uncertainty we've had. But I tell you what is shocking about this whole thing. The youth of this country have been disenfranchised in this referendum. Well, over 60% of the youth, the youngsters in their 20s, wanted to remain. It's their future that we're jeopardising now.
We did see that in the breakdown of those voting patterns. But John Longworth, I mean, on that very point about the trade deals, I mean, is there really so much to go for instance, China and other Commonwealth countries that we haven't already mined? I've seen endless trade missions over to China saying, do more business with us. It doesn't seem to have transpired.
Well, the first thing to remember, of course, is that the vast majority of trade in the world takes place without any trade arrangements whatsoever. And actually, we do better with countries that we don't have a trade arrangement with than we do with the EU, where we have a massive trade deficit. But I don't want to keep refighting the campaign. I think the most important thing now is to make sure that we take this opportunity to make Britain the best place in the world to do business.
But what about this unknowable? And both of you very quickly on this, John Longworth, the idea that there are multinationals, there are big companies out there making investment decisions who, for right or wrong, want to be in the European Union, say, oh, well, Britain's no longer in it, and we don't even know about it. They're deciding to go elsewhere.
Well, I think it's highly unlikely that they will actually move their current operations elsewhere.
No, but those we're talking about, Lord Billy Moore touched upon it, but investment decisions.
Well, investment decisions. If we're the best place in the world to do business, if we're a global trader, if we've got trade deals all around the world, if we've got an economy that's growing faster than anywhere else, they will come.
Lord Billy Moore.
We have 60% of the companies outside the EU from other countries have their EU headquarters here in the UK. If we leave the EU, they're not going to keep the headquarters over here. And I think this is the uncertainty that this has caused, which is completely unnecessary. We had the best of both worlds. We're a big fish in a big pond. Now, we don't know what's going to happen to the Conservative Party. We don't know if there's going to be another election. Jeremy Corbyn has been pathetic. I mean, he needs to go today. Then the Labour Party, you have a proper opposition. Who knows who's going to be in government? All this uncertainty in the world is going to watch. AAA rating is already going to go. This is not necessary. Business is going to suffer. Everyone in this country is going to suffer because of this.
Okay, can consider this further outside where it's a little bit cooler than in here. Thank you very much indeed, Lord Billimore. John Longworth, very good to see you. And still to come on Sky News on this coverage of an extraordinary day, I'll be talking to the president of Airbus and getting the answer there then about investment decisions. It is, of course, a pan-European company, an EU company, if ever there was one. Stay with us. Well, so many questions, so many economic and business questions about that decision to leave the European Union, the extraordinary outcome of that referendum, the results announced overnight that Britain is to leave the European Union. I want to talk now to one pan-European company. You don't come much bigger than this, the president of the aircraft manufacturer Airbus UK, Paul Kahn. And very good afternoon to you, Mr. Kahn. If you talk to headquarters in Toulouse, what happens next? Your workforce need to know.
Well, there's obviously been a lot of discussions going on. And the first thing to say is that, of course, we respect the decision of the British people. And I think it's important to understand that the UK has decided to leave the EU. So we will work constructively with the British government to make sure that we minimise the impact of that on our operations, on our workforce.
People are going to ask, though, and we need to know a little bit more about the structure of Airbus. A unique beast, a pan-European cooperation, as I say, and by and large, the UK side of it makes the wings for Airbus.
That's right.
I get that.
We make the wings. We have 15,000 employees in the UK. We make wings, we design landing gear, fuel systems, we do satellites, and we supply helicopters as well. So we are very much a global business, and we operate the UK on the basis of being competitive in that world. So it's our UK operations are here. We've invested in them. That investment has continued. So we're not changing our current operations or our current investment. Our current workforce is very much, we're very much committed to our current work.
But are you an EU entity or just a European entity, a geographical entity or an EU structured one?
We are a global entity. We're a global business, and that is based off being a strong European player. And we have made use of the benefits of the EU, particularly the single market, in order to compete, to take on the world and to win. So we're a very successful global business from Europe.
Well, global business and a growing global business. Do you think then, can you tell us, there are obviously decisions about where to distribute some of that growth around the globe. I mean, will decisions about the UK, have they been on hold, and will they continue to be put on hold until that relationship with the European Union is sorted out?
No, we were disappointed with the result of the referendum, but we're absolutely committed to our UK operations, and we haven't changed our investment plans coming up to today. But of course, like everyone else, we will have to review our future UK investment strategy.
But you and I talked before the vote, and you said, well, you said precisely that. Well, we're now beyond that point. Do you think that it will cost the UK further investment by the parent company?
What I would say is that the UK economic environment, competitive environment, is now changing. It's not going to change immediately. We've got at least 2 years before it changes. But when we understand what those changes are, we will make our investment decisions based on that environment that we find at the time. So, we have been really successful and committed to our UK operations. We're ramping up production in our site in Broughton in North Wales. So that's all going very well. But future investment decisions, we'll take those when they arrive.
OK, those are the investment decisions. What about the investment in personnel and skills? At the moment, anyone from the European Union who has the requisite skills can walk into the door in the UK operation and start working for you. Would you be concerned if that changes, if they have to go through an assessment for a point system and things like that?
Well, certainly. We have about 3% of our workforce in the UK is from the EU, and a similar number of Brits work for the group in the other EU countries. So we benefit from that free movement of labour today in the way that we operate, and of course we want that to continue. What I would say is, of course, nothing changes for the next at least 2 years. So all of our continental European colleagues who are working in the UK and all of the Brits who work for the group on the continent are not affected for at least 2 years.
And what do you think about other businesses. I know you can't speak for them, but given the senior position you hold within Airbus, would you think that international corporations are thinking twice now about investing in the UK if they want to have access to that single market?
Well, I think we are like everyone else. It is absolutely natural in the worldwide market that we have to operate in. You have to be globally competitive. So saying being sentimental doesn't help. What we very clearly say is that we take our investments on a global basis. Successful multinational companies take their decisions on a global basis, and the UK has to attract that investment.
But just underline this for us, Mr. Khan, the jobs are safe. In actual fact, they're more than safe. You're continuing to invest in the UK.
Today's jobs are safe, and we have made our investments in the past. What we have to consider, like everyone else, is our future investments, and we'll take those when they come.
Presumably the fall in the pound helps you, though.
Well, I don't want to speculate on speculation. Currency movements and currency volatility is not particularly helpful. But let's see where the markets end up.
OK, Mr. Khan, very good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed for your view. Paul Khan there from Airbus UK. Now we want to bring you some news about the Labour Party. I believe, of course, many questions, of course, about Jeremy Corbyn and his performance during the course of this referendum campaign. It was said that he was half-hearted at best about membership of the European Union in the first place, and then during the course of the long campaign that he didn't do enough to make sure that he got the Labour vote out to support his view that the UK should remain within the European Union. Now, the former Labour Prime Minister and leader voiced that very, very volubly. He is, of course, Tony Blair, delivered 3 election victories for the Labour Party. And this is what Mr. Blair had to say to me earlier today.
Let me be frank here. I think the leadership of the Labour Party was pretty lukewarm in its support for Remain. I don't think we really organised and mobilised our supporters to understand this was not a protest vote against the government or indeed against the establishment. It was a decision, and it's a decision that will have enormous consequences. So I think those people in Labour areas who feel, of course they feel strongly about the issues of immigration, but they also feel strongly about government policy. They can see cuts to their local services. They can see pressure on local industry and jobs. These are the big challenges that countries around the world today face. Unfortunately, the right answer is not to leave the largest commercial market and biggest political union in the world. And I don't think we really explained that to our voters.
Tony Blair there. Well, a woman who worked closely with Tony Blair while he was Prime Minister was the Labour MP Margaret Hodge, and it seems, and a very good afternoon to you, Margaret Hodge.
Hello.
It seems a distant memory, doesn't it? Those 3 huge victories that Tony Blair delivered for the Labour Party. Do you think after this result you'll ever see their like again under Jeremy Corbyn?
Well, I've put a motion to the Parliamentary Labour Party, which is a motion of no confidence in Jeremy Corbyn, which I hope he'll think about seriously, reflect on and do the decent thing in the same way as David Cameron has. I think the European referendum was a test of leadership, and I think Jeremy failed that test. He came out too slowly. He was very half-hearted about his attempts to campaign, and Labour voters simply didn't get the message. And we're now moving into a really tumultuous time. There are going to be really difficult decisions to be taken on behalf of the British people. There's likely to be a general election within 6-9 months with a new Conservative leader. And I think every MP, every member of the Labour Party has to look into their heart in the way I did this morning and ask themselves the question, is Jeremy Corbyn really the right person to see the Labour Party through these very tumultuous times and certainly to serve the nation, which is what we're all about?
Well, it would be easier for everyone, isn't it, given your analysis, everyone within the Labour Party, if Mr Corbyn saw the writing on the wall and walked like David Cameron.
I think he should do the decent thing, and if this motion is successful in the Parliamentary Labour Party, and of course it's a secret ballot, so anybody who is worried about having repercussions needn't worry. If there is a motion of no confidence by the Parliamentary Labour Party, I think he should reflect on his position and do the decent thing in the same way as David Cameron has done.
And this is just about who leads the party. Just remind me who you nominated for the leadership last year.
I'm nominated Liz Kendall.
Would it be someone like her, somebody she was seen as a Blairite unifier? I mean, it seems that the electorate have both rejected Blairism and rejected Corbynism. I mean, Labour is in a real pickle, isn't it?
Well, we do have to move. I agree with you. I agree that we have to move forward and find a new way of articulating those lasting values about caring about economic prosperity, but seeing it going hand in hand with social justice in the modern context. And I think we've had a bad time. So it's neither Blairism, Brownism, Corbynism. It's something new. What I can tell you is I talk to a lot of the young, new, enthusiastic, energetic, principled MPs, and there are plenty of them who would give it a go, and I think could both restore the values that are so important to the Labour Party and reconnect with people. I mean, what we saw yesterday was swathes of Labour voters simply not voting Labour. Jeremy Corbyn could not connect with the people we needed to attract.
I mean, it seems that they are singing it from the rooftops outside London, is that you don't get, in particular, our concerns about migration. They believe too many people are coming into this country, and time again, we hear from senior Labour figures, oh yes, we're listening, we've changed, we are taking, it's not racist to talk about migration. You listen and then do nothing from their point of view. You have no plans in place to deal with the flows of people coming from the European Union.
Right, I'm one of the MPs who's faced that battle myself in 2010 when I had the threat of the leader of the British National Party, Nick Griffin, attempting to take my seat. So I do understand, really understand, the concerns that people have when their communities change and are transformed through migration, when the food sold in the shops change, when the children in the playgrounds change, all that, and I do understand. What I really get cross about, and I get cross about this across the political spectrum, is when people give false promises. And all the mainstream political parties have always promised numbers, which they've always failed to deliver. I have to say, I think the Brexit camp will rue the day that they gave a promise that exiting Europe will bring those migration figures down to the tens of thousands.
Just very briefly, Margaret Hodge, back to Jeremy Corbyn. I mean, is there a head of steam building up? How many of your colleagues have you contacted supporting your view?
I haven't contacted. I thought about this overnight. I reflected really deeply. I've known Jeremy for a long time. This is not personal. I think this is, it's just for the sake of the nation and the party. I hope, in the context of a secret ballot, that there will be overwhelming support for this motion I'm putting to the Parliamentary Labour Party, and I hope Jeremy will do the decent thing and resign so the Labour can restore itself, regain confidence from the people when the Conservatives are in such a mess, but most importantly, lead the nation through a period of tumultuous change.
Great to see you, Margaret Hodge. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Labour MP Margaret Hodge there. Well, of course, this isn't just about what's going on within the United Kingdom. There's plenty of reaction here, of course. The world has been waking up to the news that the UK has voted to leave the European Union after 43 years as a member. Well, here in Britain, the campaign leaders on both sides of the EU referendum debate were keen to reassure the public that there was no need for haste to instigate the Brexit plan, as it's being termed. But back in Brussels, European leaders have said negotiations need to take place and be concluded quickly.
We now expect the United Kingdom government to give effect to this decision of the British people as soon as possible, however painful that process may be. Any delay would unnecessarily prolong uncertainty. We stand ready to launch negotiations swiftly with the UK regarding the terms and conditions of its withdrawal from the European Union. As agreed, the new settlement for the United Kingdom within the European Union, reached at the European Council in February this year, will now not take effect and ceases to exist. There will be no renegotiation. There will be no renegotiation.
There you have it, no renegotiation. Live to the European Parliament. Sky's Lisa Holland is there for us. So frantic discussions taking place in so many of the EU institutions.
Yeah, absolutely. There are two big themes going on here at the European Parliament and across Brussels today. One is how Britain actually gets out of the European Union, and secondly, the firefighting that's going on to cover the exit wounds of Britain's departure right across Europe, from Berlin to Brussels to Paris and beyond, because of course they don't want other people to catch a cold from the fallout that's going on. Now, first of all, how Britain's going to get out of the European Union. We know as fact that it has to trigger Article 50 of EU conventions. But the reality is, of course, that David Cameron has indicated this morning that he wants the getting out business to be down to somebody else, down to his successor. That's gone down very badly here at the European Parliament this morning. At a press conference, we spoke to Guy Verhofstadt, the leader of the Liberals and the Democrats here, and he was pretty indignant, actually. He talked about Brussels not being prepared to wait for what he called the European catfight, the catfight going on within the Tory party to go on, that he wasn't prepared, Brussels wasn't prepared for this period of uncertainty whilst Britain decides what it's doing domestically before it goes to trigger this Article 50. In essence, what they don't want is this gap, this uncertainty, and for other countries to look on and think, hang on, let's go the same way as Britain. Let's try to get a referendum as well. So on the one hand, you've got that, but you've also got this firefighting going on. There's an elephant in the room, of course, and that is, why did Britain vote to come out of Europe? And when I talked to other senior politicians here from the Council, from the Commission this morning, and put that to them directly, do you recognise what it was that made Britain go towards a majority to come out of the European Union? And I have to say that in some quarters there is a complete kind of blank as to why this is happening. In fact, one person said to me, we're open for more members, the door is still open. On the other hand, of course, you have other politicians across Europe who are being altogether more reflective, and certainly that is the mood music that's coming out of Berlin today, and the German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who was rather reflective and looking back to the roots of all of this, to the roots of the European Union and its predecessor, the EEC, and how it began after the fallout of World War II, so that Europe could be at peace. And that was something which she pointed back to when she spoke this morning.
There is no two ways about it. It is an important day for Europe. It is an important day for the process of unification in Europe. It is a difficult day. What it means for the following weeks and months, that is something that will largely depend on whether we, the other 27 nations within the European Union, are prepared and capable in this situation not to rush to conclusions. Europe is diverse. The people in Europe are very different, and so are their expectations of the European Union. Time and again we are confronted with people having fundamental doubts regarding the direction which the process of unification has taken. That does not only hold true for Great Britain, but it also holds true to a smaller or larger respect for all the European countries.
Angela Merkel there. Well, a reaction from all the main EU players. The French President François Hollande has also reacted to this morning's Brexit news. This is what he said, some of it.
The British people, through a referendum, have decided to leave the European Union. It's a painful choice, and I really regret it. I regret it for the United Kingdom and for Europe. The United Kingdom will no longer be part of the European Union, and the procedures envisaged by the treaties will be rapidly applied. Those are the rules and those are the consequences. But the British decision also requires for us to lucidly be aware of certain lacks in the functioning of Europe and the loss of confidence of the peoples in its project. The danger is immense when you're faced with extremists and populists. One often, in fact, needs less time to undo than to create, to destroy rather to construct. France, one of the founding countries of Europe, will not accept this.
Francois Hollande, the French president, there speaking from the heart there about the threat from populist movements, the threat to him from Marine Le Pen and the Front National, the National Front in France. So we go live to Paris. Our correspondent Paul Kelso is there. And it was interesting listening to that from Francois Hollande, Paul, wasn't it? Because the key phrase, I suppose, was that the exit procedures, he believes, will be rapidly applied to the UK. And we're hearing a slightly different tune, a kind of pause and reflect feeling from politicians from both sides of the debate of the referendum in the UK.
Yes, you get the sense that the finger is hovering over that button of Article 50 in the UK. But here on the continent, now this decision has been made, for all the regret that's been expressed, that we'd quite like Britain to get on with it. We've been at Gare du Nord here, the main artery, the main terminal linking the UK to Paris. It's the Eurostar terminal. Engaging reaction amongst commuters, travellers, people getting on and off those Eurostar trains. Certainly from the French we've been speaking to, there's a sense of slight bemusement, some sadness, people questioning why they've taken this decision. It certainly reflected the shock of the tremors that have been triggered by that decision, certainly being felt here. Listening to Francois Hollande, it was most interesting. Within an hour of the decision, the result being announced this morning, he was chairing a meeting of his cabinet at the Elysee Palace. He gave that speech, and it was striking that in there he talked about needing to address the problems with the Eurozone. The EU must be understood and controlled by its citizens. He said a clear reflection that he may fear some of the issues that were raised by the Brexit camp in the UK may spread here, and there is a concern over contagion, that other countries may start to agitate other citizens for departure here and in other parts of Europe. And you mentioned Marine Le Pen, the National Front here. She has called this a victory for liberty this morning, and she has changed her Twitter avatar to a Union flag. Gives you an idea of the kind of political pressure that's being applied here.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. Well, still to come, much more reaction to a referendum campaign that's, I suppose, captured the scalp of the man who called it. This is Sky News Live from Westminster as the UK has voted to leave the European Union and the Prime Minister has decided to step down as a result. Mr Cameron says the country will have a new leader by October.
I love this country and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
Well, it follows a referendum decided by a margin of just over 1 million votes, with Leave winning around 52% of the poll.
There is simply no need in the 21st century to be part of a federal system of government based in Brussels that is imitated nowhere else on earth. It was a noble idea for its time. It is no longer right.
Well, Labour, of course, on the losing side as well. Fallout there. MPs submit a motion of no confidence in the leader, Jeremy Corbyn. And the cost of the vote is being counted, with the Bank of England's Governor, Mark Carney, undertaking moves to calm the money markets. And in Scotland, its First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, says she will push for a new vote now on Scottish independence.
It is a significant and material change in circumstances, and it is therefore a statement of the obvious that the option of a second referendum must be on the table.
And I'm in Downing Street, where the race to appoint a new Tory leader and Prime Minister is already underway, and Jeremy Corbyn faces his own coup.
I'm live in Edinburgh, where it's really dawning on people now that this morning's result could now mean a second vote on Scottish referendum.
Good afternoon, it's 1 o'clock and this is Sky News' special coverage from Westminster as the UK has voted to leave the European Union, prompting the Prime Minister David Cameron to announce his intention to resign. Mr Cameron spoke shortly after the final numbers of the vote were announced and has been meeting the Queen at Buckingham Palace to explain to Her Majesty directly his decision. Well, the vote to leave caused wild celebrations for the Out campaign, and its leader, one of its leaders, Boris Johnson, paid tribute to the Prime Minister as the race to succeed him has already started. Well, let's take you through the sequence of events, and this is the final result of the EU referendum. All the votes well and truly counted, and overall the United Kingdom voted by 51.9%, nearly 52% to 48.1% to leave the European Union in terms of vote numbers. And this is, of course, what counted. Bulk votes. It wasn't like a general election. Every vote counted. A margin of just over 1 million votes, 17.4 million in favour of leaving the European Union, and 1 million and a bit less from the in-camp, 16.1 million. Well, that result, David Cameron, of course, called that referendum. That result led the Prime Minister to announce his intention to stand down. Here's how he did it.
Good morning, everyone. The country has just taken part in a giant democratic exercise, perhaps the biggest in our history. Over 33 million people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Gibraltar have all had their say. We should be proud of the fact that in these islands we trust the people with these big decisions. We not only have a parliamentary democracy, but on questions about the arrangements for how we're governed, there are times when it is right to ask the people themselves, and that is what we have done. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, and their will must be respected. I want to thank everyone who took part in the campaign on my side of the argument, including all those who put aside party differences to speak in what they believed was the national interest. I fought this campaign in the only way I know how, which is to say directly and passionately what I think and feel, head, heart and soul. I held nothing back. I was absolutely clear about my belief that Britain is stronger, safer and better off inside the European Union. And I made clear the referendum was about this and this alone, not the future of any single politician, including myself. But the British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. This is not a decision I've taken lightly, but I do believe it's in the national interest to have a period of stability and then the new leadership required. There is no need for a precise timetable today, but in my view we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
Well, emotional Prime Minister there, accompanied by his wife Samantha. There he was a few hours ago, then returning inside number 10 before he went on to see Her Majesty the Queen. Well, let's go live there to Downing Street. Our political editor Faisal Islam is there, and some are saying it, you must be hearing it too, Faisal, that the Prime Minister's fundamental error was to call the referendum in the first place.
Yes, that would be a moment to reflect on in hindsight, but he would argue, and others would argue, he wouldn't still be Prime Minister had he not called that referendum in the first place. Anyway, it helped him win that majority last year, that majority where he stood at that same podium just 13 months ago with the first Conservative majority for 22 years, I think it was. And yet, here we are, 13 months later, he has resigned or pre-announced his resignation for October. And yet, that is not even the most extraordinary thing today. Let me just quickly list the 5 things that have happened just in the past 2 or 3 hours. We have, of course, a Tory leadership contest, a potential Labour leadership contest, EU exit negotiations, Scotland preparing for a potential second independence referendum, and the backdrop of a market slump. What David Cameron was getting at in his speech was that he still believes that his warnings about turmoil, I think, were correct. He doesn't believe that that was Project Fear, and some will see some support for that argument in the market turmoil. But we now have a complicated European negotiation. Our partners in Europe are saying they want Britain to get on with it and do it quickly. It's code for invoking Article 50. Boris Johnson's announced he's not going to invoke that 2-year Article 50. And then you have Scotland involving themselves via Nicola Sturgeon in that process of the UK leaving the United Kingdom. Nicola Sturgeon now feels she has a mandate to protect Scotland's membership of the single market with a backstop of another referendum. To deal with that, a new Prime Minister will have to do the job and have to be elected by the 150,000 members of the Conservative Party. And the favourite to do that is the person that led this Leave campaign to its shock victory, a shock to the people in Number 10, even at midnight this morning. And that is Boris Johnson. And he cut a sober, non-triumphalist figure, reaching out to the 48% of the UK that did not vote his way. Let's just listen to him and to Michael Gove.
I believe we now have a glorious opportunity. We can pass our laws and set our taxes entirely according to the needs of the UK economy. We can control our own borders in a way that is not discriminatory, but fair and balanced, and take the wind out of the sails of the extremists and those who would play politics with immigration. Above all, we can find our voice in the world again, a voice that is commensurate with the 5th biggest economy on earth. Powerful, liberal, humane, an extraordinary force for good in the world. And the most precious thing this country has given our continent is the idea of parliamentary democracy. This Thursday, yesterday, I believe the British people have spoken up for democracy in Britain and across Europe. And I think we can be very proud of the result.
Let's talk to our political correspondent, Darren McCaffrey, who listened to all that over at Leave headquarters. And as we're saying there, a sombre, almost humble Boris Johnson, but nevertheless, he must be seen as one of the leading, if not the leading contender to replace David Cameron.
Yeah, I've just let that siren go by, Dermot. Yeah, I think, I was in the front row of that press conference, and you couldn't really call it a press conference because they didn't answer any questions. But, looking at Boris Johnson and Michael Gove up close, yeah, they look shattered, of course. They fought a, pretty tough 3 or 4 month campaign. But they also looked, in some ways, weighed down by the responsibility, of course, of that decision. It's a decision with lots and big consequences, and whatever role either Michael Gove or Boris Johnson have in the future in the Conservative Party, it's a role in which they're likely to shape what those consequences are. And that is why it was interesting, the tone, as you said, that they took. It was very much one of them being in control, of it being calm, but also conciliatory. In control in the sense that they wanted to get across this point that things weren't necessarily going to change tomorrow at all, that there was going to be what was called a gradual divergence from the European Union, something that was going to take quite a long time. Article 50, they do not want it to be invoked anytime soon. They want informal talks to take place first. Also, they wanted essentially to reassure people who had not backed their campaign that they were going to reach out to them, Dermot. And that particularly meant young people, who both Michael Gove and Boris Johnson referenced time and time again, but also recognising the different regions and nations of the country and the differences in voting patterns there, and also cross-party, and that was why it's interesting that Gisela Stewart, the Labour MP, was also on board. So it was very much an exercise to try and, in a sense, reach out to those that hadn't backed Remain, also reach out to European partners, that Britain would remain a good neighbour to other European nations, but ultimately one in which they wanted to portray that they had a plan in place, and that ultimately that plan would, as they have argued for the last 3 to 4 months, make Britain and place Britain in a much better place than it is now.
All right, Darren, thank you very much indeed. Darren McCaffrey there outside the Victorious headquarters, the Leave headquarters there. Well, let's talk to the Remain campaigner and Education Secretary, of course, Nicky Morgan, and a very good afternoon to you. And just on that issue of leadership, well, Boris Johnson, we know, fancies it, but we're hearing you're saying, in effect, he'll have to get past me.
Well, look, I think today is not a day to talk about. I know lots of names are going to be in the frame and everything else. We've had to deal with the very sad news the Prime Minister decided to resign. But I don't think today is about talking about leadership. I think today is talking about the result and what that means to the party.
I mean, it is about healing yes. The Conservative Party, healing the country, and this change to the whole political process. Now, you feel you have skills that could serve that end.
Well, look, I've been a member of the Conservative Party for 27 years. To be considered to be the leader would be an enormous privilege, but that's something the Parliamentary Party, my Parliamentary Party, is going to have to think about, what they want in their next leader. And, of course, part of the task is going to be about negotiating that exit from the EU. But, of course, there's also, I mean, we stood last year on a One Nation, Compassionate Conservative manifesto, and we've got a lot of that we still need to implement in the course of this Parliament. And one of the things I'm looking forward to, we've talked a lot about Europe inevitably in the last few days and weeks, but I'm looking forward to getting back to doing education matters.
The day job, yeah.
And thinking about the important reforms that we have there.
What about, staying with your own party, I mean, the Prime Minister's done what now seems inevitable after losing that referendum. What about the Chancellor, who's been at his side throughout their time at the top of the Conservative Party? Do you think he would have to question his position and certainly not introduce this hardline budget he was talking about that would be necessary if it was a vote to leave?
Well, you're right. I mean, I think one of the great partnerships of politics over the last 6 years has been the Prime Minister and the Chancellor. I've had the good fortune to work with the Chancellor at the Treasury in the last Parliament, and he is a key reason why Britain's economy is in a much stronger position now than it was 6 years ago. And I think
talk about the partnership. Should they hold hands as they walk off into the sunset?
Well, look, I think for the next leader, it's obviously one of their first tasks is to appoint the cabinet that they want to have around them. But I think what we are seeing today, of course, is the impact of the Leave vote on the markets, and that then has an impact on people's jobs, the prices they pay, their livelihoods. But look, I thought Britain should remain a member of the EU. That's not the decision the British people have taken. We respect that decision on my side of the debate, and we will work now to implement that exit. And I think that's very important for all of us to get behind.
It's interesting what you say that has come to pass and may come to pass for many days and weeks to come. We just don't know. But about those warnings that were made so often by the Remain side about the economic effect, about the immediate financial reaction, the pound and the stock markets, as I say, that has happened today. We don't know if it will continue, but some very big falls there. There was also the issue, there were warnings about what might happen to Scotland if this very scenario occurred. Again, warnings made by the Remain side. Is there part of you that wants to say, I told you so?
Well, I think what I would say is we were right as part of their campaign to warn of the potential adverse consequences. But the British people, it's a big exercise in democracy, big turnout, people have had their say. We must now all make it work.
But it was just on those warnings and others, it was termed Project Fear. Oh, you're making it all up, it won't be that bad. Did you in effect just get out-campaigned, out-manoeuvred? You got boxed in and that title of Project Fear got hung around the neck?
Well, I think, we're going to... I'm sure there's any point in rerunning the campaign. Honestly, the result is what it is today. But I do know from listening to the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, from those of us who are on the Remain side, we felt that it'd be a dereliction of our duties if we didn't set out what we thought could happen that wouldn't be in the interests of the British people. And what we've seen in Scotland, I think it's a distraction. It's a great shame. We've had a vote on that only a couple of years ago. There was a clear margin for remaining united between Scotland and England, and to rerun that would be a distraction just at the time, I think, when people will want politicians now to unite around what they voted for and to deliver it for them, as well as everything else, say, we were elected on last year.
OK, but, I mean, while the ink is still drying, do you have any thoughts about the campaign in terms of it being a cross-party one? There was a point in the campaign very recently when, in effect, the Conservative Party said, enough about us and the divisions that it's opened up about that. Labour say they want to stay, they're passionate about the European Union. Over to you, Jeremy Corbyn. Do you have any thoughts about his contribution?
Well, not just about his contribution. As I understand it, there's now going to be a motion of no confidence in Jeremy Corbyn, so that's why my party stays united.
Do you think in part we are leaving, Britain is leaving the European Union because Jeremy Corbyn didn't try hard enough?
Well, I certainly we're leaving because many Labour voters did not back what their party leader was saying in terms of him wanting to stay part of it. I know there were Labour MPs campaigning passionately on the Remain side. I was with many of them last night. They are devastated by what has happened, and they feel very strongly, very, very let down by what has happened. That's going to be a matter for the Labour Party to sort out. Sounds like they'll do it next week.
And let's go back to your knitting, so to speak. I mean, those warnings we've talked about, and you're saying some of them are coming to pass. Well, one of the other warnings was that there would be less money because we have a smaller economy for public services. Do you fear for the education budget?
Well, I fear that the consequences of having a smaller economy are undoubtedly we have less money to spend on our public services. And at a time when in the last 6 years we spent more on our debt interest than we've been able to spend on things like our education budget, I have to be honest with you, we're now spending more on schools than we've ever spent before. But every single penny of that, I think, is accounted for. I know schools up and down the country need that money. And I fear for having to make decisions that are going to be very unpalatable to them. But as I say, the British people have spoken. It's up to us now to unite, to deliver both our manifesto but also what they have voted for yesterday.
Secretary of State, thank you very much indeed for talking to us here on Sky News. The Education Secretary there, Nicky Morgan, and we touched there, didn't we, on the contribution made by the Labour Party to the Remain campaign. That Labour Party, of course, led by Jeremy Corbyn, and the breaking news that we've been reporting for a little bit is that Labour MPs have submitted a motion of no confidence in the party leader Jeremy Corbyn. I was talking to Margaret Hodge, you may have seen not too very long ago, one of the Labour MPs behind that move. Let's just hear a little bit of Margaret Hodge and what she said to me.
I thought about this overnight. I reflected really deeply. I've known Jeremy for a long time. This is not personal. I think this is, it's just for the sake of the nation and the party. I hope, in the context of a secret ballot, that there will be overwhelming support for this motion I'm putting to the Parliamentary Labour Party, and I hope Jeremy will do the decent thing and resign so the Labour can restore itself, regain confidence from the people when the Conservatives are in such a mess, but most importantly, lead the nation through a period of tumultuous change.
Well, there's Margaret Hodge's view, and yes, she disappears as if by magic there. Margaret Hodge's view that time is up for Jeremy Corbyn. Well, he's been chairing not too very long ago a meeting of the shadow cabinet. Sophie Ridge has been finding out what went on. And what are you hearing, Sophie? How angry were some of the participants?
Well, they were angry. It lasted for 2 hours, 45 minutes, if that gives you a sense of it. Interestingly as well, from the Labour MPs that I've been speaking to, several have told me that they are prepared to back Margaret Hodge's motion of no confidence in Jeremy Corbyn, one telling me that it would be passed overwhelmingly by the Labour MPs. And that, of course, would be discussed on Monday at the meeting of the Parliamentary Labour Party, potentially a vote as soon as Tuesday on it. Now, if you speak to people who are close to Jeremy Corbyn, as I've been doing, a spokesperson for the Labour leader says that vote of no confidence is, in his words, a self-indulgent act at a time when the party should be coming together. Now, my understanding is that in that long shadow cabinet meeting, the idea of a direct challenge or Jeremy Corbyn standing down wasn't brought up, although the motion was actually discussed as well. But certainly lots of shadow cabinet members and Labour MPs increasingly concerned about Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, and of course some of them too very angry at what they see as a lacklustre campaign fought by the Labour leader.
Yeah, I mean, Sophie, and those concerns, those criticisms voiced by none other than I hate using this phrase, winningest, that's awful American phrase, winningest leader Tony Blair. I talked to him a few hours ago, and he was almost wistful in how the party has changed and he feels gone backwards since he was leading it. I mean, do they have any sense, those that oppose Jeremy Corbyn, of who they should get and what direction they should go in?
I think they certainly do know that there is a lot of opposition to Jeremy Corbyn within the Parliamentary Labour Party, but they feel quite confident about his position if the leadership election was called, because they feel that he's got the support of the members. In the words of one person close to Jeremy Corbyn, bring it on.
OK, Sophie, thank you very much indeed. Sophie Ridge there with the latest on what it all means for the Labour Party. Well, let's go live now to our correspondent Tom Cheshire. Now, Tom had the idea of travelling the English Channel on a passenger ferry from France to Portsmouth. You arrived, Tom, didn't you, in the UK for the first time since the Brexit vote. Of course, nothing has changed and will change for a very long time, and how it will change eventually no one really knows. But what was the reaction of the passengers on board when they found out they were arriving in a country that relatively soon will leave the European Union?
Well, I mean, it's just over 12 hours ago. We left Portsmouth late last night, went out to the Wyandotte Sea, and you remember we had those two polls, and it seemed we would be remaining, and there was quite a jubilant mood with a concertina player playing in the background. Before we got to France, we heard that Brexit result, and people were fairly stunned by it, confused, didn't really know what was going on, and that's been the reaction here, whether you speak to English people going back from holiday or French people coming to the UK. They're stunned, they weren't expecting it, and they're not really sure what sort of country they're going to be driving off to. As you say, nothing's changed, but in a way everything has changed, and it's a very different sort of ferry crossing that's been made. And just going over the channel and back, you realise just how much has happened in such a short space of time.
Tom, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's pick through some of the numbers here, and what it's been showing and what we've been discussing with a lot of the politicians we're talking to is just how divided the UK now is as a country. It's quite easy to understand. In effect, London, Scotland and Northern Ireland voted to remain within the European Union, and indeed the rest of the UK voted out. So let's take you through England. By far the largest number of votes, of course, in England voted in favour of leaving with a margin of nearly 2 million votes, and 53.4% of people deciding they wanted to leave the European Union. The in-vote just over 46% and 13 million. Now, Wales. This confounded some of the pundits. Many people thought that Wales would vote to remain in the European Union. Well, it didn't, and by quite a substantial number voted to leave. Out was on 52.5%, 854,000 votes. In 47.5%, 772,000 votes. And then to, well, the talking point now for many months and years to come. Scotland overwhelmingly voted to remain within the European Union. 62% of the vote there, 1.6 million out. 38%, just over 1 million votes. And you may have heard Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister and SNP leader, on this programme at a news conference, flanked rather significantly by an EU flag, saying that the people of Scotland have quite clearly voted to remain within the European Union, and she, and I'll paraphrase for her, she does not want to see Scotland spend any time outside that European Union. So if this Article 50, the article within the Lisbon Treaty, is triggered, that is the process by which the whole of the UK should leave the European Union, that takes 2 years. So Nicola Sturgeon says, well, they've got 2 years to keep Scotland within the European Union, and that could mean, she says, another independence referendum. Let's have a quick look at Northern Ireland, the other of the
the regions to vote for in, and again raising implications in particular about its relationship with the Republic of Ireland, questions about borders and the Good Friday Agreement and so many others there. Northern Ireland voted to remain within the European Union by a margin of 55.8% to 44.2% in terms of numbers. 440,000 voters want to remain within the European Union, 349,000 and a little bit more voted to leave. Well, let's concentrate on the result in Scotland, and as I was detailing to you there, the Scottish First Minister and other senior SNP figures have had a lot to say about that result. Colin Brazier is there, of course. Tell us about it, Colin.
Yeah, she has done, but of course one of the joys of an unwritten constitution is that, in a sense, you can put yourself in a position where you insinuate yourself into the process. Now, critics of Nicola Sturgeon will say that's precisely what she's done. She will say, and indeed Faisal Islam, our political editor, has made the point that she is simply working to the mandate which she feels she's been given by this vote, given that getting on for 2/3 of Scottish voters have said they want to stay inside the European Union. Now, if you look at what Ruth Davidson, the leader of Scotland's Tories, had to say about that, she says, look, 1.6 million votes to stay inside the European Union, they do not trump or outweigh the 2 million votes, the 2 million people who voted for Scotland to stay inside the UK. So you're getting this trade-off now between those two things. Ruth Davidson has said she would like to see a period of stability. So the Tories north of the border will be playing the stability card, it would appear. No word from Ruth Davidson either, Dermot, about some of the things she said earlier this week in an interview with the Daily Telegraph. She said that in the event of Boris Johnson becoming the next Prime Minister of the UK, she would do a Murdo. This was a reference to a previous Tory leader's plan to detoxify the Tories north of the border by dropping the Conservative name. So she's rowed back from some of that rhetoric. She's promising stability, even as we saw in that press conference given here at Bute House, the official residence of Nicola Sturgeon, she was saying it is absolutely firmly on the table now, a second independence referendum. This is part of what she had to say.
Let me address the issue of a second independence referendum. The manifesto that the SNP was elected on last month said this: the Scottish Parliament should have the right to hold another referendum if there is a significant and material change in the circumstances that prevailed in 2014, such as Scotland being taken out of the EU against our will. Scotland does now face that prospect. It is a significant and material change in circumstances, and it is therefore a statement of the obvious that the option of a second referendum must be on the table, and it is on the table.
Stateswoman-like, she was saying there'd be enabling legislation. The Cabinet would meet on Monday. She would seek a meeting with Jean-Claude Juncker. But some people will say, is it actually in the gift of the First Minister here in Scotland to decide that there will be a referendum, a second referendum on Scottish independence following that 55 to 45% vote less than 2 years ago, September 2014. She might maintain now that there are new recruits. The polls say things haven't budged that much since September 2014. She may feel that actually there are people who have voted to stay inside the European Union who hitherto would have considered themselves unionists within the UK. And she may feel that this now brings new energy, new blood into the independence referendum campaign. She's talking about this being a pressing and urgent issue. She's going to force the pace, and the consensus was, before the press conference she gave, that she'd be in a holding pattern. She'd simply mark time. Not so. She surprised a lot of people by asserting very, very robustly Scotland's, as she put it, Scotland's determination to look at another referendum. Dermot.
Colin, thank you very much indeed. Colin Brazier, live for us there in Edinburgh. So much in play. And this is Sky News coming up. Welcome back. You're watching Sky News. Well, let's focus now on some of the main players in this campaign. What is next now for Boris Johnson
Nigel Farage and David Cameron and others, of course. Join me now to discuss this. Boris Johnson's biographer, Sonia Purnell, and Times columnist Tim Montgomery. And a very good afternoon to you. Well, Sonia, we'll start with you and Boris. I mean, he's made, well, not a very good fist of disguising any leadership ambitions he has. Well, is the door now wide open for him? Is he going to get what he's always wanted?
It looks that way. He's brilliantly positioned now for the job. But then the one caveat to that I would make is that the Conservative Party do have a history of choosing the person that no one expected them to. So he's not there yet, but he's jolly close to it, I really think.
And Tim, if he does get it, it was seen as a bit of a gamble when he announced there back in February and disappointed the Prime Minister and others when he said that he would campaign for leave. It looks like an inspired gamble now.
Well, time will tell. I think there is a very powerful Stop Boris faction in the Conservative Party as well. We've seen early signs of it with John Major's incendiary attack on him during the campaign. So he's going to be tested with a hurricane of attacks over the next week or two. If he's still standing after that, I think he has a very, very good chance of being the next Conservative leader. But don't underestimate the opposition to him within the Conservative Party as well. There's a lot of Remain MPs who are furious at this outcome, and they absolutely, more than anyone else, are blaming Boris Johnson.
But this explains then, doesn't it, his tone and demeanour, Sonia, at that news conference he held at Leave headquarters. Here he was, Boris, standing beside Michael Gove and Gisela Stewart, some of the three figures in the Leave campaign. You know, they pulled off this stunning victory for their side. No one had really expected it, including many members of the Leave side, but there was no triumphalism whatsoever. He was flat, he was sombre, he was healing. He knows he needs to pull the party back together.
Yes, I mean, he was pretty subdued, but I mean, let's imagine the world from Boris's point of view. If he is going to be our next Prime Minister, the scale of the job is enormous. I mean, all these renegotiations, trying to unify the Conservative Party, trying to reunify the country, sorting out economic problems. And remember, when he was first elected mayor in 2008, he found that incredibly difficult. Obviously, he's had experience in London subsequently, but he's never held national office in any major way before. So to go in as Prime Minister to deal with this absolute array of problems is quite breathtakingly frightening for anyone, including Boris.
Well, let's talk about some of the other big winners and big winner before we get on to the losers. And Tim, of course, Nigel Farage. We talk about Boris Johnson's demeanour. Well, we've seen plenty of triumphalism from Nigel Farage. He's been going around, you know, holding these impromptu news conferences, looking pleased as punch. And people saying now, well, you know, perhaps Nigel Farage should be involved in some way in a Brexit government or the Brexit negotiations. Make him Lord Farage of wherever, of the dog and duck, and he can get involved.
Well, look, if it hadn't been for Nigel Farage, we would not have had this referendum. That is Nigel Farage's great achievement. But if it had only been Nigel Farage, if he had been the face of the Brexit campaign, we would still be in the European Union today. There's only a chance that we have only won the Brexit referendum because of Michael Gove, Boris Johnson offering a little bit more sunshine and respectability to this campaign. So if Nigel Farage has any role at all, it should be quite limited, because if the face of Britain post-Brexit is that breaking point poster that we saw during the campaign, that anti-refugee poster, that is a Britain that is going to frighten people.
Might have worked, though. I mean, it was much criticised, wasn't it? But it might have worked. That might have been the thing that cut through.
It will have worked with a core number of hardline people who are always going to support Brexit. But I think to get over the edge, we only had a very narrow victory. You needed the NHS message, getting rid of VAT on fuel, the sort of more balanced message that Gisela Stewart and Andrea Leadsom people were able to present.
I said I wanted to talk about the losers now. There's the obvious one in the form of the Prime Minister, and maybe we'll get on to him in a moment or two, but many questions being asked about the whereabouts and the visibility of the Chancellor. Sonia, I mean, there is, after all, a bit of a financial crisis going on. We've seen the Governor of the Bank of England. We haven't seen the Chancellor, but he has just tweeted something, and get this, people been asking about his future. I put my specs on to read it. George Osborne tweeting, just briefed G7 finance ministers and bank governors on outcome of EU referendum.
They all respect the decision of the British people. It was a hard-fought campaign. It was not the outcome I wanted, but I respect the decision of British people and will do all I can to make it work. Now, Mr Cameron, Sonia, used a bit of a similar formulation when he said, of course, it's not the outcome he wanted, but he respected the decision of the British people. And then he announced his, well, slow burn resignation, but nothing indicating that from Mr Osborne.
Yes, but even when Cameron made his announcement this morning, he kept us waiting a little bit, didn't he? He gave us some hints that he might be stepping down, but then he left it right to the end. Maybe George Osborne is just biding his time. And I think there's also an argument here. How can a Chancellor possibly signify at this moment that he's about to step down? We're in the middle of a maelstrom already. If he stepped down, who would possibly take over from him? He at least has the experience of several years as Chancellor at the Exchequer. We haven't got anyone else ready and willing with that experience to take over. We're in totally uncharted territory here, and I think he has to choose his words very, very carefully for fear of making things worse.
But do you think then, Tim, he'll be gone, well, certainly by the time the Prime Minister goes in October? And of course, Michael Gove being talked of as a Brexit Chancellor.
Yeah. Oh, look, I think both the Chancellor and the Prime Minister have acted responsibly today, but I think a lot of Conservative MPs, I think a lot of people generally feel that they haven't acted responsibly during their campaign. The talk of Brexit putting a bomb under the UK economy, that emergency budget that was threatened by George Osborne about 10 days ago with higher taxes and cuts in spending, deeper austerity, a Treasury report into the possibility of Brexit that only had the downside risk, not the upside benefit. So he has so said that Brexit will not work. I think you need a new Chancellor to give a chance of
But I know, presumably, Tim, you don't want to see the baby thrown out with the bathwater. I mean, you've written a lot about the modernisation process, that you know, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor by his side had to drag the Conservative Party too. And, you know, for instance, Mr Cameron referred in his, in effect, resignation speech there to things like equal marriage and, you know, that modernisation process. Do you fear for the direction that the new-look Conservative Party might take?
I don't actually, and Sonia is more of an expert on Boris than me, but if you look at what he championed when he was London Mayor, he was there on the living wage before the Prime Minister or the Chancellor. He opposed the cuts in tax credits when they were proposed a year or so ago by the Prime Minister. He's always been a backer of same-sex marriage. So, and Michael Gove too on these issues with his prison reform agenda. So I don't think there will be any way that the Conservative Party will let Nigel Farage and those reactionaries dictate what happens. This will be a Conservative government that reaches out to people like Gisela Stewart and Frank Field as part of this.
I mean, do you see that?
It won't be Nigel Farage.
As Tim says, you know a lot more about Boris. If it is to be him, that's the kind of direction.
Well, I mean, I think he is a social liberal, there's no doubt about that. But the messages that he's put out during the campaign suggest he isn't, or we just don't know where he stands on immigration. Certainly he used immigration to curry votes, but he seemed to backtrack on his socially liberal approach to it when he was mayor. So actually it's quite confusing as to where Boris will stand on these things. As usual, he tends to flip-flop depending on the direction of the wind.
OK, well, listen, thanks very much indeed for taking us through some of your thoughts on what might happen to some of the victors and the losers after that referendum result. Tim Montgomery and Sonia Purnell there. Well, we're going to see now where the result was won and lost in this UK-wide vote, how people voted. Jonathan Samuels is in the Sky News Centre with some fascinating details. Jonathan.
Yes, Dermot, we've been analysing the data and the results to try and answer some of those questions. Let's start here with all 382 voting areas. The ones in blue voted out, the ones in yellow voted in. Your region will be here somewhere. Remember, they're not constituencies like in a general election, but rather they're based along the lines of local authorities. Now, if we put them into a map form like this, it gets even more fascinating. Look at this. This is our heat map, and it shows just how intense the voting was. If you look at the scale up here, you'll see that the bright orange areas, more than 60% of voters wanted to stay in the EU. But look, dark blue, the most Eurosceptic, more than 60% of people wanted to leave. Now, Scotland, no surprises there really. Very yellow and those very orange areas in the middle as well. Every single borough wanting to stay in the EU. Northern Ireland as well, look, bright orange. No problems there for the Remain camp. Now let's look at England and Wales. Wales is fascinating because it was very much on the fence in the run-up to the vote. But look how many blue areas are here. That was a real surprise. And then England, the most Eurosceptic nation of all. The northwest, the northeast, dark blue all around here. This area is interesting as well. Yorkshire and Humber. It's an area of the country that does a great deal of trade with EU countries, but even here, fiercely out. East Anglia, blue. Almost everywhere. There's a little splodge there. That's Norwich, a university town. Cambridge, another university town. So, what else did we learn from last night? Why else were people voting in the way they did? Let's look at this as one factor. Unemployment. We put into our database all the areas in the United Kingdom which have a higher unemployment rate than average. The average is about 5.1%. These areas all have more than 8%. And look, so many blue areas. Places like Sunderland, Nottingham, Walsall, Sandwell, Wolverhampton. But you know, it's not just unemployment. Age is a massive factor. Now, all these areas have more than 25% of the population 65 years or older. And we always knew that older people were more Eurosceptic, and this just proves the point, doesn't it? A lot of these areas are the sort of place that older people go to retire, the Suffolk coast, for example. Tendring, a very strong UKIP area, of course. Only 2 of these places with an older population deciding to stay in. The Labour vote, crucial as well. These are all the Labour-controlled councils in the United Kingdom that decided to vote to leave the EU. There are a lot of them. In fact, there are 75. And if we look at the Labour-controlled councils where voters stayed in, well, you can see it's a lot less. 38 areas here. That means that in Labour-controlled councils, about 2/3 of voters decided that they wanted to quit the EU, despite what Jeremy Corbyn was saying.
Jonathan, absolutely fascinating. Jonathan Samuels there taking us through some of the ramifications, the implications of that vote out was distributed. Well, let's talk about some of that and more with the General Secretary of the Trade Union Congress, Francis O'Grady. Very good afternoon to you, Ms O'Grady. Well, let's address that head on. We are a nation, it seems now, a series of nations that are irredeemably, perhaps, divided. How do we put this all back together again?
Well, I think that map was like, that map of the Leave vote was like a map of who was left behind after the financial crash of 2008. And of course, certain groups of workers and communities ended up paying the price for that crash. And the important thing today to focus on is how we ensure that they don't end up paying the price of a Brexit.
But I put it to the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn. I mean, many of those people who voted for Brexit were Labour supporters. Many of them also must be trade unionists, and the unemployed one must have been trade unionists. Are you out of touch now, as the Labour Party are, with your grassroots?
Well, I think trade unionists were no different to the general public, give or take. And although it was a very close vote, it was a clear vote, and we have to listen. We have to listen. I think there's a lot of anger, a lot of disaffection, but I do think that a lot of it goes back to that crash where people who felt they did nothing to cause it ended up paying the price in terms of not just jobs, but quality of jobs, security of jobs.
Glossing over the elephant in the room. Immigration. People just saying the huge numbers of people coming into the UK over the last 10 years or so are altering the face of our society, putting huge pressures on public services, and we want it to stop. So when you say you'll listen, there's another part to that. You have to listen and act.
Well, I mean, I go to workplaces and I've heard the worries that people have, and very often it's not just about migration and low pay, it's about the spread of 0 hours contracts, forced self-employment and so on. Now, of course, against the backdrop of massive cuts from the government in the very areas that need most cash to keep hospital waiting lists low and support class sizes in schools, they're the ones who've been hurt most. And I think people feel humiliated, in fact. That's my sense, and that they were lashing out and fighting back, if you like. But yes, we have a job, but I think all of us have a job now. This has to be a day for unity where government, business, unions say, Those workers mustn't pay the price again. We need a national action plan to protect jobs.
But what about some of the practicalities? As you point out, they're a Conservative government, perhaps no longer led in the near future by David Cameron. But while you campaigned for Remain, you concentrated on this issue of so many protections there for workforces that are linked in some way to the European Union. Do you fear that they could be negotiated away or allowed to be abolished by employers who are no longer bound by EU legislation?
Well, it was one of the reasons why unions campaigned for a Remain vote, that we didn't trust the government not to take the opportunity to water down at the very best some of the rights that we had fought so hard for, not just in this country but across borders. But Boris said to me in a public debate that the Leave campaign, the Leave leaders would not be attacking our rights if they won, and I'm going to hold him to that promise.
Have you any thoughts about Jeremy Corbyn as leader of the Labour Party? I've been hearing from some Labour MPs and some Labour supporters said, well, he did a pretty pathetic job in campaigning for Remain, and he's out of touch with Labour voters.
Well, Labour clearly was pro-Remain. I think the campaign suffered from this obsession about, it wasn't even just blue on blue, it sometimes felt like, you know, the Eton College common room or whatever they have. So I think Labour did get squeezed out of some of the coverage. But I think today ought to be about unity. Frankly, I'm more worried about working people's jobs than politicians' jobs.
The Labour Party represents, says it represents working people. I mean, could they do with a new leader to represent some of their real concerns?
I think there are really deep roots. And I was worried about some of the tone and the divisive language of elements of that Leave camp. Some of that talk about migrants and blaming migrants. I think today has got to be focused on a real action plan for Britain to save the economy, protect jobs, and actually make sure we get a deal to get access to those EU markets, because otherwise our exports, our manufacturing industry will suffer.
General Secretary, thank you very much indeed. Frances O'Grady there from the Trades Union Congress. Well, of course, that was about the effect on workforces, amongst other things, and this also, of course, has a bearing on it. What's going on the markets? The stock market has taken a bit of a kicking, and not just in the United Kingdom, in many other of the major bourses around the world. That, of course, affects the values of people's pension funds and things like that. And the pound dropping down precipitately after the result was immediately announced. Sky's Ian King has been monitoring it all day, our business presenter. And what's going on now, Ian?
Hi, Dermot. Well, it's very interesting, as you say. Sterling, which was $1.50 at 11 o'clock last night, it came off fairly early on this morning to around about $1.32. It's since found a level. It had a flirt with around $1.40. It's now come back to around $1.37. On the equity markets, meanwhile, the FTSE 100, well, it came off 8.5% first thing, which would have, if it had stayed that way, amounted to the fourth biggest one-day fall ever. But the FTSE's rallied a little bit as well. We're now off, where are we? We're off 240 points. That's around 3.8%, clinging on to that 6,000 level. Very interestingly, the FTSE is still above the level it was trading at, 5,950 or so, when David Cameron announced the referendum back in February. Other interesting developments to tell you about. Thomas Cook, obviously a big travel money supplier, they have started limiting customers to no more than £1,000 worth of foreign exchange. Really, that gives you an idea of the kind of volatility that you're seeing in the FX markets. And we've also had a statement in the last few minutes from Christine Lagarde, the managing director of the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, of course, much in demand from George Osborne in the referendum campaign. And she has said, we take note of the decision by the people of the UK. We urge the authorities in the UK and Europe to work collaboratively to ensure a smooth transition to a new economic relationship between the UK and the EU, including by clarifying the procedures and broad objectives that will guide the process. We strongly support commitments of the Bank of England and the European Central Bank to supply liquidity to the banking system and curtail excess financial volatility. We will continue to monitor developments closely. Well, here with me to discuss all this, we have Mike Carney. Let's hear what he had to say as well.
A few months ago, the bank judged that the risks around the referendum were the most significant near-term domestic risks to financial stability. To mitigate them, the bank has put in place extensive contingency plans. And these plans begin with ensuring that the core of our financial system is well capitalized, is liquid, and is strong. This resilience is backed up by the Bank of England's liquidity facilities in sterling and foreign currencies, and all of these resources will support orderly market functioning in the face of any short-term volatility.
Well, with me to discuss this is Richard Buxton. He is Chief Executive of Old Mutual Global Investors, one of the city's biggest fund managers. You've got something like £24 billion worth of money under management. Fair to say, a result we didn't see coming, Richard.
Absolutely. I was completely flabbergasted. I thought that the British population, inherently conservative, would not take this giant leap into the unknown, because there is clearly no precedent for this. We have no roadmap as to how things are going to go forward, and markets hate uncertainty.
Now, how worried are you about the possibility of a recession now?
Well, clearly it's very difficult to put a positive spin on this. It's all going to rest on what companies do and how individuals respond. It's very difficult to see that companies are going to do anything other than pull back on capex, investment, hiring intentions, etc. And equally, consumers are far more likely to just keep the powder dry a little bit more than they had previously. And so confidence and lack of confidence, it becomes self-fulfilling. So we're clearly concerned that the outlook for the UK economy is materially worse going forward.
Now, what about the clients on whose behalf you manage money? What have they been saying to you this morning?
Well, fortunately here we've got degrees of reassurance and comfort. People have got used to a lot of volatility in the equity market in recent years, so clients are calm, they're relaxed, there's no panic selling, and in fact we've even had one overseas large client of ours who has rung up and put more money in today. So that's reassuring that they're taking advantage of the falls, the weakness in sterling, and saying actually here's an opportunity. So that's encouraging.
That's quite surprising. Do you expect to see a bit more bargain hunting over the next few days?
I think we will. I think obviously people will reflect over the weekend press and political developments, and then there may be a little bit more tweaking of portfolios, perhaps a little bit of selling, but I think we will see more people coming in as well.
Now, notwithstanding the fact that the FTSE is off by slightly less than we had anticipated, we've nonetheless seen some big falls in the likes of the banks. Barclays, for example, off nearly 20%. Do these things look oversold to you at these levels?
I think the banks in particular, this is an extreme overreaction. That's pricing in an immediate major recession and huge pickup in bad debts. And I don't think we're seeing anything like that yet. So I think that we'll weather the storm in terms of the banks. Some of the other financials and the house builders, enormous falls in house builder shares. Is it really going to be the case that we're going to see such significant collapse in house prices and housing volumes of transactions? I suspect not. So time for patience and caution.
All right, Richard Buxton from Old Mutual Global Investors, thanks for joining me. So a momentous day. The Prime Minister has resigned. The Leader of the Opposition is facing a confidence vote. The pound has had its worst one-day fall in 50 years and the stock market is off as well. More on Sky News after the break with Jeremy Thompson.
This is Sky News Live in Westminster as the UK votes to leave the EU. The Prime Minister decides to step down. David Cameron says the country will have a new leader by October.
I love this country and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
It follows a referendum decided by a margin of just over 1 million, with Leave winning around 52% of the vote.
There is simply no need in the 21st century to be part of a federal system of government based in Brussels that is imitated nowhere else on earth. It was a noble idea for its time. It is no longer right.
Fallout at Labour too, as senior MPs submit a motion of no confidence in Jeremy Corbyn. Financial turmoil forces the Bank of England to promise moves to calm the markets. And in Scotland, the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, says she will push for a new vote on Scottish independence.
It is a significant and material change in circumstances, and it is therefore a statement of the obvious that the option of a second referendum must be on the table.
I'm live in the city of London, where the pound has suffered its worst one-day fall for nearly 50 years and where billions have been wiped from the value of shares.
Very good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock on a very unusual day. This is a Sky News special. We're live in Westminster as the UK votes to leave the European Union, prompting the Prime Minister, David Cameron, to announce his intention to resign. Mr Cameron met the Queen at Buckingham Palace early this morning to explain his decision, while Boris Johnson paid tribute to the Prime Minister as the race to succeed him gets underway. This, the final result of the EU referendum. Nearly 17.5 million people voted to leave. That's around 52% of those who cast a vote. Just over 16 million people voted to remain, around 48%. So the Leave campaign won it by a margin of more than 1 million votes. Here is how the Prime Minister announced his plans to stand down.
Good morning, everyone. The country has just taken part in a giant democratic exercise, perhaps the biggest in our history. Over 33 million people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Gibraltar have all had their say. We should be proud of the fact that in these islands we trust the people with these big decisions. We not only have a parliamentary democracy, but on questions about the arrangements for how we're governed, there are times when it is right to ask the people themselves, and that is what we have done. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, and their will must be respected. I want to thank everyone who took part in the campaign on my side of the argument, including all those who put aside party differences to speak in what they believed was the national interest. I fought this campaign in the only way I know how, which is to say directly and passionately what I think and feel, head, heart and soul. I held nothing back. I was absolutely clear about my belief that Britain is stronger, safer and better off inside the European Union. And I made clear the referendum was about this and this alone, not the future of any single politician, including myself. But the British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. This is not a decision I've taken lightly. But I do believe it's in the national interest to have a period of stability and then the new leadership required. There is no need for a precise timetable today, but in my view we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
Well, live to Downing Street now, Chief Political Correspondent John Craig is there, where the Prime Minister stood only a few hours ago making a historic statement there, and perhaps one that in his wildest dreams he hoped he would never have to make.
But he was pretty determined to go quickly. I've been talking to Conservative MPs who voted leave. They believe that Mr Cameron has acted in a rather impetuous way. Apparently, when they had a Tory away day over in Oxfordshire a month or so ago, he was urged by even those Tory MPs who supported leave look, if it's a Leave outcome, don't go immediately because we need some stability. Mr Cameron was talking about stability, but a lot of Tory MPs believe that by rushing his exit, he's giving them anything but. Remember in 2005 when Michael Howard quit? Now, it's widely believed that he organised a timetable to help Mr Cameron get the leadership. And if you remember then, there was like a beauty contest at the Tory conference in the autumn. Then it came down to a ballot of the members between David Davis and Mr Cameron. And Mr Cameron was unveiled at the beginning of December. Mr Cameron, we just heard say he wasn't going to set out a timetable, but I think we can more or less see what the timetable is going to be. It looks like in consultation with Graham Brady, the chairman of the 1922 committee, it looks as though Conservative MPs are going to choose their final two, because that's the system. They get down to two candidates, then the members get a balance of the final two. By the end of July, Parliament is due to break up on the 21st of July. So it looks as though by that point MPs will have voted to choose their final two, and we're going to get, rather like we had the Labour leadership, an August of lots of campaigning. And then, of course, as he said, he wants the new leader in place to be unveiled, a coronation, if you like, at the Conservative Party conference in the first or second week of October. Now, as for the runners and riders, Boris Johnson obviously looks like a front runner. Some Tory Brexiteers have been saying to me, not voting for him after the mess he's made of London's roads with the cycle lanes. Now, there is a mood feeling amongst the Leave campaigners, the victorious Leave campaigners that I've been talking to, that the Cameroons, the bruised, battered, defeated Cameroons, might back Theresa May as the Stop Boris candidate. She's doing well with the bookies in recent days, but that, of course, is speculation at this stage.
John, whilst the Prime Minister was tearful, other people are shocked. I mean, it is worth bearing in mind yet again that it was the majority of British voters who got their way. They got us to leave the EU.
Jeremy, I was at the Leave EU event down the road from here at Millbank Tower throughout the night, and just before 10 o'clock, Nigel Farage said to Sky News, I think Remain are going to edge it. Then he sort of unconceded or so an hour or so later, and then about 4 o'clock in the morning he came back with his triumphant victory cry about about Independence Day and a new dawn and so on. And because there was a deal between Tory outers like Boris Johnson and Michael Gove not to speak before Mr Cameron, it was really Nigel Farage's night. He basked in all the triumph. Those Tory MPs who want Mr Cameron to stay on are today saying he blundered by putting himself at the front of the campaign. He should have stood back and let others, and then he's made himself more vulnerable, it's claimed. But Boris Johnson, for now, was fairly magnanimous when he was speaking today.
I believe we now have a glorious opportunity. We can pass our laws and set our taxes entirely according to the needs of the UK economy. We can control our own borders in a way that is not discriminatory, but fair and balanced, and take the wind out of the sails of the extremists and those who would play politics with immigration. Above all, we can find our voice in the world again, a voice that is commensurate with the fifth biggest economy on earth. Powerful, liberal, humane, an extraordinary force for good in the world. And the most precious thing this country has given our continent is the idea of parliamentary democracy. This Thursday, yesterday, I believe the British people have spoken up for democracy in Britain and across Europe. And I think we can be very proud of the result.
Well, that was all very statesmanlike compared with the raucous rallying cry from Nigel Farage in the early hours of this morning. What happens now for Mr Johnson? Will he get a government job? Tory MPs think perhaps Michael Gove might be the minister to be put in charge of these renegotiations with the European Union. We saw today, didn't we, yet another dramatic and tearful exit from this street here. The most recent Prime Minister, of course, to depart was Gordon Brown in 2010. You remember his very dignified exit with his wife Sarah and their two little boys as they walked down the street. Last time we saw tears in Downing Street, well, of course, the famous departure of Margaret Thatcher, that photograph snatched through the window of the car. But Mr Cameron clearly appeared to be choking back tears this morning. His wife, Samantha, looked very tearful. It was significant, I think, that when they walked back into number 10, there was no turn-round pose for the cameras. And I wonder if there were tears once they got inside, because this is a pretty inglorious end to Mr Cameron's career. He talked about his legacy, he's talked about things like gay marriage, of course, they've talked about social reforms. For Mr Cameron, it now seems that, like Tony Blair's legacy was Iraq, and that ended disastrously for him. And let's not forget, we've got the Chilcot report coming up in a week or so. David Cameron's legacy, well, it's going to be defeat here, and still to come perhaps the breakup of the United Kingdom with another independence referendum in Scotland. Perhaps by his going so quickly, Mr Cameron is perhaps saying to his opponents in this referendum, well, look, this is what you wanted, I warned you it'd be chaos. There are those who say that by going so abruptly and in the circumstances he is creating a bit more chaos rather than the stability he was talking about. We've seen the turmoil on the markets, stock market, the money markets, international money markets and so on. And now we face political turmoil, a Tory leadership election, and of course all the campaigning that and the uncertainty that means. So, I mean, critics have already said that for the past few months there's been not much governing going on in Whitehall. Well, of course, if we're going to have a Tory leadership election campaign with a lot of ministers involved, well, you could argue more uncertainty.
Thank you very much indeed, John. You're right. Probably a domino effect, the referendum result triggering a whole series of things, not only the Conservative Party leadership, but trouble ahead as well for the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, after two very senior Labour MPs submitted a motion of no confidence in the party leader. Anne Coffey and Margaret Hodge put down this motion just before a meeting of Mr Corbyn's shadow cabinet this morning, and Dame Margaret pulled no punches when she spoke to us earlier.
I thought about this overnight. I reflected really deeply. I've known Jeremy for a long time. This is not personal. I think this is, it's just for the sake of the nation and the party. I hope, in the context of a secret ballot, that there will be overwhelming support for this motion I'm putting to the Parliamentary Labour Party, and I hope Jeremy will do the decent thing and resign so the Labour can restore itself, regain confidence from the people when the Conservatives are in such a mess, but most importantly, lead the nation through a period of tumultuous change.
Mr Corbyn has just been chairing that meeting of the Shadow Cabinet. Sophie Ridge has been finding out what's going on there, and clearly the man himself under a lot of pressure.
He certainly is under a lot of pressure. Just in the last 10 minutes or so, I've been in Portcullis House, which is where MPs gather, have cups of coffee and so on, and saw Jeremy Corbyn walking on his own through that building. I asked him how he was feeling, and he said fine. But under the surface, of course, this is a man who is under a lot of pressure, and certainly I've spoken to numerous Labour MPs today who've told me that they are willing to back the motion of no confidence in Jeremy Corbyn. I'm told that it will pass overwhelmingly, that they think it will go through easily. So that is all to come next week. What will happen is they will discuss it at the Parliamentary Labour Party meeting on Monday before a potential vote on Tuesday. And in that time, Jeremy Corbyn needs to do all he can to try and stitch his divided party back together again. He tried that today with the Shadow Cabinet meeting, but my feeling is that actually many of the Shadow Cabinet members at that meeting felt that he wasn't fully acknowledging what they see as his responsibility for the failure of the campaign to stay in the European Union. What Jeremy Corbyn would say and what those around him would say was that actually the trust ratings for Jeremy Corbyn is reflective of how the country felt about the EU, and they are saying that he's got no intention of resigning. When it comes to a leadership contest, which of course we are now seeing with the Conservative Party, the word from Team Corbyn is bring it on.
Sophie, the Labour Party really has ended up throwing its official weight behind the Remain campaign, but clearly large parts of the party around the country have decided to go the other way. It really suggests a complete undermining of the leadership here in London, doesn't it?
It does. And actually I think that there is a bit of a crisis going on in the Labour Party where they have their sort of metropolitan centre, if you like. Jeremy Corbyn is the MP for Islington, which is a very strongly Remain supporting constituency. And yet, over the last few weeks, there's been lots of Labour MPs coming to me saying that they were worried about the way the referendum's going. They're speaking to their constituents in some of these Northern England constituencies where they are traditionally seen as Labour heartlands, and they have real concerns over things like immigration. And I think going forward, there's a real discussion going on right now in the Labour Party about how to discuss and how to respond to some of those concerns on immigration. Jeremy Corbyn has effectively always said he wants to bang the drum for immigration, saying it's a positive thing, that actually people need to say that although concerns should be reflected, on the whole, people should be arguing in favour of it as well. But certainly some of the Labour MPs who I expect to be backing this motion of no confidence say that the immigration question is the one that they feel that Jeremy Corbyn has failed to deliver on.
Nobody beyond the fallout from this vote then. Sophie, thanks very much indeed. But it's not just been reaction here in Britain. Around the world, they've been waking up today to the news that the UK has voted to leave the European Union. Here in this country, the campaign leaders on both sides of the referendum were keen to reassure the public, not only here, but probably abroad as well, that there was really no need to for haste to instigate this Brexit plan. But by contrast, European leaders have said that the exit process does need to get underway quickly.
We now expect the United Kingdom government to give effect to this decision of the British people as soon as possible, however painful that process may be. Any delay would unnecessarily prolong uncertainty. We stand ready to launch negotiations swiftly with the UK regarding the terms and conditions of its withdrawal from the European Union. As agreed, the new settlement for the United Kingdom within the European Union reached at the European Council in February this year will now not take effect and ceases to exist. There will be no renegotiation. There will be no renegotiation.
No two ways about it. It is an important day for Europe. It is an important day for the process of unification in Europe. It is a difficult day. What it means for the following weeks and months, that is something that will largely depend on whether we, the other 27 nations within the European Union, are prepared and capable in this situation not to rush to conclusions.
The United Kingdom will no longer be part of the European Union, and the procedures envisaged by the treaties will be rapidly applied. Those are the rules and those are the consequences. The vote of the British people certainly is a great trial for Europe, and Europe must demonstrate under those circumstances its solidity and its strength by finding the right responses to master the economic and financial risks of the departure of the United Kingdom.
Huge implications for the economy and the world of business as well. We're getting reaction on Sky News in just a moment. special programme in the aftermath of Britain's decision to leave the EU. Let's head straight across to the city and our business presenter, Ian King. What a day. What is the fallout from all this, Ian?
Yeah, it's been pretty tumultuous, Jeremy. If you remember, take the currency markets, first of all, sterling closed at around $1.50 last night when it looked like Remain would win. We had a huge precipitous sell-off first thing this morning to around $1.32. Since then, sterling's hauled itself up off the canvas and is currently trading at around $1.37. So not quite as bad as an outcome as we first anticipated. Now, looking at the stock market, the FTSE 100 sold off by around 8.5%. Very first thing, again, it's come off, it's recovered somewhat, it's gained a bit of footing. We're now currently on the session down some 3.10%. So we're talking about tens of billions now rather than hundreds of billions as we were first thing this morning. Most of the damage has been done in the house building stocks and in some of the banking sector as well. You can see, for example, Lloyds Banking Group off 20% there, 21%. Same with Royal Bank of Scotland off some 17%. Well, the city and its role and how it might be affected by Brexit has obviously been at the forefront of the debate. And with me to discuss this is Michael Gagan. He is former chief executive of HSBC. Now, Michael, you argued all the way through the campaign that the impact of Brexit on the city would not be as severe as a lot of people thought. Why?
Well, for a start, today you actually get back control of the city in that what the Bank of England does to rationalise and control the city is in their hands tonight rather than being in the EU's hands, who wanted to go on a harmonisation trip. I think that will in itself help the economy, and it will allow Britain to compete with the biggest market of the world, and being the US, and that is very important for the city. The city needs to be able to feel free to be able to operate across the world, not just in Europe, but under the rules of the Bank of England. And I think that's a positive. I also think we've got to be calm. I think you very rightly said just now, there's been lots of fluctuation, but the pound actually has dropped by 3.5% on the week. We've seen that in January of this year. I have no doubts that will come back. It just means that we say sensible things, we don't react and overreact, and we listen and we work our way through. I know there's a lot of companies in the city, so they're going to move their headquarters to different countries. I think when the rationale actually sets in, they will decide that actually Britain, London is the centre to be.
Well, except you say that. We've actually heard this afternoon JP Morgan looking into moving between 1,000 and 4,000 people out of the UK. Morgan Stanley said to be moving 1,000 people out of the city into other jurisdictions as well. I mean, this is going to cost people's jobs in the city.
Let's actually see the numbers when they actually say they're moving. There is always a movement of people across the city to other countries in Europe. Paris, there's always a lot of people going forward. But when calmness actually sits there and the board of directors look at these things and the fundamentals and the cash flows and the results, I think you'll find a different picture.
Now, what about the impact on the wider economy? I mean, your old bank, HSBC, has downgraded its growth forecast for UK GDP growth next year to around 0.4%, I think it is. A lot of people are even talking about a recession.
Well, obviously HSBC must put its own figures out. I don't represent them in this conversation. The fact of the matter is, I think there's two things are happening here. Quantitative easing is actually coming across the world. We're looking at negative interest rates before this referendum. And I think there's an adjustment in asset classes to come. Is that healthy? I think in a way it is, because you know and I know the cost of capital is around 10% for any proper, well-run business. We've been buying capital at less than 3%. We've got sovereigns very heavily indebted. I mean, Britain has got 1.6 trillion, trillion, get my figures right here, Michael, trillion pounds worth of debt, doubling it since 2010. That has to be worked through. And investors, foreign investors, have to believe that the city and the country is able to grow. And I think it will be able to grow. There's no reason why tomorrow Britain will be different than today in regards to trading and business.
But how much would you worry about deflation? We've seen, for example, the Swiss National Bank intervening to stop its currency taking off today. Everyone wants to get their exchange rate down. The Japanese similarly.
Well, deflation was there yesterday. It's there today. It'll be there tomorrow. This is, as I say, a result of quantitative easing. We've got to work through that. We have to have real interest rates in this country and a proper return on assets. Until we get that, I don't see this deflationary position changing that much.
All right, Michael Gagan, appreciate you joining us this afternoon. And with that, it's over to Colin Brazier in Edinburgh. Of course, Edinburgh, the big banks potentially may have to be talking about relocating back down south if they get another independence referendum.
I'm sure they'll have been watching it as closely as the rest of the UK have been, certainly the banking sector have been watching things, Ian. Thanks very much indeed. In terms of the essential arithmetic from the poll overnight in Scotland, at least, let's start by taking you through the numbers, because this is really the jumping off point for everything that subsequently unfolded here in Edinburgh. We're at Bute House, by the way, the official residence of the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. But the numbers look like this. This is how eventually they stacked up. We had 62% for Remain, getting on for 2/3 of the electorate. Turnout slightly down, actually, on the September 2014 referendum then. Turnout then a staggeringly high 85%, so down to 67% this time. But 62% of the Scots electorate voting Remain. That amounted to absolute numbers, 1.6 million, leaving 38% voting for Leave, a million. 32 councils in all, and all of them voting for Remain. Now, within the last hour and a half or so, Ruth Davidson, the Scottish Tory leader, has said, no, look, any idea of using that as the mandate, the basis for a second independence referendum is bunkum, my word, not hers. She says that because the September 2014 referendum, 2 million Scots turned out then to say no to independence for Scotland. She says only 1.6 million have turned out this time to say let's remain. She says do the maths. People are more interested in staying part of this union than they are in staying part of the European Union. Well, that's not a view shared by Nicola Sturgeon. She held a press conference about 2 hours ago, and this is part of what she had to say.
Let me address the issue of a second independence referendum. The manifesto that the SNP was elected on last month said this: the Scottish Parliament should have the right to hold another referendum if there is a significant and material change in the circumstances that prevailed in 2014, such as Scotland being taken out of the EU against our will. Scotland does now face that prospect. It is a significant and material change in circumstances, and it is therefore a statement of the obvious that the option of a second referendum must be on the table, and it is on the table.
In terms of the personalities, it's been a day of threats and opportunities, clearly quite serious threats to the political ambitions of some people. Jeremy Corbyn, for instance, potentially facing a leadership threat now. But for Nicola Sturgeon, there are opportunities in this. She says that Scotland has been potentially denied membership of the European Union. And that's why, rather against expectations, the consensus among the journalists who were gathered here this morning was that she'd probably pop herself into a holding pattern, mark time, talk about consultation with her cabinet. She's going to do that on tomorrow morning, indeed, perhaps. Then further talks within Holyrood Scottish Parliament. So people taken by surprise, really, by the assertiveness of Nicola Sturgeon today, saying absolutely now this is on the table. One journalist colleague inside Bute House said to me, people are weary in Scotland after a general election, Scottish elections last year, and of course a referendum of almost 2 years ago now. Can they really take another independence referendum, which was meant to be a once-in-a-generation event? Well, Nicola Sturgeon clearly believes that there is a mandate to do precisely that right now. What about the general public? Not far from where I stand here in Edinburgh, it's the Highland Show, and we've been gauging some opinions there.
As a young Scot, I think it's more important to me to be part of the EU than the United Kingdom.
I just feel like we might end up going independent and then us hopefully joining the EU again.
If we've left Europe already, folk aren't going to want to leave England as well.
I think the country's already under enough changes without asking to split away from England and start messing the whole country's system up as it is. I think the country needs to settle down.
Well, you remember the gap between yes and no in September 2014 was 10%. 45% of Scots wanted out, 55% of people wanted to stay in. What's changed since then, other than the referendum result this morning? Some people will point to the fact that the oil price has tanked and the economic case for Scottish referendum has been weakened. Other people will say, do Scots really want to tie themselves to the euro currency right now? Some people say that would be a bad idea, but clearly Nicola Sturgeon feels there is much to debate and says it's absolutely on the table. That's the picture in Edinburgh right now. We'll be reflecting on what's happening with the Dow Jones Index in America after the break.
Down at Westminster here, I'm joined now by Alistair Campbell. Good to see you, Alistair. I've known you over 30 years, since we were almost young journalists, and I don't think I've ever seen you look quite as shocked and ashen.
Oh, well, I'm tired. Haven't been to bed. But no, I wasn't actually in the end shocked by the result, because I'd felt it coming for some time, but I'm shocked, I guess, by the fact that it's happened, and we're now beginning to see the consequences that a lot of people had warned of, and I think it's a really pretty bad day for the country.
Tell me about what you see as the potential fallout.
I think there are lots of consequences that haven't really been thought through. I mean, just to give you, I think the economics are, it's pretty obvious what the economic world is thinking of what's going on, and I think that will continue to have a fallout. I think politically, there's obviously going to be huge fallout. We've already seen a Prime Minister announce that he's going to go, so we're going to have a new Prime Minister. There's obviously debate going on, obviously, within the Labour Party, what happens with the leadership there. Nicola Sturgeon has announced that she wants to have a second referendum. Again, everybody said that was coming, and I think she's perfectly entitled to do that, and I could see her winning if and when that comes down the track. I think Ireland is another part of this that has not been thought through. The border, the French border coming from Calais to Kent, and also just the sheer volume of intricate legislative work that has to go on now, even once these negotiations with the rest of the European Union are done. So
no upside at all?
I find it pretty hard, to be honest. I do find it pretty hard, yeah.
An independent Britain standing on its own as Boris Johnson here?
Britain's always been independent, and it's chosen, until now, as part of that independence, to have these international relations as a very important part of the expression of our national interest. And I think that the campaign that I was trying to help, the Remain campaign, maybe focused too much on the economic risk and not enough on these broader questions, because I think we perhaps lost the argument to the emotion of these issues, democracy and sovereignty and so forth. Because, there's an irony, isn't there? The whole thing was about, we have to have politicians that we elect. And now you're going to have a new Prime Minister very, very soon, who's going to be elected by the Tory party. And the bookies say it's Boris Johnson, and I hope they've got it wrong again.
But that's not a step towards the democracy that the Leave campaign was talking about this morning.
At all. Not at all. I don't see that at all. I mean, I think a lot of these things that they've talked about, I mean, I've mentioned that take back control of our borders. Well, taking back control, the French, under the Le Touquet Treaty, they can give us 6 months' notice to suspend the bilateral arrangements, and I cannot for the life of me see now why they're going to manage our borders for us once we're out. The Irish border we've mentioned. I never got an answer from any of the Leave campaigners. How do you reconcile free movement of travel so that a Pole or a Romanian can fly to Dublin, part of the European Union, and they're also saying we don't have to close, we don't have to controls at the border? I mean, there's no logic, there's no consistency to that position. So there's all these things that I think are just, the slogans are going to get exposed for what they are.
The Conservative Party undoubtedly have done a lot of damage to itself in its sort of blue-on-blue attacks with the party divided, and that's how this whole referendum, in a way, came about. But Labour, in the end, also looks quite badly damaged. You've got a leader who said, but perhaps not as strongly as many people thought he should, that he wanted to be in Remain, and clearly an awful lot of Labour Party members around the country who've gone, no, we want to leave, we're not following the leadership.
Well, that's what I think has been extraordinary about this campaign. I mean, it wasn't just Cameron, Corbyn, Nicola Sturgeon, Tim Farron, Caroline Lucas, all these leaders saying to their followers, this is what we'd like you to do, followers here, and the followers saying, no, we're not having that. Now, Nicola Sturgeon actually Remain did win in Scotland, though I actually know of quite a lot of SNP supporters who voted for Brexit, but who would vote, I think, for Scottish independence. But I think what it says is that there's this disconnect that is real. It's probably growing, and I felt during the campaign that there is this idea that the Labour Party is very metropolitan, that doesn't really understand working class northern people, and I don't think Jeremy Corbyn's going to reach those people. I certainly don't feel that he reached them during this. But there's all this talk now of he's going to get challenged, motion of no confidence. But actually, because of all the new members that came in, who probably care more about saving Jeremy Corbyn as leader than winning an election, we're in a mess. We're in a complete mess.
broadening it out from the two parties and the damage they've done to themselves and looking at, in a way, the transatlantic story of this year. Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders on one side, a Brexit vote here. Do you see some correlation? Are there echoes here? Are people trying to kick out at the establishment in different ways?
Absolutely, there's no doubt about that. And I think a lot of this Europe vote was actually about the aftermath of the global financial crisis. The feeling that the people who caused it got away with it. One guy in America went to jail. They're all back now running their banks and getting their bonuses, and it's all the same. And the people who didn't cause it, working class and middle class people, jobs, living standards, benefits, austerity, 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 and they're just saying, look, sorry. I think that one of the messages to Cameron and Osborne was, this economy you keep talking about that you're worried about losing, we don't feel we have it. And added to the sense of, and actually I think that Marine Le Pen, she's going to be in the second round of the French presidential election. Donald Trump is the most spectacular example of it. And what I find incredible, really, I cannot work this out. Donald Trump, elitist, narcissist, multimillionaire, inherited wealth, voice of the common man in America. Boris Johnson, old Etonian, Oxbridge, Telegraph, Tory MP, speaking up for the working man in Britain. It's crazy stuff. And I think that it is about this. Politics is just, I don't know what it does because you have to have political leaders. And you have to have people having faith in their political systems. And once that goes, you've got real problems. And, you know, it's not just in Britain, you're seeing it in Holland, you're seeing it in France, you're seeing it all over the place. And I do think these guys who are going around waving their Union Jacks and coming up and jabbing the finger in your face and saying, you know, fine. But, you know, I think there are consequences down the track that they haven't even begun to think about.
Alistair, very good to talk to you. I'm sorry we couldn't reprise our triple act with Adam Bolton here.
And we showed such dignity.
I know, great dignity. I know a lot of people have sent it on social media. They would have liked to have seen Adam here. He will be along later, but that time Mr. Campbell will be home, I'm sure. Thank you. Let's see where the result was won and lost today and how people voted right across the UK. Jonathan Samuels is in Sky News Centre.
Jeremy, we've been analysing all the data to try and find out why people voted in the way they did. And let's start by looking at the winning line. This is the result, of course, in 48.1%, out 51.9%, out, crossing the winning line, which was half the turnout, +1. Now, the percentages look quite close, don't they? But if you actually look at the number of votes, there was well over 1 million votes between them. And remember, in this referendum, unlike in a general election, every single vote counted, including yours. Now let's go to our map. Now this is fascinating. If you look at our scale here, it really shows how Eurosceptic certain areas were and how pro-EU others were. If it's bright orange, you can see very pro-EU. The whole of Scotland is either yellow, orange or bright orange, and every single one of those 32 voting areas wanted to remain in the EU. You can see Northern Ireland as well, all pro-EU. But then we get into England and Wales, and it's a very different picture, really Eurosceptic. Wales was a surprise because up until the vote, it was 50-50. There were a lot of undecided voters. But here, look, you can see so many blue areas. England, the northwest, the northeast, look at this huge swathe of dark blue, very Eurosceptic. One area I will point out is this area here, Yorkshire and Humber. Now, they do a lot of trade with European countries, but even they, more than 60% wanted out. And then, of course, we've got London down here, no surprise, very orange indeed, and very much wanting to remain in the EU. So why did people vote in the way they did? All sorts of reasons, but let's look at this one to start. Unemployment rate. Now here, all these areas have unemployment at more than 8%. The average is 5.1%. And as you can see, so much blue there. All those blue areas all wanting to leave the EU. Let's move on and have a look at age. How much does the age of an area make a difference? Well, it makes a big difference. All these regions have a population where 25% of the people living there is 65 years old or over. A lot of coastal areas, a lot of places that older people go and retire, and you can see all blue apart from two. One interesting one here, tendering, of course, a UKIP heartland. Finally, let's take a look at house prices. This is also interesting. What we've done is we've taken a look at all the places in England where house prices are under £150,000. So quite deprived parts of the United Kingdom. And again, look, so many blue areas. In fact, only one yellow, and that's Liverpool. It really does tell you a great deal about why people decided to vote in the way they did.
Jonathan, thanks very much indeed. We were talking about the economy, the pound suffering a big drop this morning. Initially, it fell to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985. So let's see how the world's reacting, in particular the American markets. New York Stock Exchange just opened, and Sky's US correspondent Hannah Thomas-Peter joins us live from there. So how are they absorbing the news?
Well, it's a torrid start to the day of trading here in New York, as expected. The Dow dropped 500 points. It was the worst open for the S&P since 1986. Let's just have a look at the exact numbers. The Dow Jones currently down 2.49%, the S&P 500 down 2.55%, the Nasdaq down 2.86%. What is happening here is that the markets believed, the bookies in the UK, they believed that there was going to be a Remain vote. They failed to price in a Leave vote, and so there's a big adjustment going on, and that means a big sell-off because there's a huge amount of uncertainty now. And markets hate uncertainty. It's somewhat of a cliche to say that, but as with all of these things, it's a cliche because there's real truth to it. The US investors are now concerned about the effect of an exit on the UK economy, possibly undermining London's position as a global financial centre, possibly bringing about a recession. They're worried about uncertainty for years to come, questions about what's going to happen with tariffs and trading and regulations and the movement of labour, all totally unanswered at the moment. There are knock-on effects potentially, according to US investors, for Europe and for its economy as it tries to untie itself from the UK. And of course, there are broader global concerns, particularly how this uncharted territory is going to start affecting the US economy. The head of the Federal Reserve, Janet Yellen, said that a Brexit would have consequences for the US economy. So what does all of this mean? At the moment, it means a flight to safety. People are selling off, buying gold, buying treasury bonds, selling their stocks. It's not been a good start to a day of trading. Most people have predicted that it's going to get much, much worse.
Thanks very much indeed. With me now, Acting Director General of the British Chambers of Commerce, Adam Marshall. Good to see you. How are your members like to take it, do you think?
Well, I think it's a period for calm reflection for a lot of businesses around the country, because I think they realise that for them today nothing changes, but in the medium term absolutely everything could change. Some firms obviously affected right away, particularly those that are quoted and on markets, but for private businesses there is a period of uncertainty ahead, and I think for a lot of them they're trying to take stock now and figure out what their next steps will be.
Some may benefit, some may not.
I think there is a silver lining for some firms in all of this. Some exporters, particularly those that aren't also importing, will do well, I think, over the next few weeks. And a lot of businesses are plucky and pragmatic. They're seeing the opportunities ahead of them in this transition rather than focusing simply on what they may have lost. So I have a lot of faith in the business communities that we represent up and down the country. I think that they'll be pretty resilient in the face of this, but they do want some stability and they do want some clarity here in Westminster as well.
In a way, businesses can't just sit and cry over it. They have to get on and find a way to progress, don't they?
Well, it's absolutely right, and it's sort of operating a business every day of the year requires you to simply press on and move ahead. And when you look at small and medium-sized firms in particular, they've got no option to simply sit still. What they're trying to do is run their business as best as they can, business as usual, whilst reflecting on what they need to do next. For those trading in Europe, there's some big questions coming up. We'll be submitting a long list of questions to government about practical, real-world of business stuff that they need answered. That's everything from the Irish border mentioned just a few minutes ago, through to customs and hiring, whether their workers who come from other EU countries will be there with them in the years to come. Those are the real world sorts of things that so many businesses are asking, and I think it's going to be up to Westminster and up to government to help answer those questions in the months ahead.
What's the worst thing for them? A long, slow transition or a rapid one?
For business, stasis and waiting is usually the worst thing, because these are impatient people by nature, and they're the sort of individuals that want to get on. So fast is probably better, but what they don't want is an incomplete negotiation. They don't want a rapid divorce with a lot of the strings untied, as it were. They want to make sure that we get this deal and we get it right so that they can get on and trade. In the meantime, they want stability and they want confidence.
Stability and confidence. Adam Marshall, thank you very much indeed. The voice of the British Chambers of Commerce there. We'll have plenty more from Westminster coming up on Sky News.
TD Direct Investing sponsors the Sky News Financial Report.
Welcome back. You're watching Sky News. A pretty tumultuous day on markets, it's fair to say, here in the city. If I show you the chart for sterling $1.50 at 11 o'clock last night, when everyone thought that the Remain campaign had won. Events over the night unfolded. FTSE fell all the way down to $1.32 at around 5 o'clock this morning, just before the official result. Steadily recovered, hauled itself up on the canvas since then, hit $1.40 at around 9 o'clock this morning. Since then, it's tracked back somewhat. So it's rounded that about 7% down against the dollar on the session, and off too against all the major European and global currencies as well. Looking at the stock market, well, the FTSE 100 opened some 8%, 8.5% lower. Big drop there first thing, then rallied. We're now still in negative territory. We're currently off, as you can see there, by around 3% or so, 2.5% there. That still equates to tens of billions of pounds wiped off the FTSE, rather than the hundreds of billions which we saw first thing. Business reaction, somewhat sanguine. Comment, though, from Deutsche Bank, the chief executive, the British chief executive of Deutsche Bank. I'm afraid this is not such a good day for Europe at this stage. We cannot fully foresee the consequences, but there's no doubt that they will be negative on all sides. We've also had a profits warning from International Airline Group. They're the owners of British Airways, and they say following the outcome of the referendum and given current market volatility, while IAG expects a significant increase in operating profit this year, it no longer expects to generate an absolute operating profit increase similar to 2015. All the big consumer-facing stocks, the likes of EasyJet, ITV, they are all down sharply, as are the banks. We've also been speaking to Dominic Rossi. He is Chief Investment Officer at Fidelity International, one of the city's big money managers. Here's what he said to us earlier.
So I think a mild recession is likely. I do think that sterling is going to fall further, and maybe by 2017 that will provide some export-led support for the economy. But I think for the rest of the year at least, the UK economy is going to face some really quite difficult times.
It's a real tin helmet day here in the city so far, Jeremy. All the news as we get it at the market. We're coming up to the close in an hour and a half's time. Back to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian. Plenty more reaction to the Brexit coming up from business, from Europe, and from the world of British politics. This is Sky News live in Westminster as the UK votes to leave the EU. The Prime Minister decides to step down. David Cameron says the country should have a new leader by October.
I love this country and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
The margin of victory for the Out campaign, just over 1 million, 52% of the vote.
There is simply no need in the 21st century to be part of a federal system of government based in Brussels that is imitated nowhere else on earth. It was a noble idea for its time. It is no longer right.
Fallout at Labour too, as senior MPs submit a motion of no confidence in Jeremy Corbyn. Financial turmoil forces the Bank of England to promise moves to calm the markets. And in Scotland, the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, says she'll push for a new vote on Scottish independence.
It is a significant and material change in circumstances, and it is therefore a statement of the obvious that the option of a second referendum must be on the table.
I'm live in Downing Street, where, after an emotional and almost tearful resignation from David Cameron about his resignation, the Tory leadership campaign is about to get underway. Bookmakers have already installed Boris Johnson as favourite.
And I'm live in the city, where the pound suffered its worst one-day fall for 50 years before slightly recovering. Similar story with the FTSE 100, off 8.5% at the open, now down just 2%.
And I'm live in Edinburgh, where this morning's results have led, as we've just heard, to renewed calls for a Scottish independence referendum.
Very good afternoon. It is 3 o'clock. This is a Sky News special, live from Westminster, as the UK votes to leave the European Union, prompting the Prime Minister David Cameron to announce his intention to resign. Mr. Cameron met the Queen at Buckingham Palace early today to explain his decision, while Boris Johnson paid tribute to the PM as the race to succeed him begins. This, the final result of the EU referendum. Nearly 17.5 million people voted to leave. That's roughly 52% of the vote. Just over 16 million people voted to remain. That's 48%, so the Leave campaign won by a margin of more than 1 million votes. Here's how the Prime Minister announced his plans to stand down.
Good morning, everyone. The country has just taken part in a giant democratic exercise, perhaps the biggest in our history. Over 33 million people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Gibraltar have all had their say. We should be proud of the fact that in these islands we trust the people with these big decisions. We not only have a parliamentary democracy, but on questions about the arrangements for how we're governed, there are times when it is right to ask the people themselves, and that is what we have done. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, and their will must be respected. I want to thank everyone who took part in the campaign on my side of the argument, including all those who put aside party differences to speak in what they believed was the national interest. I fought this campaign in the only way I know how, which is to say directly and passionately what I think and feel, head, heart and soul. I held nothing back. I was absolutely clear about my belief that Britain is stronger, safer and better off inside the European Union. And I made clear the referendum was about this and this alone, not the future of any single politician, including myself. But the British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. This is not a decision I've taken lightly, but I do believe it's in the national interest to have a period of stability and then the new leadership required. There is no need for a precise timetable today, But in my view, we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
Live to Downing Street now, our chief political correspondent John Craig is there. John, the captain of the ship, as he called himself, falling on his sword, but already a debate starting about whether he's been too hasty.
Walking the plank, perhaps, actually. Those nautical metaphors from Mr Cameron about steadying the ship. A lot of Tory MPs think he's been impetuous, and rather than steadying the ship, he's sending it into, if not the rocks, certainly turbulent waters. There are Conservative MPs who supported the Leave campaign who are saying he shouldn't have rushed this. He was apparently warned and told at a Tory away day for MPs not that long ago, look, if it is a Leave vote, stay on for a few more months. When Michael Howard quit in 2005, there was quite a long period. It was said, of course, that it was to help David Cameron get the leadership. And when David Cameron was finally became the leader, it was about 6 months after the general election of 2005, early December. Now, Mr Cameron said he wasn't going to set out a timetable, but I think we can help Tory MPs here. If he wants a new leader to be crowned, a big coronation at the Tory conference in October, really the members have got to be voting during the summer, and that means that by the time MPs break up for the summer recess on the 21st of July, they'll have had to have their vote and pick the two candidates who go forward to a ballot of the leadership. Now, the bookies have already installed Boris Johnson as favourite. The other leading contender appears to be Theresa May. Eurosceptic MPs that I've spoken to, some of whom are not too keen on Boris Johnson. One of them said, I'm not voting for him after what he's done to the roads in London with all those cycle lanes. Theresa May is seen as the leading Stop Boris candidate by some Conservative MPs. Mr Cameron has been impetuous, his critics claim. He should have taken longer. As for who will manage those negotiations, Michael Gove's name's being suggested. Another thought, Jeremy. What does this mean for that very controversial decision about Heathrow Airport expansion? If it's Boris Johnson, the new Tory leader, what will happen there? Because, of course, he is an opponent. My hunch is that Mr Cameron will say that is another decision for his successor, whoever it is.
Well, lots of thoughts on the captain of the ship, as you say, walking the plank. But let's remember that the majority of people yesterday voted to leave the EU, and they got their way.
Yes, I was at the Leave EU celebration party last night, and as the result, they had all the Sky News on all the TV screens, and as those results were coming through, the blue out votes from various Labour constituencies, the cheers got louder and louder. Nigel Farage came to the party not once but twice. First time he came, he was a bit cagey and talking about the Remain campaign edging it. He almost conceded, then he unconceded. But when he came back, he was triumphalist, raucous, Independence Day and so on. But later on this morning, around about 11 o'clock, when Boris Johnson broke his silence on the results, he was almost statesmanlike. I think probably realising that the government's got a battle ahead, but also, of course, he's got a personal battle to try and win over MPs. This was Boris Johnson in a more sombre mood than we've heard in recent weeks.
I believe we now have a glorious opportunity. We can pass our laws and set our taxes entirely according to the needs of the UK economy. We can control our own borders in a way that is not discriminatory, but fair and balanced, and take the wind out of the sails of the extremists and those who would play politics with immigration. Above all, we can find our voice in the world again, a voice that is commensurate with the fifth biggest economy on earth. Powerful, liberal, humane, an extraordinary force for good in the world. And the most precious thing this country has given our continent is the idea of parliamentary democracy. This Thursday, yesterday, I believe the British people have spoken up for democracy in Britain and across Europe. And I think we can be very proud of the result.
Well, not only the Conservative Party, John, that's in trouble, but also Labour as well. Thanks very much, John Craig. Trouble ahead for the Labour leader. Jeremy Corbyn, after two very senior Labour MPs submitted a motion of no confidence in the party's leader, Anne Coffey and Margaret Hodge put down the motion just before a meeting of Mr Corbyn's shadow cabinet. And Dave, Margaret pulled no punches when she spoke to us.
I thought about this overnight. I reflected really deeply. I've known Jeremy for a long time. This is not personal. I think this is, it's just for the sake of the nation and the party. I hope, in the context of a secret ballot, that there will be overwhelming support for this motion I'm putting to the Parliamentary Labour Party, and I hope Jeremy will do the decent thing and resign so the Labour can restore itself, regain confidence from the people when the Conservatives are in such a mess, but most importantly, lead the nation through a period of tumultuous change.
Sophie Ridge has been keeping an eye on events down at the Labour Party today. Afternoon, Sophie. How much trouble is Mr Corbyn in, do you think?
Considerable, I would say. This motion of no confidence is going to be presented to the meeting of all the Labour MPs, which happens on Monday. Then they'll potentially vote on it on Tuesday. And I have to say that if the conversations that I've been having with Labour MPs are anything to go by, that motion is likely to be passed. I've been talking to people.
Sorry about that, we lost Sophie. We'll head back there as soon as we can, but it's certainly a vote of no confidence in the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn. And we'll get more reaction to that during the afternoon. Now, broader reaction has been coming in from all around the world. They've been waking up in all corners of the globe to the news that the UK has voted to leave the EU. Here in Britain, the campaign leaders on both sides of the EU referendum debate keen to reassure the public that there was no need for haste to instigate this Brexit plan. But by contrast, European leaders have said the exit process does need to get underway quickly.
We now expect the United Kingdom government to give effect to this decision of the British people as soon as possible, however painful that process may be. Any delay would unnecessarily prolong uncertainty. We stand ready to launch negotiations swiftly with the UK regarding the terms and conditions of its withdrawal from the European Union. As agreed, the new settlement for the United Kingdom within the European Union reached at the European Council in February this year will now not take effect and ceases to exist. There will be no renegotiation. There will be no renegotiation.
No two ways about it. It is an important day for Europe. It is an important day for the process of unification in Europe. It is a difficult day. What it means for the following weeks and months, that is something that will largely depend on whether we, the other 27 nations within the European Union, are prepared and capable in this situation not to rush to conclusions.
Well, the Remain campaign right the way through has warned of the potential economic consequences of a vote to leave. Now that's come true, so let's find out a bit more about it. I'm joined by the Chief Economist at the Confederation of British Industry, Ray Newton-Smith. Very good to see you. So, is it as bad as they warned, do you think, or is Britain going to economically survive?
I think it's too early to tell. At the moment, it's a time for reflection. I've been speaking to our members since 6 o'clock this morning. They're thinking about what it means for their business, what it means for the wider UK economy. I think the number one priority at the moment is to restore confidence in financial markets. That's why it's good to see the government working together with the Bank of England to provide the necessary liquidity to financial markets and to restore confidence. I think the other thing to remember, though, is that businesses are resilient. They're used to dealing with uncertainty and they will adapt.
It strikes me that almost since the referendum was announced, Britain's economy has gone pretty flat. The markets have been careful because of this. It's almost like today was a release. It's released itself downwards, but I presume it could bounce back almost as fast.
I think, our members and we were concerned about the impact of uncertainty ahead of the referendum. We could see some impact on that, on some investment decisions being postponed. I think the danger now is that some of those investment decisions won't just be postponed, but they will be delayed indefinitely. And I think what we need to do is to restore confidence in financial markets and, importantly, have a clear focus on renegotiating our relationship with the European Union to ensure that we have the access to the single market that makes it easy for us, and particularly our small and medium-sized businesses, to operate with countries across the European Union.
There's been sort of mixed messages from various political and campaign leaders today about, oh, we don't need to rush into this. We can extricate ourselves gradually over a period of time. Maybe they're just wanting to calm the nerves, but surely that would be the worst thing for business, to drag this unravelling out for years and years.
I think what business will like to see is as much certainty as is possible about the process for negotiating our trading relationship with the European Union. The Prime Minister has said that it will be for the next Prime Minister to determine when Article 50 is triggered. But I think it's a focus now on what is our relationship with the European Union, and also, importantly, what is our access to the countries where we have trade deals as being a member of the European Union. We also need to focus on those countries outside of the European Union and the relationship we have.
Plenty of people want to do business with us, aren't there? We've got things to sell, things to buy.
Yeah, and I think it's important to say that, the economy will keep going. It's not from tomorrow, things don't change fundamentally. I think the immediate focus is on financial markets. Ordinary day-to-day business will continue to operate. The question is, what happens to our access to the single market? What happens to tariffs when we come to the end of that relationship that we have at the moment with the European Union?
I mean, there's the old adage that every crisis is also an opportunity in the business world, isn't it?
I think in this case, we know that it's likely to represent a pretty serious economic shock to the UK economy. That was certainly the consensus coming into that, and I don't think that's fundamentally changed. There will be an impact on trade. There'll be an impact on investment. It will hit some sectors harder than others, but I think the economy will continue to grow. I think the consensus, it just won't grow as fast as it would have done if we'd maintained our relationship.
Ray Newton-Smith, very good to hear you calm about it and offering plenty of optimism for the future. Rain from the CBI there. Well, the pound obviously initially suffered a pretty big drop this morning, falling to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985. So let's check the American markets now and how they've reacted. US correspondent Thomas Peter is keeping an eye on things down at the New York Stock Exchange. How good or how bad is it all?
Pretty bad. Very ugly opening. The Dow dropped over 500 points. It was the worst opening for the S&P index since 1986. There was a big adjustment going on here because traders and investors in the US believed the bookies in the UK that there would be a Remain vote. That obviously didn't happen, and now there's a big sell-off because there's a flight to safety. People are selling stocks, they're going to gold, they're going to treasury bonds and notes. There is ongoing, much broader concerns, though, than what's going to happen today and in the coming hours, although it's obviously going to be a really rocky road for the coming hours until the closing bell. The concerns are about the exit vote impacting the UK's economy, possibly bringing about recession, but also impacting London's position as a global financial centre. Then there are broader concerns about Europe and how a British exit affects the European economy. Former Chair of the Federal Reserve, Alan Greenspan, has just said that Britain leaving the EU is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of problems developing for the EU and for the UK economy. And, of course, here, all kind of real issues are kind of centred around what's going to happen to the US economy as a result of this. The Chair of the Federal Reserve, Janet Yellen, said that a British exit would negatively affect the US economy. So all of that is resulting in a big sell-off today. It's a pretty rocky and ugly couple of hours ahead, I'm sure, on the New York Stock Exchange floor.
Anna, thank you very much indeed. A strange year in the world of politics in the United States and now in Britain too. Plenty more reaction coming up on Sky News.